Part 2. The Seductive Process. Most of us understand that certain actions on our part will have a pleasing and seductive effect on the person we would like to seduce. The problem is that we are generally too self-absorbed. We think more about what we want from others than what they could want from us. We may occasionally do something that is seductive, but often we follow this up with a selfish or aggressive action. We're in a hurry to get what we want. Or, unaware of what we're doing, we show a side of ourselves that is petty and banal, deflating any illusions or fantasies a person might have about us. Our attempts at seduction usually don't last long enough to create much of an effect. You will not seduce anyone by simply depending on your engaging personality, or by occasionally doing something noble or alluring. Seduction is a process that occurs over time. The longer you take and the slower you go, the deeper you will penetrate into the mind of your victim. It is an art that requires patience, focus, and strategic thinking. You need to always be one step ahead of your victim, throwing dust in their eyes, casting a spell, keeping them off balance. The 24 chapters in this section will arm you with a series of tactics that will help you get out of yourself and into the mind of your victim, so that you can play it like an instrument. The chapters are placed in a loose order, going from the initial contact with your victim to the successful conclusion. This order is based on certain timeless laws of human psychology. Because people's thoughts tend to revolve around their daily concerns and insecurities, you cannot proceed with a seduction until you slowly put their anxieties to sleep and fill their distracted minds with thoughts of you. The opening chapters will help you accomplish this. There is a natural tendency in relationships for people to become so familiar with one another that boredom and stagnation set in. Mystery is the lifeblood of seduction, and to maintain it you have to constantly surprise your victims, stir things up, even shock them. A seduction should never settle into a comfortable routine. The middle and later chapters will instruct you in the art of alternating hope and despair, pleasure and pain, until your victims weaken and succumb. In each instance, one tactic is setting up the next one, allowing you to push it further with something bolder and more violent. A seducer cannot be timid or merciful. To help you move the seduction along, the chapters are arranged in 4 phases, each phase with a particular goal to aim for. Getting the victim to think of you. Gaining access to their emotions by creating moments of pleasure and confusion. Going deeper by working on their unconscious, stirring up repressed desires, and finally, inducing physical surrender. The phases are clearly marked and explained with a short introduction. By following these phases, you will work more effectively on your victim's mind and create the slow and hypnotic pace of a ritual. In fact, the seductive process may be thought of as a kind of initiation ritual, in which you are uprooting people from their habits, giving them novel experiences, putting them through tests before initiating them into a new life. It is best to read all of the chapters and gain as much knowledge as possible. When it comes time to apply these tactics, you will want to pick and choose which ones are appropriate for your particular victim. Sometimes only a few are sufficient, depending on the level of resistance you meet and the complexity of your victim's problems. These tactics are equally applicable to social and political seductions, minus the sexual component in Phase 4. At all cost, resist the temptation to hurry to the climax of your seduction or to improvise. You are not being seductive, but selfish. Everything in daily life is hurried and improvised, and you need to offer something different. By taking your time and respecting the seductive process, you will not only break down your victim's resistance, you will make them fall in love. Phase 1. Separation, stirring interest and desire. Your victims live in their own worlds, their minds occupied with anxieties and daily concerns. Your goal in this initial phase is to slowly separate them from that closed world and fill their minds with thoughts of you. Once you have decided whom to seduce, Chapter 1, Choose the Right Victim, your first task is to get your victim's attention, to stir interest in you. For those who might be more resistant or difficult, you should try a slower and more insidious approach. First, winning their friendship. Chapter 2, Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. For those who are bored and less difficult to reach, a more dramatic approach will work, either fascinating them with a mysterious presence. Chapter 3, Send mixed signals. Or seeming to be someone who is coveted and fought over by others. Chapter 4, Appear to be an object of desire. Once the victim is properly intrigued, you need to transform their interest into something stronger. Desire. Desire is generally preceded by feelings of emptiness, of something missing inside that needs fulfillment. You must deliberately instill such feelings. Make your victims aware of the adventure and romance that are lacking in their lives. Chapter 5. Create a need. Stir anxiety and discontent. If they see you as the one to fill their emptiness, interest will blossom into desire. The desire should be stoked by subtly planting ideas in their minds, hints of the seductive pleasures that await them. Chapter 6. Master the art of insinuation. Mirroring your victim's values, indulging them in their wants and moods will charm and delight them. Chapter 7. Enter their spirit. Without realizing how it has happened, more and more of their thoughts now revolve around you. The time has come for something stronger. Lure them with an irresistible pleasure or adventure. Chapter 8. Create temptation. And they will follow your lead. Chapter 1. Choose the right victim. Everything depends on the target of your seduction. Study your prey thoroughly and choose only those who will prove susceptible to your charms. The right victims are those for whom you can fill a void, who see in you something exotic. They are often isolated, or at least somewhat unhappy, perhaps because of recent adverse circumstances, or can easily be made so. For the completely contented person is almost impossible to seduce. The perfect victim has some natural quality that attracts you. The strong emotions this quality inspires will help make your seductive maneuvers seem more natural and dynamic. The perfect victim allows for the perfect chase. Preparing for the hunt. The young Vicomte de Valmont was a notorious libertine in the Paris of the 1770s, the ruin of many a young girl and the ingenious seducer of the wives of illustrious aristocrats. But after a while, the repetitiveness of it all began to bore him. His successes came too easily. So one year, during the sweltering, slow month of August, he decided to take a break from Paris and visit his aunt at her chateau in the provinces. Life there was not what he was used to. There were country walks, chats with the local vicar, card games. His city friends, particularly his fellow libertine and confidant, the Marquise de Merteuil, expected him to hurry back. There were other guests at the chateau, however, including the Présidente de Tourvel, a 22-year-old woman whose husband was temporarily absent, having work to do elsewhere. The Présidente had been languishing at the chateau, waiting for him to join her. Valmont had met her before. She was certainly beautiful, but had a reputation as a prude who was extremely devoted to her husband. She was not a court lady. Her taste in clothing was atrocious. She always covered her neck with ghastly frills, and her conversation lacked wit. For some reason, however, far from Paris, Valmont began to see these traits in a new light. He followed her to the chapel where she went every morning to pray. He caught glimpses of her at dinner or playing cards. Unlike the ladies of Paris, she seemed unaware of her charms. This excited him. Because of the heat, she wore a simple linen dress, which revealed her figure. A piece of muslin covered her breasts, letting him more than imagine them. Her hair, unfashionable in its slight disorder, conjured the bedroom. And her face, he had never noticed how expressive it was. Her features lit up when she gave alms to a beggar. She blushed at the slightest praise. She was so natural and unself-conscious, and when she talked of her husband or religious matters, he could sense the depth of her feelings. If such a passionate nature were ever detoured into a love affair. Valmont extended his stay at the chateau, much to the delight of his aunt, who could not have guessed at the reason. And he wrote to the Marquise de Merteuil, explaining his new ambition to seduce Madame de Tourvel. The Marquise was incredulous. He wanted to seduce this prude? If he succeeded, how little pleasure she would give him. And if he failed, what a disgrace! The great libertine unable to seduce a wife whose husband was far away. She wrote a sarcastic letter, which only inflamed Valmont further. The conquest of this notoriously virtuous woman would prove his greatest seduction. His reputation would only be enhanced. There was an obstacle, though, that seemed to make success almost impossible. Everyone knew Valmont's reputation, including the Présidente. She knew how dangerous it was to ever be alone with him, how people would talk about the least association with him. Valmont did everything to belie his reputation, even going so far as to attend church services and seem repentant of his ways. The Présidente noticed, but still kept her distance. The challenge she presented to Valmont was irresistible, but could he meet it? Valmont decided to test the waters. One day he arranged a little walk with the Présidente and his aunt. He chose a delightful path that they had never taken before, but at a certain point they reached a little ditch, unsuitable for a lady to cross on her own. And yet, Valmont said, the rest of the walk was too nice for them to turn back, and he gallantly picked up his aunt in his arms and carried her across the ditch, making the Présidente laugh uproariously. But then it was her turn, and Valmont purposefully picked her up a little awkwardly, so that she caught at his arms, and while he was holding her against him, he could feel her heart beating faster, and saw her blush. His aunt saw this too, and cried out, "The child is afraid." But Valmont sensed otherwise. Now he knew that the challenge could be met, that the Présidente could be won. The seduction could proceed. Interpretation. Valmont, the Présidente de Tourvel, and the Marquise de Merteuil are all characters in the 18th century French novel Dangerous Liaisons, by Choderlos de Laclos. The character of Valmont was inspired by several real-life libertines of the time, most prominent of all the Duc de Richelieu. In the story, Valmont worries that his seductions have become mechanical. He makes a move, and the woman almost always responds the same way. But no two seductions should be the same. A different target should change the whole dynamic. Valmont's problem is that he is always seducing the same type, the wrong type. He realizes this when he meets Madame de Tourvel. It's not because her husband is a count that he decides to seduce her, or because she is stylishly dressed, or is desired by other men, the usual reasons. He chooses her because, in her unconscious way, she has already seduced him. A bare arm, an unrehearsed laugh, a playful manner, all these have captured his attention because none of them is contrived. Once he falls under her spell, the strength of his desire will make his subsequent maneuvers seem less calculated. He is apparently unable to help himself, and his strong emotions will slowly infect her. Beyond the effect the Présidente has on Valmont, she has other traits that make her the perfect victim. She is bored, which draws her toward adventure. She is naive and unable to see through his tricks. Finally, the Achilles heel. She believes herself immune to seduction. Almost all of us are vulnerable to the attractions of other people, and we take precautions against unwanted lapses. Madame de Tourvel takes none. Once Valmont has tested her at the ditch and has seen she is physically vulnerable, he knows that eventually she will fall. Life is short and should not be wasted pursuing and seducing the wrong people. The choice of target is critical. It is the setup of the seduction, and it will determine everything else that follows. The perfect victim does not have certain facial features or the same taste in music or similar goals in life. That is how a banal seducer chooses his or her targets. The perfect victim is the person who stirs you in a way that cannot be explained in words, whose effect on you has nothing to do with superficialities. He or she often has a quality that you yourself lack and may even secretly envy. The Présidente, for example, has an innocence that Valmont long ago lost or never had. There should be a little bit of tension. The victim may fear you a little, even slightly dislike you. Such tension is full of erotic potential and will make the seduction much livelier. Be more creative in choosing your prey, and you will be rewarded with a more exciting seduction. Of course, it means nothing if the potential victim is not open to your influence. Test the person first. Once you feel that he or she is also vulnerable to you, then the hunting can begin. Keys to seduction. Throughout life, we find ourselves having to persuade people, to seduce them. Some will be relatively open to our influence, if only in subtle ways, while others seem impervious to our charms. Perhaps we find this a mystery beyond our control, but that is an ineffective way of dealing with life. Seducers, whether sexual or social, prefer to pick the odds. As often as possible, they go toward people who betray some vulnerability to them, and avoid the ones who cannot be moved. To leave people who are inaccessible to you alone is a wise path. You cannot seduce everyone. On the other hand, you must actively hunt out the prey that responds the right way. This will make your seductions that much more pleasurable and satisfying. How do you recognize your victims? By the way they respond to you. You should not pay so much attention to their conscious responses. A person who is obviously trying to please or charm you is probably playing to your vanity and wants something from you. Instead, pay greater attention to those responses outside conscious control. A blush, an involuntary mirroring of some gesture of yours, an unusual shyness, even, perhaps, a flash of anger or resentment. All of these show that you are having an effect on a person who is open to your influence. Like Valmont, you can also recognize the right targets by the effect they are having on you. Perhaps they make you uneasy. Perhaps they correspond to a deep-rooted childhood ideal, or represent some kind of personal taboo that excites you, or suggest the person you imagine you would be if you were the opposite sex. When a person has such a deep effect on you, it transforms all of your subsequent maneuvers. Your face and gestures become more animated. You have more energy. When victims resist you, as a good victim should, you, in turn, will be more creative, more motivated to overcome their resistance. The seduction will move forward like a good play. Your strong desire will infect the target and give them the dangerous sensation that they have a power over you. Of course, you are the one ultimately in control, since you are making your victims emotional at the right moments, leading them back and forth. Good seducers choose targets that inspire them, but they know how and when to restrain themselves. Never rush into the waiting arms of the first person who seems to like you. That is not seduction, but insecurity. The need that draws you will make for a low-level attachment, and interest on both sides will sag. Look at the types you have not considered before. That is where you will find challenge and adventure. Experienced hunters do not choose their prey by how easily it is caught. They want the thrill of the chase, a life-and-death struggle. The fiercer, the better. Although the victim who is perfect for you depends on you, certain types lend themselves to a more satisfying seduction. Casanova liked young women who were unhappy or had suffered a recent misfortune. Such women appealed to his desire to play the savior, but it also responded to necessity. Happy people are much harder to seduce. Their contentment makes them inaccessible. It's always easier to fish in troubled waters. Also, an air of sadness is itself quite seductive. Genji, the hero of the Japanese novel The Tale of Genji, could not resist a woman with a melancholic air. In Kierkegaard's book, The Seducer's Diary, the narrator, Johannes, has one main requirement in his victim. She must have imagination. That is why he chooses a woman who lives in a fantasy world, a woman who will envelop his every gesture in poetry, imagining far more than is there. Just as it's hard to seduce a person who's happy, it's hard to seduce a person who has no imagination. For women, the manly man is often the perfect victim. Mark Antony was of this type. He loved pleasure, was quite emotional, and when it came to women, found it hard to think straight. He was easy for Cleopatra to manipulate. Once she gained a hold on his emotions, she kept him permanently on a string. A woman should never be put off by a man who seems overly aggressive. He is often the perfect victim. It's easy, with a few coquettish tricks, to turn that aggression around and make him your slave. Such men actually enjoy being made to chase after a woman. Be careful with appearances. The person who seems volcanically passionate is often hiding insecurity and self-involvement. This was what most men failed to perceive in the 19th century courtesan Lola Montez. She seemed so dramatic, so exciting. In fact, she was a troubled, self-obsessed woman, but by the time men discovered this, it was too late. They had become involved with her and could not extricate themselves without months of drama and torture. People who are outwardly distant or shy are often better targets than extroverts. They are dying to be drawn out, and still waters run deep. People with a lot of time on their hands are extremely susceptible to seduction. They have mental space for you to fill. Tullia d'Aragona, the infamous 16th century Italian courtesan, preferred young men as her victims. Besides the physical reason for such a preference, they were more idle than working men with careers, and therefore more defenseless against an ingenious seductress. On the other hand, you should generally avoid people who are preoccupied with business or work. Seduction demands attention, and busy people have too little space in their minds for you to occupy. According to Freud, seduction begins early in life, in our relationship with our parents. They seduce us physically, both with bodily contact and by satisfying desires such as hunger, and we, in turn, try to seduce them into paying us attention. We are creatures by nature vulnerable to seduction throughout our lives. We all want to be seduced. We yearn to be drawn out of ourselves, out of our routines, and into the drama of Eros. And what draws us more than anything is the feeling that someone has something we don't, a quality we desire. Your perfect victims are often people who think you have something they don't, and who will be enchanted to have it provided for them. Such victims may have a temperament quite the opposite of yours, and this difference will create an exciting tension. When Jiang Qing, later known as Madame Mao, first met Mao Zedong in 1937 in his mountain retreat in western China, she could sense how desperate he was for a bit of color and spice in his life. All the camp's women dressed like the men and abjured any feminine finery. Jiang had been an actress in Shanghai and was anything but austere. She supplied what he lacked, and she also gave him the added thrill of being able to educate her in communism, appealing to his Pygmalion complex, the desire to dominate, control, and remake a person. In fact, it was Jiang Qing who controlled her future husband. The greatest lack of all is excitement and adventure, which is precisely what seduction offers. In 1964, the Chinese actor Shi Pei-pu, a man who had gained fame as a female impersonator, met Bernard Bourrisco, a young diplomat assigned to the French embassy in China. Bourrisco had come to China looking for adventure and was disappointed to have little contact with Chinese people. Pretending to be a woman who, when still a child, had been forced to live as a boy, supposedly the family already had too many daughters, Shi Pei-pu used the young Frenchman's boredom and discontent to manipulate him. Inventing a story of the deceptions he had to go through, he slowly drew Bourrisco into an affair that would last many years. Bourrisco had had previous homosexual encounters, but considered himself heterosexual. Eventually, the diplomat was led into spying for the Chinese. All the while, he believed Shi Pei-pu was a woman. His yearning for adventure had made him that vulnerable. Repressed types are perfect victims for a deep seduction. People who repress the appetite for pleasure make ripe victims, particularly later in their lives. The 8th century Chinese emperor Ming Huang spent much of his reign trying to rid his court of its costly addiction to luxuries, and was himself a model of austerity and virtue. But the moment he saw the concubine Yang Guifei bathing in the palace lake, everything changed. The most charming woman in the realm, she was the mistress of his son. Exerting his power, the emperor won her away, only to become her abject slave. The choice of the right victim is equally important in politics. Mass seducers such as Napoleon or John F. Kennedy offer their public just what it lacks. When Napoleon came to power, the French people's sense of pride was beaten down by the bloody aftermath of the French Revolution. He offered them glory and conquest. Kennedy recognized that Americans were bored with the stultifying comfort of the Eisenhower years. He gave them adventure and risk. More important, he tailored his appeal to the group most vulnerable to it, the younger generation. Successful politicians know that not everyone will be susceptible to their charm, but if they can find a group of believers with a need to be filled, they have supporters who will stand by them no matter what. Reversal. There is no possible reversal. There is nothing to be gained from trying to seduce the person who is closed to you, or who cannot provide the pleasure and chase that you need. Chapter 2. Create a false sense of security. Approach indirectly. If you are too direct early on, you risk stirring up a resistance that will never be lowered. At first, there must be nothing of the seducer in your manner. The seduction should begin at an angle, indirectly, so that the target only gradually becomes aware of you. Haunt the periphery of your target's life, approach through a third party, or seem to cultivate a relatively neutral relationship, moving gradually from friend to lover. Arrange an occasional chance encounter, as if you and your target were destined to become acquainted. Nothing is more seductive than a sense of destiny. Lull the target into feeling secure, then strike. Friend to lover. Anne-Marie Louis d'Orléans, the Duchess de Montpensier, known in 17th century France as La Grande Mademoiselle, had never known love in her life. Her mother had died when she was young. Her father remarried and ignored her. She came from one of Europe's most illustrious families. Her grandfather had been King Henry IV. The future King Louis XIV was her cousin. When she was young, matches had been proposed between her and the widowed King of Spain, the son of the Holy Roman Emperor, and even cousin Louis himself, among many others. But all of these matches were designed for political purposes, or because of her family's enormous wealth. No one bothered to woo her. She rarely even met her suitors. To make matters worse, the Grande Mademoiselle was an idealist who believed in the old-fashioned values of chivalry, courage, honesty, virtue. She loathed the schemers whose motives in courting her were dubious at best. Whom could she trust? One by one, she found a reason to spurn them. Spinsterhood seemed to be her fate. In April of 1669, the Grande Mademoiselle, then 42, met one of the strangest men in court, the Marquis Antonin Peguilin, later known as the Duc de Lauzun. A favorite of Louis XIV's, the 36-year-old Marquis was a brave soldier with an acid wit. He was also an incurable Don Juan. Although he was short and certainly not handsome, his impudent manners and his military exploits made him irresistible to women. The Grande Mademoiselle had noticed him some years before, admiring his elegance and boldness, but it was only this time in 1669 that she had a real conversation with him, if a short one, and although she knew of his lady-killer reputation, she found him charming. A few days later they ran into each other again. This time the conversation was longer, and Lauzun proved more intelligent than she had imagined. They talked of the playwright Corneille, her favorite, of heroism, and of other elevated topics. Now their encounters became more frequent. They had become friends. Anne-Marie noted in her diary that her conversations with Lauzun, when they occurred, were the highlight of her day. When he was not at court, she felt his absence. Surely her encounters with him came frequently enough that they couldn't be accidental on his part, but he always seemed surprised to see her. At the same time, she recorded feeling uneasy. Strange emotions were stealing up on her. She didn't know why. Time passed, and the Grande Mademoiselle was to leave Paris for a week or two. Now Lauzun approached her without warning and made an emotional plea to be considered her confidant, the great friend who would execute any commission she needed done while she was away. He was poetic and chivalrous, but what did he really mean? In her diary, Anne-Marie finally confronted the emotions that had been stirring in her since their first conversation. Quote, "I told myself, these are not vague musings. There must be an object to all of these feelings, and I could not imagine who it was. Finally, after troubling myself with this for several days, I realized that it was the Marquis de Lauzun whom I loved. It was he who had somehow slipped into my heart and captured it." Unquote. Made aware of the source of her feelings, the Grande Mademoiselle became more direct. If Lauzun was to be her confidant, she could talk to him of marriage, of the matches that were still being offered to her. The topic might give him a chance to express his feelings. Perhaps he might show jealousy. Unfortunately, Lauzun did not seem to take the hint. Instead, he asked her why she was thinking of marriage at all. She seemed so happy. Besides, who could possibly be worthy of her? This went on for weeks. She could pry nothing personal out of him. In a way, she understood. There were the differences in rank, she was far above him, and age, she was 6 years older. Then, a few months later, the wife of the king's brother died, and King Louis suggested to the Grande Mademoiselle that she replace his late sister-in-law, that is, that she marry his brother. Anne-Marie was disgusted. Clearly the brother was trying to get his hands on her fortune. She asked Lauzun his opinion. As the king's loyal servants, he replied, they must obey the royal wish. His answer did not please her, and to make things worse, he stopped visiting her, as if it were no longer proper for them to be friends. This was the last straw. The Grande Mademoiselle told the king she would not marry his brother, and that was that. Now Anne-Marie met with Lauzun and told him she would write on a piece of paper the name of the man she had wanted to marry all along. He was to put the paper under his pillow and read it the next morning. When he did, he found the words, C'est vous. It is you. Seeing the Grande Mademoiselle the following evening, Lauzun said she must have been joking. She would make him the laughingstock of the court. She insisted that she was serious. He seemed shocked, surprised, but not as surprised as the rest of the court was a few weeks later when an engagement was announced between this relatively low-ranking Don Juan and the second highest-ranking lady in France, a woman known for both her virtue and her skill at defending it.
Interpretation. The Duc de Lauzun was one of the greatest seducers in history, and his slow and steady seduction of the Grande Mademoiselle was his masterpiece. His method was simple: indirection. Sensing her interest in him in that first conversation, he decided to beguile her with friendship. He would become her most devoted friend. At first, this was charming. A man was taking the time to talk to her of poetry, history, the deeds of war, her favorite subjects. She slowly began to confide in him. Then, almost without her realizing it, her feelings shifted. The consummate ladies' man was only interested in friendship? He was not attracted to her as a woman? Such thoughts made her aware that she had fallen in love with him. This, in part, was what eventually made her turn down the match with the king's brother. A decision cleverly and indirectly provoked by Lauzun himself, when he stopped visiting her. And how could he be after money or position or sex when he had never made any kind of move? No, the brilliance of Lauzun's seduction was that the Grande Mademoiselle believed it was she who was making all the moves. Once you have chosen the right victim, you must get his or her attention and stir desire. To move from friendship to love can win success without calling attention to itself as a maneuver. First, your friendly conversations with your targets will bring you valuable information about their characters, their tastes, their weaknesses, the childhood yearnings that govern their adult behavior. Lauzun, for example, could adapt cleverly to Anne-Marie's tastes once he had studied her close up. Second, by spending time with your targets, you can make them comfortable with you. Believing you're interested only in their thoughts, in their company, they will lower their resistance, dissipating the usual tension between the sexes. Now they are vulnerable, for your friendship with them has opened the golden gate to their body, their mind. At this point, any offhand comment, any slight physical contact will spark a different thought, which will catch them off guard. Perhaps there could be something else between you. Once that feeling has stirred, they will wonder why you haven't made a move, and will take the initiative themselves, enjoying the illusion that they are in control. There is nothing more effective in seduction than making the seduced think that they are the ones doing the seducing. Key to seduction. What you're after as a seducer is the ability to move people in the direction you want them to go. But the game is perilous. The moment they suspect they're acting under your influence, they will become resentful. We are creatures who cannot stand feeling that we're obeying someone else's will. Should your targets catch on, sooner or later they will turn against you. But what if you can make them do what you want them to do without their realizing it? What if they think they are in control? That is the power of indirection, and no seducer can work his or her magic without it. The first move to master is simple. Once you have chosen the right person, you must make the target come to you. If, in the opening stages, you can make your targets think that they are the ones making the first approach, you have won the game. There will be no resentment, no perverse counter-reaction, no paranoia. To make them come to you requires giving them space. This can be accomplished in several ways. You can haunt the periphery of their existence, letting them notice you in different places but never approaching them. You will get their attention this way, and if they want to bridge the gap, they will have to come to you. You can befriend them, as Lausanne did the Grande Mademoiselle, moving steadily closer while always maintaining the distance appropriate for friends of the opposite sex. You can also play cat and mouse with them, first seeming interested, then stepping back, actively luring them to follow you into your web. Whatever you do, and whatever kind of seduction you're practicing, you must at all cost avoid the natural tendency to crowd your targets. Do not make the mistake of thinking they will lose interest unless you apply pressure, or that they will enjoy a flood of attention. Too much attention early on will actually just suggest insecurity and raise doubts as to your motives. Worst of all, it gives your targets no room for imagination. Take a step back. Let the thoughts you are provoking come to them as if they were their own. This is doubly important if you're dealing with someone who has a deep effect on you. We can never really understand the opposite sex. They are always mysterious to us, and it is this mystery that provides the tension so delightful in seduction. But it is also a source of unease. Freud famously wondered what women really wanted. Even to this most insightful of psychological thinkers, the opposite sex was a foreign land. For both men and women, there are deep-rooted feelings of fear and anxiety in relation to the opposite sex. In the initial stages of a seduction, then, you must find ways to calm any sense of mistrust that the other person may experience. A sense of danger and fear can heighten the seduction later on, but if you stir such emotions in the first stages, you will more likely scare the target away. Establish a neutral distance. Seem harmless, and you give yourself room to move. Casanova cultivated a slight femininity in his character, an interest in clothes, theater, domestic matters, that young girls found comforting. The Renaissance courtesan Tullia d'Aragona, developing friendships with the great thinkers and poets of her time, talked of literature and philosophy, anything but the boudoir, and anything but the money that was also her goal. Johannes, the narrator of Soren Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, follows his target, Cordelia, from a distance. When their paths cross, he is polite and apparently shy. As Cordelia gets to know him, he doesn't frighten her. In fact, he is so innocuous, she begins to wish he were less so. Duke Ellington, the great jazz artist and a consummate seducer, would initially dazzle the ladies with his good looks, stylish clothing, and charisma. But once he was alone with a woman, he would take a slight step back, becoming excessively polite, making only small talk. Banal conversation can be a brilliant tactic. It hypnotizes the target. The dullness of your front gives the subtlest suggestive word, the slightest look, an amplified power. Never mention love, and you make its absence speak volumes. Your victims will wonder why you never discuss your emotions. And as they have such thoughts, they will go further, imagining what else is going on in your mind. They will be the ones to bring up the topic of love or affection. Deliberate dullness has many applications. In psychotherapy, the doctor makes monosyllabic responses to draw patients in, making them relax and open up. In international negotiations, Henry Kissinger would lull diplomats with boring details, then strike with bold demands. Early in a seduction, less colorful words are often more effective than vivid ones. The target tunes them out, looks at your face, begins to imagine, fantasize, fall under your spell. Getting to your targets through other people is extremely effective. Infiltrate their circle, and you are no longer a stranger. Before the 17th century seducer Count de Gramont made a move, he would befriend his target's chambermaid, her valet, a friend, even a lover. In this way, he could gather information, finding a way to approach her in an unthreatening manner. He could also plant ideas, saying things the third party was likely to repeat, things that would intrigue the lady, particularly when they came from someone she knew. Ninon de l'Enclos, the 17th century courtesan and strategist of seduction, believed that disguising one's intentions was not only a necessity, it added to the pleasure of the game. A man should never declare his feelings, she felt, particularly early on. It is irritating and provokes mistrust. A woman is much better persuaded that she is loved by what she guesses than by what she is told, Ninon once remarked. Often, a person's haste in declaring his or her feelings comes from a false desire to please, thinking this will flatter the other. But the desire to please can annoy and offend. Children, cats, and coquettes draw us to them by apparently not trying, even by seeming uninterested. Learn to disguise your feelings and let people figure out what is happening for themselves. In all arenas of life, you should never give the impression that you are angling for something. That will raise a resistance that you will never lower. Learn to approach people from the side. Mute your colors. Blend in, seem unthreatening, and you will have more room to maneuver later on. The same holds true in politics, where overt ambition often frightens people. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, at first glance, looked like an everyday Russian. He dressed like a worker, spoke with a peasant accent, had no air of greatness. This made the public feel comfortable and identify with him. Yet beneath this apparently bland appearance, of course, was a deeply clever man who was always maneuvering. By the time people realized this, it was too late. Reversal. In warfare, you need space to align your troops, room to maneuver. The more space you have, the more intricate your strategy can be. But sometimes it is better to overwhelm the enemy, giving them no time to think or react. Although Casanova adapted his strategies to the woman in question, he would often try to make an immediate impression, stirring her desire at the first encounter. Perhaps he would perform some gallantry, rescuing a woman in danger. Perhaps he would dress so that his target would notice him in a crowd. In either case, once he had the woman's attention, he would move with lightning speed. A siren, like Cleopatra, tries to have an immediate physical effect on men, giving her victims no time or space to retreat. She uses the element of surprise. The first period of your contact with someone can involve a level of desire that will never be repeated. Boldness will carry the day. But these are short seductions. The sirens and the Casanovas only get pleasure from the number of their victims, moving quickly from conquest to conquest, and this can be tiring. Casanova burned himself out. Sirens, insatiable, are never satisfied. The indirect, carefully constructed seduction may reduce your number of conquests, but more than compensate by their quality. Chapter 3. Send mixed signals. Once people are aware of your presence and perhaps vaguely intrigued, you need to stir their interest before it settles on someone else. What is obvious and striking may attract their attention at first, but that attention is often short-lived. In the long run, ambiguity is much more potent. Most of us are much too obvious. Instead, be hard to figure out. Send mixed signals, both tough and tender, both spiritual and earthy, both innocent and cunning. A mix of qualities suggests depth, which fascinates even as it confuses. An elusive, enigmatic aura will make people want to know more, drawing them into your circle. Create such a power by hinting at something contradictory within you. Good and bad. In 1806, when Prussia and France were at war, Auguste, the handsome 24-year-old Prince of Prussia and nephew of Frederick the Great, was captured by Napoleon. Instead of locking him up, Napoleon allowed him to wander around French territory, keeping a close watch on him through spies. The prince was devoted to pleasure and spent his time moving from town to town, seducing young girls. In 1807, he decided to visit the Château de Coppet in Switzerland, where lived the great French writer Madame de Staël. Auguste was greeted by his hostess with as much ceremony as she could muster. After she had introduced him to her other guests, they all retired to a drawing room where they talked of Napoleon's war in Spain, the current Paris fashions, and so on. Suddenly, the door opened and another guest entered, a woman who had somehow stayed in her room during the hubbub of the prince's entrance. It was the 30-year-old Madame Récamier, Madame de Staël's closest friend. She introduced herself to the prince, then quickly retired to her bedroom. Auguste had known that Madame Récamier was at the chateau. In fact, he had heard many stories about this infamous woman, who, in the years after the French Revolution, was considered the most beautiful in France. Men had gone wild over her, particularly at balls when she would take off her evening wrap, revealing the diaphanous white dresses that she had made famous, and dance with such abandon. The painters Gérard and David had immortalized her face and fashions, and even her feet, considered the most beautiful anyone had ever seen. And she had broken the heart of Lucien Bonaparte, the Emperor Napoleon's brother. Auguste liked his girls younger than Madame Récamier, and he had come to the chateau to rest. But those few moments in which she had stolen the scene with her sudden entrance caught him off guard. She was as beautiful as people had said, but more striking than her beauty was that look of hers that seemed so sweet, indeed heavenly, with a hint of sadness in the eyes. The other guests continued their conversations, but Auguste could only think of Madame Récamier. Over dinner that evening, he watched her. She did not talk much, and kept her eyes downward, but once or twice she looked up, directly at the prince. After dinner the guests assembled in the gallery, and a harp was brought in. To the prince's delight, Madame Récamier began to play, singing a love song. And now, suddenly, she changed. There was a roguish look in her eye as she glanced at him. The angelic voice, the glances, the energy animating her face sent his mind reeling. He was confused. When the same thing happened the next night, the prince decided to extend his stay at the chateau. In the days that followed, the prince and Madame Récamier took walks together, rode out on the lake, and attended dances where he finally held her in his arms. They would talk late into the night, but nothing grew clear to him. She would seem so spiritual, so noble, and then there would be a touch of the hand, a sudden flirtatious remark. After 2 weeks at the chateau, the most eligible bachelor in Europe forgot all his libertine habits and proposed marriage to Madame Récamier. He would convert to Catholicism, her religion, and she would divorce her much older husband. She had told him her marriage had never been consummated, and so the Catholic Church could annul it. She would then come to live with him in Prussia. Madame promised to do as he wished. The prince hurried off to Prussia to seek the approval of his family, and Madame returned to Paris to secure the required annulment. Auguste flooded her with love letters and waited. Time passed. He felt he was going mad. Then, finally, a letter. She had changed her mind. Some months later, Madame Récamier sent Auguste a gift. Gérard's famous painting of her reclining on a sofa. The prince spent hours in front of it, trying to pierce the mystery behind her gaze. He had joined the company of her conquests, of men like the writer Benjamin Constant, who said of her, "She was my last love. For the rest of my life, I was like a tree struck by lightning." Interpretation. Madame Récamier's list of conquests became only more impressive as she grew older. There was Prince Metternich, the Duke of Wellington, the writers Constant and Chateaubriand. For all of these men, she was an obsession, which only increased in intensity when they were away from her. The source of her power was twofold. First, she had an angelic face which drew men to her. It appealed to paternal instincts, charming with its innocence. But then there was a second quality peeking through in the flirtatious looks, the wild dancing, the sudden gaiety. All these caught men off guard. Clearly, there was more to her than they had thought, an intriguing complexity. When alone, they would find themselves pondering these contradictions as if a poison were coursing through their blood. Madame Récamier was an enigma, a problem that had to be solved. Whatever it was that you wanted, whether a coquettish she-devil or an unattainable goddess, she could seem to be. She surely encouraged this illusion by keeping her men at a certain distance, so they could never figure her out, and she was the queen of the calculated effect, like her surprise entrance at the Château de Coppet, which made her the center of attention, if only for a few seconds. The seductive process involves filling someone's mind with your image. Your innocence, or your beauty, or your flirtatiousness can attract their attention, but not their obsession. They will soon move on to the next striking image. To deepen their interest, you must hint at a complexity that cannot be grasped in a week or two. You are an elusive mystery, an irresistible lure, promising great pleasure if only it can be possessed. Once they begin to fantasize about you, they are on the brink of the slippery slope of seduction and will not be able to stop themselves from sliding down. Artificial and natural. The big Broadway hit of 1881 was Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta, Patience, a satire on the bohemian world of aesthetes and dandies that had become so fashionable in London. To cash in on this vogue, the operetta's promoters decided to invite one of England's most infamous aesthetes to America for a lecture tour, Oscar Wilde. Only 27 at the time, Wilde was more famous for his public persona than for his small body of work. The American promoters were confident that their public would be fascinated by this man, whom they imagined as always walking around with a flower in his hand. But they did not expect it to last. He would do a few lectures, then the novelty would wear off, and they would ship him home. The money was good, and Wilde accepted. On his arrival in New York, a customs man asked him whether he had anything to declare. "I have nothing to declare," he replied, "except my genius." The invitations poured in. New York society was curious to meet this oddity. Women found Wilde enchanting, but the newspapers were less kind. The New York Times called him an aesthetic sham. Then, a week after his arrival, he gave his first lecture. The hall was packed. More than 1,000 people came, many of them just to see what he looked like. They were not disappointed. Wilde did not carry a flower and was taller than they had expected, but he had long flowing hair and wore a green velvet suit and cravat, as well as knee breeches and silk stockings. Many in the audience were put off as they looked up at him from their seats. The combination of his large size and pretty attire were rather repulsive. Some people openly laughed. Others could not hide their unease. They expected to hate the man. Then he began to speak. The subject was the, quote, English Renaissance, the, quote, art for art's sake movement in late 19th century England. Wilde's voice proved hypnotic. He spoke in a kind of meter, mannered and artificial, and few really understood what he was saying, but the speech was so witty, and it flowed. His appearance was certainly strange, but overall, no New Yorker had ever seen or heard such an intriguing man, and the lecture was a huge success. Even the newspapers warmed up to it. In Boston, a few weeks later, some 60 Harvard boys had prepared an ambush. They would make fun of this effeminate poet by dressing in knee breeches, carrying flowers, and applauding far too loudly at his entrance. Wilde was not the least bit flustered. The audience laughed hysterically at his improvised comments, and when the boys heckled him, he kept his dignity, betraying no anger at all. Once again, the contrast between his manner and his physical appearance made him seem rather extraordinary. Many were deeply impressed, and Wilde was well on his way to becoming a sensation. The short lecture tour turned into a cross-country affair. In San Francisco, this visiting lecturer on art and aesthetics proved able to drink everyone under the table and play poker, which made him the hit of the season. On his way back from the West Coast, Wilde was to make stops in Colorado, and was warned that if the pretty boy poet dared to show up in the mining town of Leadville, he would be hung from the highest tree. It was an invitation Wilde could not refuse. Arriving in Leadville, he ignored the hecklers and nasty looks. He toured the mines, drank and played cards, then lectured on Botticelli and Cellini in the saloons. Like everyone else, the miners fell under his spell, even naming a mine after him. One cowboy was heard to say, "That fellow is some art guy, but he can drink any of us under the table and afterwards carry us home 2 at a time." Interpretation. In a fable he improvised at dinner once, Oscar Wilde talked about some steel filings that had a sudden desire to visit a nearby magnet. As they talked to each other about this, they found themselves moving closer to the magnet without realizing how or why. Finally, they were swept in one mass to the magnet's side. Then the magnet smiled, for the steel filings had no doubt at all but that they were paying that visit of their own free will. Such was the effect that Wilde himself had on everyone around him. Wilde's attractiveness was more than just a byproduct of his character. It was quite calculated. An adorer of paradox, he consciously played up his own weirdness and ambiguity, the contrast between his mannered appearance and his witty, effortless performance. Naturally warm and spontaneous, he constructed an image that ran counter to his nature. People were repelled, confused, intrigued, and finally drawn to this man, who seemed impossible to figure out. Paradox is seductive because it plays with meaning. We are secretly oppressed by the rationality in our lives, where everything is meant to mean something. Seduction, by contrast, thrives on ambiguity, on mixed signals, on anything that eludes interpretation. Most people are painfully obvious. If their character is showy, we may be momentarily attracted, but the attraction wears off. There's no depth, no contrary motion to pull us in. The key to both attracting and holding attention is to radiate mystery. And no one is naturally mysterious, at least not for long. Mystery is something you have to work at, a ploy on your part, and something that must be used early on in the seduction. Let one part of your character show so everyone notices it. In the example of Wilde, this was the mannered affectation conveyed by his clothes and poses, but also send out a mixed signal, some sign that you're not what you seem, a paradox. Don't worry if this underquality is a negative one, like danger, cruelty, or amorality. People will be drawn to the enigma anyway, and pure goodness is rarely seductive. Keys to seduction. Nothing can proceed in seduction unless you can attract and hold your victim's attention, your physical presence becoming a haunting mental presence. It is actually quite easy to create that first stir, an alluring style of dress, a suggestive glance, something extreme about you. But what happens next? Our minds are barraged with images, not just from media, but from the disorder of daily life. And many of these images are quite striking. You become just one more thing screaming for attention. Your attractiveness will pass, unless you spark the more enduring kind of spell that makes people think of you in your absence. That means engaging their imaginations, making them think there is more to you than what they see. Once they start embellishing your image with their fantasies, they are hooked. This must, however, be done early on, before your targets know too much and their impressions of you are set. It should occur the moment they lay eyes on you. By sending mixed signals in that first encounter, you create a little surprise, a little tension. You seem to be one thing, innocent, brash, intellectual, witty, but you also throw them a glimpse of something else, devilish, shy, spontaneous, sad. Keep things subtle. If the second quality is too strong, you will seem schizophrenic. But make them wonder why you might be shy or sad underneath your brash intellectual wit, and you will have their attention. Give them an ambiguity that lets them see what they want to see. Capture their imagination with little voyeuristic glimpses into your dark soul. The Greek philosopher Socrates was one of history's greatest seducers. The young men who followed him as students were not just fascinated by his ideas, they fell in love with him. One such youth was Alcibiades, the notorious playboy who became a powerful political figure near the end of the 5th century BC. In Plato's Symposium, Alcibiades describes Socrates' seductive powers by comparing him to the little figures of Silenus that were made back then. In Greek myth, Silenus was quite ugly, but also a wise prophet. Accordingly, the statues of Silenus were hollow, and when you took them apart, you would find little figures of gods inside them, the inner truth and beauty under the unappealing exterior. And so for Alcibiades it was the same with Socrates, who was so ugly as to be repellent, but whose face radiated inner beauty and contentment. The effect was confusing and attractive. Antiquity's other great seducer, Cleopatra, also sent out mixed signals. By all accounts, physically alluring, in voice, face, body, and manner, she also had a brilliantly active mind, which for many writers of the time made her seem somewhat masculine in spirit. These contrary qualities gave her complexity, and complexity gave her power. To capture and hold attention, you need to show attributes that go against your physical appearance, creating depth and mystery. If you have a sweet face and an innocent air, let out hints of something dark, even vaguely cruel in your character. It isn't advertised in your words, but in your manner. The actor Errol Flynn had a boyishly angelic face and a slight air of sadness. Beneath this outward appearance, however, women could sense an underlying cruelty, a criminal streak, an exciting kind of dangerousness. This play of contrary qualities attracted obsessive interest. The female equivalent is the type epitomized by Marilyn Monroe. She had the face and voice of a little girl, but something sexual and naughty emanated powerfully from her as well. Madame Récamier did it all with her eyes, the gaze of an angel, suddenly interrupted by something sensual and flirtatious. Playing with gender roles is a kind of intriguing paradox that has a long history in seduction. The greatest Don Juans have had a touch of prettiness and femininity, and the most attractive courtesans have had a masculine streak. The strategy, though, is only powerful when the underquality is merely hinted at. If the mix is too obvious or striking, it will seem bizarre or even threatening. The great 17th century French courtesan, Ninon de l'Enclos, was decidedly feminine in appearance, yet everyone who met her was struck by a touch of aggressiveness and independence in her, but just a touch. The late 19th century Italian novelist Gabriele D'Annunzio was certainly masculine in his approaches, but there was a gentleness, a consideration mixed in, and an interest in feminine finery. The combinations can be juggled every which way. Oscar Wilde was quite feminine in appearance and manner, but the underlying suggestion that he was actually quite masculine drew both men and women to him. A potent variation on this theme is the blending of physical heat and emotional coldness. Dandies like Beau Brummel and Andy Warhol combine striking physical appearances with a kind of coldness of manner, a distance from everything and everyone. They are both enticing and elusive, and people spend lifetimes chasing after such men, trying to shatter their unattainability. The power of apparently unattainable people is devilishly seductive. We want to be the one to break them down. They also wrap themselves in ambiguity and mystery, either talking very little or talking only of surface matters, hinting at a depth of character you can never reach. When Marlene Dietrich entered a room or arrived at a party, all eyes inevitably turned to her. First, there were her startling clothes, chosen to make heads turn. Then there was her air of nonchalant indifference. Men and women, too, became obsessed with her, thinking of her long after other memories of the evening had faded. Remember, that first impression, that entrance, is critical. To show too much desire for attention is to signal insecurity and will often drive people away. Play it too cold and disinterested, on the other hand, and no one will bother coming near. The trick is to combine the two attitudes at the same moment. It is the essence of coquetry. Perhaps you have a reputation for a particular quality, which immediately comes to mind when people see you. You will better hold their attention by suggesting that behind this reputation some other quality lies lurking. No one had a darker, more sinful reputation than Lord Byron. What drove women wild was that behind his somewhat cold and disdainful exterior, they could sense that he was actually quite romantic, even spiritual. Byron played this up with his melancholic airs and occasional kind deed. Transfixed and confused, many women thought that they could be the one to lead him back to goodness, to make him a faithful lover. Once a woman entertained such a thought, she was completely under his spell. It is not difficult to create such a seductive effect. Should you be known as eminently rational, say, hint at something irrational. Johannes, the narrator in Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, first treats the young Cordelia with businesslike politeness, as his reputation would lead her to expect. Yet she very soon overhears him making remarks that hint at a wild, poetic streak in his character, and she is excited and intrigued. These principles have applications far beyond sexual seduction. To hold the attention of a broad public, to seduce them into thinking about you, you need to mix your signals. Display too much of one quality, even if it is a noble one, like knowledge or efficiency, and people will feel that you lack humanity. We are all complex and ambiguous, full of contradictory impulses. If you show only one side, even if it is your good side, you will wear on people's nerves. They will suspect you are a hypocrite. Mahatma Gandhi, a saintly figure, openly confessed to feelings of anger and vengefulness. John F. Kennedy, the most seductive American public figure of modern times, was a walking paradox, an East Coast aristocrat with a love of the common man, an obviously masculine man, a war hero, with a vulnerability you could sense underneath, an intellectual who loved popular culture. People were drawn to Kennedy like the steel filings in Wilde's fable. A bright surface may have a decorative charm, but what draws your eye into a painting is a depth of field, an inexpressible ambiguity, a surreal complexity. Reversal. The complexity you signal to other people will only affect them properly if they have the capacity to enjoy a mystery. Some people like things simple and lack the patience to pursue a person who confuses them. They prefer to be dazzled and overwhelmed. The great Belle Epoque courtesan known as La Belle Otero would work a complex magic on artists and political figures who fell for her. But in dealing with the more uncomplicated, sensual male, she would astound them with spectacle and beauty. When meeting a woman for the first time, Casanova might dress in the most fantastic outfit, with jewels and brilliant colors to dazzle the eye. He would use the target's reaction to gauge whether or not she would demand a more complicated seduction. Some of his victims, particularly young girls, needed no more than the glittering and spellbinding appearance, which was really what they wanted, and the seduction would stay on that level. Everything depends on your target. Do not bother creating depth for people who are insensitive to it, or who may even be put off or disturbed by it. You can recognize such types by their preference for the simpler pleasures in life, their lack of patience for a more nuanced story. With them, keep it simple. Chapter 4. Appear to be an object of desire. Create triangles. Few are drawn to the person whom others avoid or neglect. People gather around those who have already attracted interest. We want what other people want. To draw your victims closer and make them hungry to possess you, you must create an aura of desirability, of being wanted and courted by many. It will become a point of vanity for them to be the preferred object of your attention, to win you away from a crowd of admirers. Manufacture the illusion of popularity by surrounding yourself with members of the opposite sex, friends, former lovers, present suitors. Create triangles that stimulate rivalry and raise your value. Build a reputation that precedes you. If many have succumbed to your charms, there must be a reason. Creating triangles. One evening in 1882, the 32-year-old Prussian philosopher Paul Rée, living in Rome at the time, visited the house of an older woman who ran a salon for writers and artists. Rée noticed a newcomer there, a 21-year-old Russian girl named Lou von Salome, who had come to Rome on holiday with her mother. Rée introduced himself, and they began a conversation that lasted well into the night. Her ideas about God and morality were like his own. She talked with such intensity, yet at the same time her eyes seemed to flirt with him. Over the next few days, Rée and Salome took long walks through the city. Intrigued by her mind, yet confused by the emotions she aroused, he wanted to spend more time with her. Then, one day, she startled him with a proposition. She knew he was a close friend of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, then also visiting Italy. The three of them, she said, should travel together. No, actually live together, in a kind of philosopher's ménage à trois. A fierce critic of Christian morals, Rée found this idea delightful. He wrote to his friend about Salome, describing how desperate she was to meet him. After a few such letters, Nietzsche hurried to Rome. Ray had made this invitation to please Salome and to impress her. He also wanted to see if Nietzsche shared his enthusiasm for the young girl's ideas. But as soon as Nietzsche arrived, something unpleasant happened. The great philosopher, who had always been a loner, was obviously smitten with Salome. Instead of the three of them sharing intellectual conversations together, Nietzsche seemed to be conspiring to get the girl alone. When Ray caught glimpses of Nietzsche and Salome talking without including him, he felt shivers of jealousy. Forget about some philosopher's ménage à trois. Salome was his. He had discovered her, and he would not share her even with his good friend. Somehow, he had to get her alone. Only then could he woo and win her. Madame Salome had planned to escort her daughter back to Russia, but Salome wanted to stay in Europe. Ray intervened, offering to travel with the Salomes to Germany and introduce them to his own mother, whom he promised would look after the girl and act as a chaperone. Ray knew that his mother would be a lax guardian at best. Madame Salome agreed to this proposal, but Nietzsche was harder to shake. He decided to join them on their northward journey to Ray's home in Prussia. At one point in the trip, Nietzsche and Salome took a walk by themselves, and when they came back, Ray had the feeling that something physical had happened between them. His blood boiled. Salome was slipping from his grasp. Finally, the group split up, the mother returning to Russia, Nietzsche to his summer place in Teutoburg, Ray and Salome staying behind at Ray's home. But Salome did not stay long. She accepted an invitation of Nietzsche's to visit him, unchaperoned, in Teutoburg. In her absence, Ray was consumed with doubts and anger. He wanted her more than ever, and was prepared to redouble his efforts. When she finally came back, Ray vented his bitterness, railing against Nietzsche, criticizing his philosophy and questioning his motives toward the girl. But Salome took Nietzsche's side. Ray was in despair. He felt he had lost her for good. Yet a few days later, she surprised him again. She had decided she wanted to live with him, and with him alone. At last, Ray had what he had wanted, or so he thought. The couple settled in Berlin, where they rented an apartment together. But now, to Ray's dismay, the old pattern repeated. They lived together, but Salome was courted on all sides by young men. The darling of Berlin's intellectuals, who admired her independent spirit, her refusal to compromise, she was constantly surrounded by a harem of men, who referred to her as Her Excellency. Once again, Ray found himself competing for her attention. Driven to despair, he left her a few years later and eventually committed suicide. In 1911, Sigmund Freud met Salome, now known as Lou Andreas Salome, at a conference in Germany. She wanted to devote herself to the psychoanalytical movement, she said, and Freud found her enchanting, although, like everyone else, he knew the story of her infamous affair with Nietzsche. Salome had no background in psychoanalysis or in therapy of any kind, but Freud admitted her into the inner circle of followers who attended his private lectures. Soon after she joined the circle, one of Freud's most promising and brilliant students, Dr. Victor Tausk, 16 years younger than Salome, fell in love with her. Salome's relationship with Freud had been platonic, but he had grown extremely fond of her. He was depressed when she missed a lecture, and would send her notes and flowers. Her involvement in a love affair with Tausk made him intensely jealous, and he began to compete for her attention. Tausk had been like a son to him, but the son was threatening to steal the father's platonic lover. Soon, however, Salome left Tausk. Now her friendship with Freud was stronger than ever, and so it lasted until her death in 1937. Interpretation. Men did not just fall in love with Lou Andreas Salome. They were overwhelmed with the desire to possess her. to wrest her away from others, to be the proud owner of her body and spirit. They rarely saw her alone. She always, in some way, surrounded herself with other men. When she saw that Ray was interested in her, she mentioned her desire to meet Nietzsche. This inflamed Ray and made him want to marry her and to keep him for himself. But she insisted on meeting his friend. His letters to Nietzsche betrayed his desire for this woman, and this in turn kindled Nietzsche's own desire for her, even before he had met her. Every time one of the two men was alone with her, the other was in the background. Then, later on, most of the men who met her knew of the infamous Nietzsche affair, and this only increased their desire to possess her, to compete with Nietzsche's memory. Freud's affection for her, similarly, turned into potent desire when he had to vie with Tausk for her attention. Salome was intelligent and attractive enough on her own account, but her constant strategy of imposing a triangle of relationships on her suitors made her desirability intense. And while they fought over her, she had the power, being desired by all and subject to none. Our desire for another person almost always involves social considerations. We are attracted to those who are attractive to other people. We want to possess them and steal them away. You can believe all the sentimental nonsense you want to about desire, but in the end, much of it has to do with vanity and greed. Don't whine and moralize about people's selfishness, but simply use it to your advantage. The illusion that you're desired by others will make you more attractive to your victims than your beautiful face or your perfect body. And the most effective way to create that illusion is to create a triangle. Impose another person between you and your victim, and subtly make your victim aware of how much this other person wants you. The third point on the triangle doesn't have to be just one person. Surround yourself with admirers. Reveal your past conquests. In other words, envelop yourself in an aura of desirability. Make your targets compete with your past and your present. They will long to possess you all to themselves, giving you great power for as long as you elude their grasp. Fail to make yourself an object of desire right from the start, and you will end up the sorry slave to the whims of your lovers. They will abandon you the moment they lose interest. Keys to seduction. We are social creatures, and are immensely influenced by the tastes and desires of other people. Imagine a large social gathering. You see a man alone whom nobody talks to for any length of time, and who is wandering around without company. Isn't there a kind of self-fulfilling isolation about him? Why is he alone? Why is he avoided? There has to be a reason. Until someone takes pity on this man and starts up a conversation with him, he will look unwanted and unwantable. But over there, in another corner, is a woman surrounded by people. They laugh at her remarks, and as they laugh, others join the group, attracted by its gaiety. When she moves around, people follow. Her face is glowing with attention. There has to be a reason. In both cases, of course, there doesn't actually have to be a reason at all. The neglected man may have quite charming qualities, supposing you ever talk to him, but most likely you won't. Desirability is a social illusion. Its source is less what you say or do, or any kind of boasting or self-advertisement, than the sense that other people desire you. To turn your target's interest into something deeper, into desire, you must make them see you as a person whom others cherish and covet. Desire is both imitative, we like what others like, and competitive, we want to take away from others what they have. As children, we wanted to monopolize the attention of a parent, to draw it away from other siblings. This sense of rivalry pervades human desire, repeating throughout our lives. Make people compete for your attention. Make them see you as sought after by everyone else. The aura of desirability will envelop you. Your admirers can be friends or even suitors. Call it the harem effect. Pauline Bonaparte, sister of Napoleon, raised her value in men's eyes by always having a group of worshipful men around her at balls and parties. If she went for a walk, it was never with one man, always with 2 or 3. Perhaps these men were simply friends, or even just props and hangers-on. The sight of them was enough to suggest that she was prized and desired, a woman worth fighting over. Andy Warhol, too, surrounded himself with the most glamorous, interesting people he could find. To be part of his inner circle meant that you were desirable as well. By placing himself in the middle but keeping himself aloof from it all, he made everyone compete for his attention. He stirred people's desire to possess him by holding back. Practices like these not only stimulate competitive desires, they take aim at people's prime weakness, their vanity and self-esteem. We can endure feeling that another person has more talent or more money, but the sense that a rival is more desirable than we are, that is unbearable. In the early 18th century, the Duc de Richelieu, a great rake, managed to seduce a young woman who was rather religious but whose husband, a dolt, was often away. He then proceeded to seduce her upstairs neighbor, a young widow. When the 2 women discovered that he was going from one to the other in the same night, they confronted him. A lesser man would have fled, but not the Duke. He understood the dynamic of vanity and desire. Neither woman wanted to feel that he preferred the other, and so he managed to arrange a ménage à trois, knowing that now they would struggle between themselves to be the favorite. When people's vanity is at risk, you can make them do whatever you want. According to Stendhal, if there is a woman you are interested in, pay attention to her sister. That will stir a triangular desire. Your reputation, your illustrious past as a seducer, is an effective way of creating an aura of desirability. Women threw themselves at Errol Flynn's feet, not because of his handsome face, and certainly not because of his acting skills, but because of his reputation. They knew that other women had found him irresistible. Once he had established that reputation, he didn't have to chase women anymore. They came to him. Men who believe that a rakish reputation will make women fear or distrust them and should be played down are quite wrong. On the contrary, it makes them more attractive. The virtuous Duchess de Montpensier, the grande mademoiselle of 17th century France, began by enjoying a friendship with the rake Lauzun, but a troubling thought soon occurred to her. If a man with Lauzun's past did not see her as a possible lover, something had to be wrong with her. This anxiety eventually pushed her into his arms. To be part of a great seducer's club of conquests can be a matter of vanity and pride. We are happy to be in such company, to have our name broadcast as this man or woman's lover. Your own reputation may not be so alluring, but you must find a way to suggest to your victim that others, many others, have found you desirable. It's reassuring. There's nothing like a restaurant full of empty tables to persuade you not to go in. A variation on the triangle strategy is the use of contrasts. Careful exploitation of people who are dull or unattractive may enhance your desirability by comparison. At a social affair, for instance, make sure that your target has to chat with the most boring person available. Come to the rescue, and your target will be delighted to see you. In The Seducer's Diary by Soren Kierkegaard, Johannes has designs on the innocent young Cordelia. Knowing that his friend Edward is hopelessly shy and dull, he encourages this man to court her. A few weeks of Edward's attentions will make her eyes wander in search of someone else, anyone else, and Johannes will make sure that they settle on him. Johannes chose to strategize and maneuver, but almost any social environment will contain contrasts you can make use of almost naturally. The 17th century English actress Nell Gwynn became the main mistress of King Charles II because her humor and unaffectedness made her that much more desirable among the many stiff and pretentious ladies of Charles's court. When the Shanghai actress Jiang Qing met Mao Zedong in 1937, she didn't have to do much to seduce him. The other women in his mountain camp in Yan'an dressed like men and were decidedly unfeminine. The sight alone of Jiang was enough to seduce Mao, who soon left his wife for her. To make use of contrasts, either develop and display those attractive attributes, humor, vivacity, and so on, that are the scarcest in your own social group, or choose a group in which your natural qualities are rare and will shine. The use of contrasts has vast political ramifications, for a political figure must also seduce and seem desirable. Learn to play up the qualities that your rivals lack. Peter II, Tsar in 18th century Russia, was arrogant and irresponsible, so his wife, Catherine the Great, did all she could to seem modest and dependable. When Vladimir Lenin returned to Russia in 1917 after Tsar Nicholas II had been deposed, he made a show of decisiveness and discipline, precisely what no other leader had at the time. In the American presidential race of 1980, the irresoluteness of Jimmy Carter made the single-mindedness of Ronald Reagan look desirable. Contrasts are eminently seductive because they don't depend on your own words or self-advertisements. The public reads them unconsciously and sees what it wants to see. Finally, appearing to be desired by others will raise your value, but often how you carry yourself can influence this as well. Do not let your targets see you so often. Keep your distance, seem unattainable, out of their reach. An object that is rare and hard to obtain is generally more prized. Reversal. There is no reversal. It is essential to appear desirable in the eyes of others. Chapter 5. Create a need. Stir anxiety and discontent. A perfectly satisfied person cannot be seduced. Tension and disharmony must be instilled in your targets' minds. Stir within them feelings of discontent and unhappiness with their circumstances and with themselves. Their life lacks adventure. They have strayed from the ideals of their youth. They have become boring. The feelings of inadequacy that you create will give you space to insinuate yourself, to make them see you as the answer to their problems. Pain and anxiety are the proper precursors to pleasure. Learn to manufacture the need that you can fill. Opening a wound. In the coal mining town of Eastwood in central England, David Herbert Lawrence was considered something of a strange lad. Pale and delicate, he had no time for games or boyish pursuits, but was interested in literature, and he preferred the company of girls, who made up most of his friends. Lawrence often visited the Chambers family, who had been his neighbors until they moved out of Eastwood to a farm not far away. He liked to study with the Chambers sisters, particularly Jessie. She was shy and serious, and getting her to open up and confide in him was a pleasurable challenge. Jessie grew quite attached to Lawrence over the years, and they became good friends. One day, in 1906, Lawrence, 21 at the time, did not show up at the usual hour for his study session with Jessie. He finally arrived much later, in a mood she had never seen before, preoccupied and quiet. Now it was her turn to make him open up. Finally, he talked. He felt she was getting too close to him. What about her future? Whom would she marry? Certainly not him, he said, for they were just friends. But it was unfair of him to keep her from seeing others. They should, of course, remain friends and have their talks, but maybe less often. When he finished and left, she felt a strange emptiness. She had yet to think much about love or marriage. Suddenly, she had doubts. What would her future be? Why wasn't she thinking about it? She felt anxious and upset, without understanding why. Lawrence continued to visit, but everything had changed. He criticized her for this and that. She wasn't very physical. What kind of wife would she make anyway? A man needed more from a woman than just talk. He likened her to a nun. They began to see each other less often. When, some time later, Lawrence accepted a teaching position at a school outside London, she felt part relieved to be rid of him for a while. But when he said goodbye to her, and intimated that it might be for the last time, she broke down and cried. Then he started sending her weekly letters. He would write about girls he was seeing. Maybe one of them would be his wife. Finally, at his behest, she visited him in London. They got along well, as in the old times, but he continued to badger her about her future, picking at that old wound. At Christmas he was back in Eastwood, and when he visited her he seemed exultant. He had decided that it was Jessie he should marry, that he had, in fact, been attracted to her all along. They should keep it quiet for a while, although his writing career was taking off. His first novel was about to be published. He needed to make more money. Caught off guard by this sudden announcement and overwhelmed with happiness, Jessie agreed to everything, and they became lovers. Soon, however, the familiar pattern repeated. Criticisms, breakups, announcements that he was engaged to another girl. This only deepened his hold on her. It was not until 1912 that she finally decided never to see him again, disturbed by his portrayal of her in the autobiographical novel Sons and Lovers. But Lawrence remained a lifelong obsession for her. In 1913, a young Englishwoman named Ivy Lowe, who had read Lawrence's novels, began to correspond with him, her letters gushing with admiration. By now, Lawrence was married to a German woman, the Baroness Frieda von Richthofen. To Lowe's surprise, though, he invited her to visit him and his wife in Italy. She knew he was probably something of a Don Juan, but was eager to meet him and accepted his invitation. Lawrence was not what she had expected. His voice was high-pitched, his eyes were piercing, and there was something vaguely feminine about him. Soon they were taking walks together, with Lawrence confiding in Lowe. She felt that they were becoming friends, which delighted her. Then suddenly, just before she was to leave, he launched into a series of criticisms of her. She was so unspontaneous, so predictable, less human being than robot. Devastated by this unexpected attack, she nevertheless had to agree. What he had said was true. What could he have seen in her in the first place? Who was she, anyway? Lowe left Italy feeling empty, but then Lawrence continued to write to her, as if nothing had happened. She soon realized that she had fallen hopelessly in love with him, despite everything he had said to her. Or was it not despite what he had said, but because of it? In 1914, the writer John Middleton Murray received a letter from Lawrence, a good friend of his. In the letter, out of nowhere, Lawrence criticized Middleton Murray for being passionless and not gallant enough with his wife, the novelist Catherine Mansfield. Middleton Murray later wrote, quote, "I had never felt for a man before what his letter made me feel for him. It was a new thing, a unique thing in my experience, and it was to remain unique." Unquote. He felt that beneath Lawrence's criticisms lay some weird kind of affection. Whenever he saw Lawrence from then on, he felt a strange physical attraction that he could not explain. Interpretation. The number of women and of men who fell under Lawrence's spell is astonishing, given how unpleasant he could be. In almost every case, the relationship began in friendship, with frank talks, exchanges of confidences, a spiritual bond. Then, invariably, he would suddenly turn against them, voicing harsh personal criticisms. He would know them well by that time, and the criticisms were often quite accurate, and hit a nerve. This would inevitably trigger confusion in his victims, and a sense of anxiety, a feeling that something was wrong with them. Jolted out of their usual sense of normality, they would feel divided inside. With half of their minds, they wondered why he was doing this, and felt he was unfair. With the other half, they believed it was all true. Then, in those moments of self-doubt, they would get a letter or a visit from him, in which he was his old charming self. Now they saw him differently. Now they were weak and vulnerable, in need of something, and he would seem so strong. Now he drew them to him, feelings of friendship turning into affection and desire. Once they felt uncertain about themselves, they were susceptible to falling in love. Most of us protect ourselves from the harshness of life by succumbing to routines and patterns, by closing ourselves off from others. But underlying these habits is a tremendous sense of insecurity and defensiveness. We feel we are not really living. The seducer must pick at this wound and bring these semi-conscious thoughts into full awareness. This was what Lawrence did. His sudden, brutally unexpected jabs would hit people at their weak spot. Although Lawrence had great success with his frontal approach, it's often better to stir thoughts of inadequacy and uncertainty indirectly, by hinting at comparisons to yourself or to others, and by insinuating somehow that your victims' lives are less grand than they had imagined. You want them to feel at war with themselves, torn in two directions, and anxious about it. Anxiety, a feeling of lack and need, is the precursor of all desire. These jolts in the victim's mind create space for you to insinuate your poison, the siren call of adventure or fulfillment that will make them follow you into your web. Without anxiety and a sense of lack, there can be no seduction. Keys to seduction. Everyone wears a mask in society. We pretend to be more sure of ourselves than we are. We don't want other people to glimpse that doubting self within us. In truth, our egos and personalities are much more fragile than they appear to be. They cover up feelings of confusion and emptiness. As a seducer, you must never mistake a person's appearance for the reality. People are always susceptible to being seduced because, in fact, everyone lacks a sense of completeness, feels something missing deep inside. Bring their doubts and anxieties to the surface, and they can be led and lured to follow you. No one can see you as someone to follow or fall in love with unless they first reflect on themselves somehow and on what they're missing. Before the seduction proceeds, you must place a mirror in front of them in which they glimpse that inner emptiness. Made aware of a lack, they now can focus on you as the person who can fill that empty space. Remember, most of us are lazy. To relieve our feelings of boredom or inadequacy on our own takes too much effort. Letting someone else do the job is both easier and more exciting. The desire to have someone fill up our emptiness is the weakness on which all seducers prey. Make people anxious about the future, make them depressed, make them question their identity, make them sense the boredom that gnaws at their life. The ground is prepared. The seeds of seduction can be sown. In Plato's dialogue Symposium, the West's oldest treatise on love, and a text that has had a determining influence on our ideas of desire, the courtesan Diotima explains to Socrates the parentage of Eros, the god of love. Eros's father was contrivance, or cunning, and his mother was poverty, or need. Eros takes after his parents. He is constantly in need, which he is constantly contriving to fill. As the god of love, he knows that love cannot be induced in another person unless they too feel need. And that is what his arrows do. Piercing people's flesh, they make them feel a lack, an ache, a hunger. This is the essence of your task as a seducer. Like Eros, you must create a wound in your victim, aiming at their soft spot, the chink in their self-esteem. If they're stuck in a rut, make them feel it more deeply, innocently bringing it up and talking about it. What you want is a wound, an insecurity you can expand a little, an anxiety that can best be relieved by involvement with another person, namely, you. They must feel the wound before they fall in love. Notice how Lawrence stirred anxiety, always hitting at his victim's weak spot. For Jessie Chambers, her physical coldness. For Ivy Lowe, her lack of spontaneity. For Middleton Murray, his lack of gallantry. Cleopatra got Julius Caesar to sleep with her the first night he met her. But the real seduction, the one that made him her slave, began later. In their ensuing conversations, she talked repeatedly of Alexander the Great, the hero from whom she was supposedly descended. No one could compare to him. By implication, Caesar was made to feel inferior. Understanding that beneath his bravado Caesar was insecure, Cleopatra awakened in him an anxiety, a hunger to prove his greatness. Once he felt this way, he was easily further seduced. Doubts about his masculinity was his tender spot. When Caesar was assassinated, Cleopatra turned her sights on Mark Antony, one of Caesar's successors in the leadership of Rome. Antony loved pleasure and spectacle, and his tastes were crude. She appeared to him first on her royal barge, then wined and dined and banqueted him. Everything was geared to suggest to him the superiority of the Egyptian way of life over the Roman, at least when it came to pleasure. The Romans were boring and unsophisticated by comparison, and once Antony was made to feel how much he was missing in spending his time with his dull soldiers and his matronly Roman wife, he could be made to see Cleopatra as the incarnation of all that was exciting. He became her slave. This is the lure of the exotic. In your role of seducer, try to position yourself as coming from the outside, as a stranger of sorts. You represent change, difference, a breakup of routines. Make your victims feel that, by comparison, their lives are boring, and their friends less interesting than they had thought. Lawrence made his targets feel personally inadequate. If you find it hard to be so brutal, concentrate on their friends, their circumstances, the externals of their lives. There are many legends of Don Juan, but they often describe him seducing a village girl by making her feel that her life is horribly provincial. He, meanwhile, wears glittering clothes and has a noble bearing. Strange and exotic, he's always from somewhere else. First, she feels the boredom of her life, then she sees him as her salvation. Remember, people prefer to feel that if their life is uninteresting, it's not because of themselves, but because of their circumstances. The dull people they know, the town into which they were born. Once you make them feel the lure of the exotic, seduction is easy. Another devilishly seductive area to aim at is the victim's past. To grow old is to renounce or compromise youthful ideals, to become less spontaneous, less alive, in a way. This knowledge lies dormant in all of us. As a seducer, you must bring it to the surface, make it clear how far people have strayed from their past goals and ideals. You, in turn, Present yourself as representing that ideal, as offering a chance to recapture lost youth through adventure, through seduction. In her later years, Queen Elizabeth I of England was known as a rather stern and demanding ruler. She made it a point not to let her courtiers see anything soft or weak in her. But then, Robert Devereux, the second Earl of Essex, came to court. Much younger than the Queen, the dashing Essex would often chastise her for her sourness. The Queen would forgive him. He was so exuberant and spontaneous, he could not control himself. But his comments got under her skin. In the presence of Essex, she came to remember all the youthful ideals, spiritedness, feminine charm, that had since vanished from her life. She also felt a little of that girlish spirit return when she was around him. He quickly became her favorite, and soon she was in love with him. Old age is constantly seduced by youth, but first the young people must make it clear what the older ones are missing, how they have lost their ideals. Only then will they feel that the presence of the young will let them recapture that spark, the rebellious spirit that age and society have conspired to repress. This concept has infinite applications. Corporations and politicians know that they cannot seduce their public into buying what they want them to buy or doing what they want them to do unless they first awaken a sense of need and discontent. Make the masses uncertain about their identity, and you can help define it for them. It is as true of groups or nations as it is of individuals. They cannot be seduced without being made to feel some lack. Part of John F. Kennedy's election strategy in 1960 was to make Americans unhappy about the 1950s and how far the country had strayed from its ideals. In talking about the 1950s, he didn't mention the nation's economic stability or its emergence as a superpower. Instead, he implied that the period was marked by conformity, a lack of risk and adventure, a loss of our frontier values. To vote for Kennedy was to embark on a collective adventure, to go back to ideals we had given up. But before anyone joined his crusade, they had to be made aware of how much they had lost, what was missing. A group, like an individual, can get mired in routine, losing track of its original goals. Too much prosperity saps it of strength. You can seduce an entire nation by aiming at its collective insecurity, that latent sense that not everything is what it seems. Stirring dissatisfaction with the present and reminding people about the glorious past can unsettle their sense of identity. Then you can be the one to redefine it. A grand seduction. Reversal. If you go too far in lowering the target's self-esteem, they may feel too insecure to enter into your seduction. Do not be heavy-handed. Like Lawrence, always follow up the wounding attack with a soothing gesture. Otherwise, you will simply alienate them. Charm is often a subtler and more effective route to seduction. The Victorian Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, always made people feel better about themselves. He deferred to them, made them the center of attention, made them feel witty and vibrant. He was a boon to their vanity, and they grew addicted to him. This is a kind of diffused seduction, lacking in tension and in the deep emotions that the sexual variety stirs. It bypasses people's hunger, their need for some kind of fulfillment. But if you're subtle and clever, it can be a way of lowering their defenses, creating an unthreatening friendship. Once they are under your spell in this way, you can then open the wound. Indeed, after Disraeli had charmed Queen Victoria and established a friendship with her, he made her feel vaguely inadequate in the establishment of an empire and the realization of her ideals. Everything depends on the target. People who are riddled with insecurities may require the gentler variety. Once they feel comfortable with you, aim your arrows. Chapter 6. Master the Art of Insinuation. Making your targets feel dissatisfied and in need of your attention is essential, but if you are too obvious, they will see through you and grow defensive. There is no known defense, however, against insinuation, the art of planting ideas in people's minds by dropping elusive hints that take root days later, even appearing to them as their own idea. Insinuation is the supreme means of influencing people. Create a sublanguage, bold statements followed by retraction and apology, ambiguous comments, banal talk combined with alluring glances that enters the target's unconscious to convey your real meaning. Make everything suggestive. Insinuating desire. One evening in the 1770s, a young man went to the Paris Opera to meet his lover, a countess. The couple had been fighting, and he was anxious to see her again. The countess had not arrived yet at her box, but from an adjacent one, a friend of hers called out to the young man to join her, remarking that it was an excellent stroke of luck that they had met that evening. He must keep her company on a trip she had to take. The young man wanted urgently to see the countess, but Madame was charming and insistent, and he agreed to go with her. Before he could ask why or where, she quickly escorted him to her carriage outside, which then sped off. Now, the young man enjoined his hostess to tell him where she was taking him. At first, she just laughed, but finally she told him, to her husband's chateau. The couple had been estranged, but had decided to reconcile. Her husband was a bore, however, and she felt a charming young man like himself would liven things up. The young man was intrigued. Madame was an older woman with a reputation for being rather formal, though he also knew she had a lover, a marquis. Why had she chosen him for this excursion? Her story was not quite credible. Then, as they traveled, she suggested he look out the window at the passing landscape, as she was doing. He had to lean over toward her to do so, and just as he did, the carriage jolted. She grabbed his hand and fell into his arms. She stayed there for a moment, then pulled away from him rather abruptly. After an awkward silence, she said, "Do you intend to convince me of my imprudence in your regard?" He protested that the incident had been an accident, and reassured her he would behave himself. In truth, however, having her in his arms had made him think otherwise. They arrived at the chateau. The husband came to meet them, and the young man expressed his admiration of the building. "What you see is nothing," Madame interrupted. "I must take you to Monsieur's apartment." Before he could ask what she meant, the subject was quickly changed. The husband was indeed a bore, but he excused himself after supper. Now Madame and the young man were alone. She invited him to walk with her in the gardens. It was a splendid evening, and as they walked, she slipped her arm in his. She wasn't worried that he would take advantage of her, she said, because she knew how attached he was to her good friend, the Countess. They talked of other things, and then she returned to the topic of his lover. "Is she making you quite happy?" "Oh, I fear the contrary, and this distresses me. Are you not often the victim of her strange whims?" she said. To the young man's surprise, Madame began to talk of the Countess in a way that made it seem that she had been unfaithful to him, which was something he had suspected. Madame sighed. She regretted saying such things about her friend, and asked him to forgive her. Then, as if a new thought had occurred to her, she mentioned a nearby pavilion, a delightful place, full of pleasant memories. But the shame of it was locked, and she had no key. And yet they found their way to the pavilion, and lo and behold, the door had been left open. It was dark inside, but the young man could sense that it was a place for trysts. They entered and sank onto a sofa, and before he knew what had come over him, he took her in his arms. Madame seemed to push him away, but then gave in. Finally, she came to her senses. They must return to the house. Had he gone too far? He must try to control himself. As they strolled back to the house, Madame remarked, "What a delicious night we've just spent." Was she referring to what had happened in the pavilion? "There's an even more charming room in the chateau," she went on, "but I can't show you anything," implying he had been too forward. She had mentioned this room, Monsieur's apartment, several times before. He couldn't imagine what could be so interesting about it, but by now he was dying to see it, and insisted she show it to him. "If you promise to be good," she replied, her eyes widening. Through the darkness of the house, she led him into the room, which, to his delight, was a kind of temple of pleasure. There were mirrors on the walls, trompe-l'oeil paintings evoking a forest scene, even a dark grotto, and a garlanded statue of Eros. Overwhelmed by the mood of the place, the young man quickly resumed what he'd started in the pavilion, and would have lost all track of time if a servant had not rushed in and warned them that it was getting light outside. Monsieur would soon be up. They quickly separated. Later that day, as the young man prepared to leave, his hostess said, "Goodbye, monsieur. I owe you so many pleasures, but I have paid you with a beautiful dream. Now your love summons you to return. Don't give the Countess cause to quarrel with me." Reflecting on his experience on the way back, he could not figure out what it meant. He had the vague sensation of having been used, but the pleasures he remembered outweighed his doubts. Interpretation. Madame is a character in the 18th century libertine short story No Tomorrow by Vivant Denon. The young man is the story's narrator. Although fictional, Madame's techniques were clearly based on those of several well-known libertines of the time, masters of the game of seduction, and the most dangerous of their weapons was insinuation, the means by which Madame cast her spell on the young man, making him seem the aggressor, giving her the night of pleasure she desired, and safeguarding her guiltless reputation, all in one stroke. After all, he was the one who initiated physical contact, or so it seemed. In truth, she was the one in control, planting precisely the ideas in his mind that she wanted. That first physical encounter in the carriage, for instance, that she had set up by inviting him closer. She later rebuked him for being forward, but what lingered in his mind was the excitement of the moment. Her talk of the Countess made him confused and guilty, but then she hinted that his lover was unfaithful, planting a different seed in his mind. Anger and the desire for revenge. Then she asked him to forget what she had said and forgive her for saying it, a key insinuating tactic. "I am asking you to forget what I have said, but I know you cannot. The thought will remain in your mind." Provoked this way, it was inevitable he would grab her in the pavilion. She several times mentioned the room in the chateau. Of course, he insisted on going there. She enveloped the evening in an air of ambiguity. Even her words, "if you promise to be good," could be read several ways. The young man's head and heart were inflamed with all of the feelings, discontent, confusion, desire, that she had indirectly instilled in him. Particularly in the early phases of a seduction, learn to make everything you say and do a kind of insinuation. Insinuate doubt with a comment here and there about other people in the victim's life, making the victim feel vulnerable. Slight physical contact insinuates desire, as does a fleeting but memorable look, or an unusually warm tone of voice, both for the briefest of moments. A passing comment suggests that something about the victim interests you, but keep it subtle. your words revealing a possibility, creating a doubt. You are planting seeds that will take root in the weeks to come. When you are not there, your targets will fantasize about the ideas you have stirred up and brood upon the doubts. They are slowly being led into your web, unaware that you are in control. How can they resist or become defensive if they cannot even see what is happening? Keys to seduction. You cannot pass through life without, in one way or another, trying to persuade people of something. Take the direct route, saying exactly what you want, and your honesty may make you feel good, but you're probably not getting anywhere. People have their own sets of ideas, which are hardened into stone by habit. Your words, entering their minds, compete with the thousands of preconceived notions that are already there and get nowhere. Besides, people resent your attempt to persuade them, as if they were incapable of deciding by themselves, as if you knew better. Consider instead the power of insinuation and suggestion. It requires some patience and art, but the results are more than worth it. The way insinuation works is simple. Disguised in a banal remark or encounter, a hint is dropped. It's about some emotional issue, a possible pleasure not yet attained, a lack of excitement in a person's life. The hint registers in the back of the target's mind, a subtle stab at his or her insecurities. Its source is quickly forgotten. It's too subtle to be memorable at the time, and later, when it takes root and grows, it seems to have emerged naturally from the target's own mind, as if it was there all along. Insinuation lets you bypass people's natural resistance, for they seem to be listening only to what has originated in themselves. It's a language on its own, communicating directly with the unconscious. No seducer, no persuader can hope to succeed without mastering the language and art of insinuation. A strange man once arrived at the court of Louis XV. No one knew anything about him, and his accent and age were unplaceable. He called himself Count Saint-Germain. He was obviously wealthy. All kinds of gems and diamonds glittered on his jacket, his sleeves, his shoes, his fingers. He could play the violin to perfection, paint magnificently. But the most intoxicating thing about him was his conversation. In truth, the Count was the greatest charlatan of the 18th century, a man who had mastered the art of insinuation. As he spoke, a word here and there would slip out, a vague allusion to the philosopher's stone, which turned base metal into gold, or to the elixir of life. He did not say he possessed these things, but he made you associate him with their powers. Had he simply claimed to have them, no one would have believed him, and people would have turned away. The Count might refer to a man who had died 40 years earlier as if he had known him personally. Had this been so, the Count would have had to be in his 80s, although he looked to be in his 40s. He mentioned the elixir of life. He seems so young. The key to the Count's words was vagueness. He always dropped his hints into a lively conversation, grace notes in an ongoing melody. Only later would people reflect on what he had said. After a while, people started to come to him, inquiring about the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, not realizing that it was he who had planted these ideas in their minds. Remember, to sow a seductive idea, you must engage people's imaginations, their fantasies, their deepest yearnings. What sets the wheels spinning is suggesting things that people already want to hear. The possibility of pleasure, wealth, health, adventure. In the end, these good things turn out to be precisely what you seem to offer them. They will come to you, as if on their own, unaware that you insinuated the idea in their heads. In 1807, Napoleon Bonaparte decided it was critical for him to win the Russian Tsar Alexander I to his side. He wanted two things out of the Tsar: a peace treaty in which they agreed to carve up Europe and the Middle East, and a marriage alliance in which he would divorce his wife, Josephine, and marry into the Tsar's family. Instead of proposing these things directly, Napoleon decided to seduce the Tsar. Using polite social encounters and friendly conversations as his battlefields, he went to work. An apparent slip of the tongue revealed that Josephine could not bear children. Napoleon quickly changed the subject. A comment here and there seemed to suggest a linking of the destinies of France and Russia. Just before they were to part one evening, he talked of his desire for children, sighed sadly, then excused himself for bed, leaving the Tsar to sleep on this. He escorted the Tsar to a play on the themes of glory, honor, and empire. Now, in later conversations, he could disguise his insinuations under the cover of discussing the play. Within a few weeks, the Tsar was speaking to his ministers of a marriage alliance and a treaty with France, as if they were his own ideas. Slips of the tongue, apparently inadvertent sleep-on-it comments, alluring references, statements for which you quickly apologize, all of these have immense insinuating power. They get under people's skin like a poison and take on a life of their own. The key to succeeding with your insinuations is to make them when your targets are at their most relaxed or distracted, so that they're not aware of what is happening. Polite banter is often the perfect front for this. People are thinking about what they will say next, or are absorbed in their own thoughts. Your insinuations will barely register, which is how you want it. In one of his early campaigns, John F. Kennedy addressed a group of veterans. Kennedy's brave exploits during World War II, the PT-109 incident had made him a war hero, were known to all. But in the speech, he talked of the other men on the boat, never mentioning himself. He knew, however, that what he had done was on everyone's mind, because in fact he had put it there. Not only did his silence on the subject make them think of it on their own, it made Kennedy seem humble and modest, qualities that go well with heroism. In Seduction, as the French courtesan Ninon de L'Enclos advised, it's better not to talk about your love for a person. Let your target read it in your manner. Your silence on the subject will have more insinuating power than if you had addressed it directly. Not only words insinuate. Pay attention to gestures and looks. Madame Récamier's favorite technique was to keep her words banal and the look in her eyes enticing. The flow of conversation would keep men from thinking too deeply about these occasional looks, but they would be haunted by them. Lord Byron had his famous underlook. While everyone was discussing some uninteresting subject, he would seem to hang his head, but then a young woman, the target, would see him glancing upward at her, his head still tilted. It was a look that seemed dangerous, challenging, but also ambiguous. Many women were hooked by it. The face speaks its own language. We are used to trying to read people's faces, which are often better indicators of their feelings than what they say, which is so easy to control. Since people are always reading your looks, use them to transmit the insinuating signals you choose. Finally, the reason insinuation works so well is not just that it bypasses people's natural resistance, it is also the language of pleasure. There is too little mystery in the world. Too many people say exactly what they feel or want. We yearn for something enigmatic, for something to feed our fantasies. Because of the lack of suggestion and ambiguity in daily life, the person who uses them suddenly seems to have something alluring and full of promise. It's a kind of titillating game. What is this person up to? What does he or she mean? Hints, suggestions, and insinuations create a seductive atmosphere, signaling that their victim is no longer involved in the routines of daily life, but has entered another realm. Reversal. The danger in insinuation is that when you leave things ambiguous, your target may misread them. There are moments, particularly later on in a seduction, when it is best to communicate your idea directly, particularly once you know the target will welcome it. Casanova often played things that way. When he could sense that a woman desired him and needed little preparation, he would use a direct, sincere, gushing comment to go straight to her head like a drug and make her fall under his spell. When the rake and writer Gabriele D'Annunzio met a woman he desired, he rarely delayed. Flattery flowed from his mouth and pen. He would charm with his sincerity. Sincerity can be feigned, and is just one stratagem among others. This only works, however, when you sense that the target is easily yours. If not, the defenses and suspicions you raise by direct attack will make your seduction impossible. When in doubt, indirection is the better route. Chapter 7. Enter their spirit. Most people are locked in their own worlds, making them stubborn and hard to persuade. The way to lure them out of their shell and set up your seduction is to enter their spirit. Play by their rules. Enjoy what they enjoy. Adapt yourself to their moods. In doing so, you will stroke their deep-rooted narcissism and lower their defenses. Hypnotized by the mirror image you present, they will open up, becoming vulnerable to your subtle influence. Soon, you can shift the dynamic. Once you have entered their spirit, you can make them enter yours, at a point when it's too late to turn back. Indulge your target's every mood and whim, giving them nothing to react against or resist. The Indulgent Strategy. In October of 1861, the American journalist Cindy Adams was granted an exclusive interview with President Sukarno of Indonesia. It was a remarkable coup, for Adams was a little-known journalist at the time, while Sukarno was a world figure in the midst of a crisis. A leader of the fight for Indonesia's independence, he had been the country's president since 1949, when the Dutch finally gave up the colony. By the early 1960s, his daring foreign policy had made him hated in the United States, some calling him the Hitler of Asia. Adams decided that in the interests of a lively interview, she wouldn't be cowed or overawed by Sukarno, and she began the conversation by joking with him. To her pleasant surprise, her ice-breaking tactic seemed to work. Sukarno warmed up to her. He let the interview run well over an hour, and when it was over, he loaded her with gifts. Her success was remarkable enough, but even more so were the friendly letters she began to receive from Sukarno after she and her husband had returned to New York. A few years later, he proposed that she collaborate with him on his autobiography. Adams, who was used to doing puff pieces on third-rate celebrities, was confused. She knew Sukarno had a reputation as a devilish Don Juan, le grand séducteur, the French called him. He had had 4 wives and hundreds of conquests. He was handsome, and obviously he was attracted to her, but why choose her for this prestigious task? Perhaps his libido was too powerful for him to care about such things. Nevertheless, it was an offer she could not refuse. In January of 1964, Adams returned to Indonesia. Her strategy, she had decided, would stay the same. She would be the brassy, straight-talking lady who had seemed to charm Sukarno 3 years earlier. During her first interview with him for the book, she complained in rather strong terms about the rooms she had been given as lodgings. As if he were her secretary, she dictated a letter to him, which he was to sign, detailing the special treatment she was to be given by one and all. To her amazement, he dutifully copied out the letter and signed it. Next on Adam's schedule was a tour of Indonesia to interview people who had known Sukarno in his youth. So she complained to him about the plane she had to fly on, which she said was unsafe. "I tell you what, honey," she told him, "I think you should give me my own plane." "Okay," he answered, apparently somewhat abashed. One, however, was not enough, she went on. She required several planes and a helicopter and her own personal pilot, a good one. He agreed to everything. The leader of Indonesia seemed to be not just intimidated by Adams, but totally under her spell. He praised her intelligence and wit. At one point he confided, "Do you know why I'm doing this biography? Only because of you. That's why." He paid attention to her clothes, complimenting her outfits, noticing any change in them. He was more like a fawning suitor than the Hitler of Asia. Inevitably, of course, he made passes at her. She was an attractive woman. First, there was the hand on top of her hand, then a stolen kiss. She spurned him every time, making it clear she was happily married. But she was worried. If all he had wanted was an affair, the whole book deal could fall apart. Once again, though, her straightforward strategy seemed the right one. Surprisingly, he backed down without anger or resentment. He promised that his affection for her would remain platonic. She had to admit that he was not at all what she had expected, or what had been described to her. Perhaps he liked being dominated by a woman. The interviews continued for several months, and she noticed slight changes in him. She still addressed him familiarly, spicing the conversation with brazen comments, but now he returned them, delighting in this kind of saucy banter. He assumed the same lively mood that she strategically forced on herself. At first, he had dressed in military uniform or in his Italian suits. Now he dressed casually, even going barefoot, conforming to the casual style of their relationship. One night he remarked that he liked the color of her hair. It was Clairol, blue-black, she explained. He wanted to have the same color. She had to bring him a bottle. She did as he asked, imagining he was joking, but a few days later he requested her presence at the palace to dye his hair for him. She did so, and now they had the exact same hair color. The book, Sukarno, an autobiography as told to Cindy Adams, was published in 1965. To American readers' surprise, Sukarno came across as remarkably charming and lovable, which was indeed how Adams described him to one and all. If anyone argued, she would say that they did not know him the way she did. Sukarno was well pleased, and had the book distributed far and wide. It helped gain sympathy for him in Indonesia, where he was now being threatened with a military coup. And Sukarno was not surprised. He had known all along that Adams would do a far better job with his memoirs than any serious journalist.
Interpretation. Who was seducing whom? It was Sukarno who was doing the seducing, and his seduction of Adams followed a classical sequence. First, he chose the right victim. An experienced journalist would have resisted the lure of a personal relationship with the subject, and a man would have been less susceptible to his charm, and so he picked a woman, and one whose journalistic experience lay elsewhere. At his first meeting with Adams, he sent mixed signals. He was friendly to her, but hinted at another kind of interest as well. Then, having insinuated a doubt in her mind, perhaps he just wants an affair, he proceeded to mirror her. He indulged her every mood, retreating every time she complained. Indulging a person is a form of entering their spirit, letting them dominate for the time being. Perhaps Sukarno's passes at Adams showed his uncontrollable libido at work, or perhaps they were more cunning. He had a reputation as a Don Juan. Failing to make a pass at her would have hurt her feelings. Women are often less offended at being found attractive than one imagines, and Sukarno was clever enough to have given each of his 4 wives the impression that she was his favorite. The pass out of the way, he moved further into her spirit, taking on her casual air, even slightly feminizing himself by adopting her hair color. The result was that she decided he wasn't what she had expected or feared him to be. He wasn't in the least threatening, and after all, she was the one in control. What Adams failed to realize was that once her defenses were lowered, she was oblivious to how deeply he had engaged her emotions. She had not charmed him. He had charmed her. What he wanted all along was what he got. A personal memoir written by a sympathetic foreigner who gave the world a rather engaging portrait of a man of whom many were suspicious. Of all the seductive tactics, entering someone's spirit is perhaps the most devilish of all. It gives your victims the feeling that they are seducing you. The fact that you are indulging them, imitating them, entering their spirit suggests that you are under their spell. You aren't a dangerous seducer to be wary of, but someone compliant and unthreatening. The attention you pay to them is intoxicating. Since you're mirroring them, everything they see and hear from you reflects their own ego and tastes. What a boost to their vanity. All this sets up the seduction, the series of maneuvers that will turn the dynamic around. Once their defenses are down, they are open to your subtle influence. Soon you'll begin to take over the dance, and without even noticing the shift, they will find themselves entering your spirit. This is the end game. Keys to seduction. One of the great sources of frustration in our lives is other people's stubbornness. How hard it is to reach them, to make them see things our way. We often have the impression that when they seem to be listening to us and apparently agreeing with us, it's all superficial. The moment we're gone, they revert to their own ideas. We spend our lives butting up against people as if they were stone walls. But instead of complaining about how misunderstood or ignored you are, why not try something different? Instead of seeing other people as spiteful or indifferent, instead of trying to figure out why they act the way they do, look at them through the eyes of the seducer. The way to lure people out of their natural intractability and self-obsession is to enter their spirit. All of us are narcissists. When we were children, our narcissism was physical. We were interested in our own image, our own body, as if it were a separate being. As we grow older, our narcissism grows more psychological. We become absorbed in our own tastes, opinions, experiences. A hard shell forms around us. Paradoxically, the way to entice people out of the shell is to become more like them. In fact, a kind of mirror image of them. You don't have to spend days studying their minds. Simply conform to their moods, adapt to their tastes, play along with whatever they send your way. In doing so, you will lower their natural defensiveness. Their sense of self-esteem doesn't feel threatened by your strangeness or different habits. People truly love themselves, but what they love most of all is to see their ideas and tastes reflected in another person. This validates them. Their habitual insecurity vanishes. Hypnotized by their mirror image, they relax. Now that their inner wall has crumbled, you can slowly draw them out, and eventually turn the dynamic around. Once they're open to you, it becomes easy to infect them with your own moods and heat. Entering the other person's spirit is a kind of hypnosis. It is the most insidious and effective form of persuasion known to man. In the 18th century Chinese novel, The Dream of the Red Chamber, all the young girls in the prosperous house of Jia are in love with the rakish Bao Yu.
He is certainly handsome, but what makes him irresistible is his uncanny ability to enter a young girl's spirit. Bao Yu has spent his youth around girls, whose company he's always preferred. As a result, he never comes over as threatening and aggressive. He's granted entry to girls' rooms. They see him everywhere, and the more they see him, the more they fall under his spell. It's not that Bao Yu is feminine. He remains a man, but one who can be more or less masculine as the situation requires. His familiarity with young girls allows him the flexibility to enter their spirit. This is a great advantage. The difference between the sexes is what makes love and seduction possible, but it also involves an element of fear and distrust. A woman may fear male aggression and violence. A man is often unable to enter a woman's spirit, and so he remains strange and threatening. The greatest seducers in history, from Casanova to John F. Kennedy, grew up surrounded by women and had a touch of femininity themselves. The philosopher Søren Kierkegaard, in his novel The Seducer's Diary, recommends spending more time with the opposite sex, getting to know the enemy and its weaknesses, so that you can turn this knowledge to your advantage. Ninon de l'Enclos, one of the greatest seductresses who ever lived, had definite masculine qualities. She could impress a man with her intense philosophical keenness and charm him by seeming to share his interest in politics and warfare. Many men first formed deep friendships with her, only to later fall madly in love. The masculine in a woman is as soothing to men as the feminine in a man is to women. To a man, a woman's strangeness can create frustration and even hostility. He may be lured into a sexual encounter, but a longer-lasting spell cannot be created without an accompanying mental seduction. The key is to enter his spirit. Men are often seduced by the masculine element in a woman's behavior or character. In the novel Clarissa by Samuel Richardson from 1748, the young and devout Clarissa Harlowe is being courted by the notorious rake Lovelace. Clarissa knows Lovelace's reputation, but for the most part he hasn't acted as she would expect. He's polite, seems a little sad and confused. At one point, she finds out that he's done a most noble and charitable deed to a family in distress, giving the father money, helping the man's daughter get married, giving them wholesome advice. At last, Lovelace confesses to Clarissa what she has suspected. He wants to repent, to change his ways. His letters to her are emotional, almost religious in their passion. Perhaps she will be the one to lead him to righteousness. But of course, Lovelace has trapped her. He is using the seducer's tactic of mirroring her tastes, in this case, her spirituality. Once she lets her guard down, once she believes she can reform him, she is doomed. Now he can slowly insinuate his own spirit into his letters and encounters with her. Remember, the operative word is spirit, and that is often exactly where to take aim. By seeming to mirror someone's spiritual values, you can seem to establish a deep-rooted harmony between the two of you, which can then be transferred to the physical plane. When Josephine Baker moved to Paris in 1925 as part of an all-black revue, her exoticism made her an overnight sensation. But the French are notoriously fickle, and Baker sensed that their interest in her would quickly pass to someone else. To seduce them for good, she entered their spirit. She learned French and began to sing in it. She started dressing and acting as a stylish French lady, as if to say that she preferred the French way of life to the American. Countries are like people. They have vast insecurities, and they feel threatened by other customs. It's often quite seductive to a people to see an outsider adopting their ways. Benjamin Disraeli was born and lived all his life in England, but he was Jewish by birth and had exotic features. The provincial English considered him an outsider.
Yet he was more English in his manners and tastes than many an Englishman, and this was part of his charm, which he proved by becoming the leader of the Conservative Party. Should you be an outsider, as most of us ultimately are, turn it to advantage. Play on your alien nature in such a way as to show the group how deeply you prefer their tastes and customs to your own. In 1752, the notorious rake Saltykov determined to be the first man in the Russian court to seduce the 23-year-old Grand Duchess, the future Empress Catherine the Great. He knew that she was lonely. Her husband Peter ignored her, as did many of the other courtiers. And yet, the obstacles were immense. She was spied on day and night. Still, Saltykov managed to befriend the young woman and to enter her all too small circle. He finally got her alone and made it clear to her how well he understood her loneliness, how deeply he disliked her husband, and how much he shared her interest in the new ideas that were sweeping Europe. Soon, he found himself able to arrange further meetings where he gave her the impression that when he was with her, nothing else in the world mattered. Catherine fell deeply in love with him, and he did in fact become her first lover. Saltykov had entered her spirit. When you mirror people, you focus intense attention on them. They will sense the effort you're making and will find it flattering. Obviously, you have chosen them, separating them out from the rest. There seems to be nothing else in your life but them, their moods, their tastes, their spirit. The more you focus on them, the deeper the spell you produce and the intoxicating effect you have on their vanity. Many of us have difficulty reconciling the person we are right now with the person we want to be. We're disappointed that we have compromised our youthful ideals, and we still imagine ourselves as that person who had so much promise, but whom circumstances prevented from realizing it. When you're mirroring someone, don't stop at the person they've become. Enter the spirit of that ideal person they wanted to be. This is how the French writer Chateaubriand managed to become a great seducer despite his physical ugliness. When he was growing up, in the latter 18th century, Romanticism was coming into fashion, and many young women felt deeply oppressed by the lack of romance in their lives. Chateaubriand would reawaken the fantasy they had had as young girls of being swept off their feet, of fulfilling romantic ideals. This form of entering another's spirit is perhaps the most effective kind, because it makes people feel better about themselves. In your presence, they live the life of the person they had wanted to be, a great lover, a romantic hero, whatever it is. Discover those crushed ideals and mirror them, bringing them back to life by reflecting them back to your target. Few can resist such a lure. Reversal. In 1897, in Berlin, the poet Rainer Maria Rilke, whose reputation would later circle the world, met Lou Andreas Salome, the Russian-born writer and beauty who was notorious for having broken Nietzsche's heart. She was the darling of Berlin intellectuals, and although Rilke was 22 and she was 36, he fell head over heels in love with her. He flooded her with love letters, which showed that he had read all her books and knew her tastes intimately. The two became friends. Soon, she was editing his poetry, and he hung on her every word. Salome was flattered by Rilke's mirroring of her spirit, enchanted by the intense attention he paid her, and the spiritual communion they began to develop. She became his lover. But she was worried about his future. It was difficult to make a living as a poet, and she encouraged him to learn her native language, Russian, and become a translator. He followed her advice so avidly that within months he could speak Russian. They visited Russia together, and Rilke was overwhelmed by what he saw: the peasants, the folk customs, the art, the architecture. Back in Berlin, he turned his rooms into a kind of shrine to Russia and started wearing Russian peasant blouses and peppering his conversation with Russian phrases. Now,
the charm of his mirroring soon wore off. At first, Salome had been flattered that he shared her interests so intensely, but now she saw this as something else. He seemed to have no real identity. He had become dependent on her for his own self-esteem. It was all so slavish. In 1899, much to his horror, she broke off the relationship. The lesson is simple. Your entry into a person's spirit must be a tactic, a way to bring him or her under your spell. You cannot simply be a sponge, soaking up the other person's moods. Mirror them for too long, and they will see through you and be repelled by you. Beneath the similarity to them that you make them see, you must have a strong underlying sense of your own identity. When the time comes, you will want to lead them into your spirit. You cannot live on their turf. Never take mirroring too far, then. It is only useful in the first phase of a seduction. At some point, the dynamic must be reversed. Chapter 8. Create Temptation. Lure the target deep into your seduction by creating the proper temptation, a glimpse of the pleasures to come. As the serpent tempted Eve with the promise of forbidden knowledge, you must awaken a desire in your targets that they cannot control. Find that weakness of theirs, that fantasy that has yet to be realized, and hint that you can lead them toward it. It could be wealth, it could be adventure, it could be forbidden and guilty pleasures. The key is to keep it vague. Dangle the prize before their eyes, postponing satisfaction, and let their minds do the rest. The future seems ripe with possibility. Stimulate a curiosity stronger than the doubts and anxieties that go with it, and they will follow you. The tantalizing object. Sometime in the 1880s, a gentleman named Don Juan de Todellas was wandering through a park in Madrid when he saw a woman in her early 20s getting out of a coach, followed by a 2-year-old child and a nursemaid. The young woman was elegantly dressed, but what took Don Juan's breath away was her resemblance to a woman he'd known nearly 3 years before. Surely she could not be the same person. The woman he had known, Cristeta Moreruela, was a showgirl in a second-rate theater. She had been an orphan and was quite poor. Her circumstances could not have changed that much. He moved closer, the same beautiful face, and then he heard her voice. He was so shocked that he had to sit down. It was indeed the same woman. Don Juan was an incorrigible seducer, whose conquests were innumerable and of every variety. But he remembered his affair with Cristeta quite clearly, because she had been so young, the most charming girl he had ever met. He had seen her in the theater, had courted her assiduously, and had managed to persuade her to take a trip with him to a seaside town. Although they had separate rooms, nothing could stop Don Juan. He made up a story about business troubles, gained her sympathy, and in a tender moment took advantage of her weakness. A few days later, he left her, on the pretext that he had to attend to business. He believed he would never see her again. Feeling a little guilty, a rare occurrence with him, he sent her 5,000 pesetas, pretending he would eventually rejoin her. Instead, he went to Paris. He had only recently returned to Madrid. As he sat and remembered all this, an idea troubled him. The child. Could the boy possibly be his? If not, she must have married almost immediately after their affair. How could she do such a thing? She was obviously wealthy now. Who could her husband be? Did he know her past? Mixed with his confusion was intense desire. She was so young and beautiful. Why had he given her up so easily? Somehow, even if she was married, he had to get her back. Don Juan began to frequent the park every day. He saw her a few more times. Their eyes met, but she pretended not to notice him. Tracing the nursemaid during one of her errands, he struck up a conversation with her and asked her about her mistress's husband. She told him the man's name was Señor Martinez, and that he was away on an extended business trip. She also told him where Cristeta now lived. Don Juan gave her a note to give to her mistress. Then he strolled by Cristeta's house, a beautiful palace. His worst suspicions were confirmed. She had married for money. Cristeta refused to see him. He persisted, sending more notes. Finally, to avoid a scene, she agreed to meet him just once in the park. He prepared for the meeting carefully. Seducing her again would be a delicate operation. But when he saw her coming toward him, in her beautiful clothes, his emotions and his lust got the better of him. She could only belong to him, never to another man, he told her. Cristeta took offense at this. Obviously, her present circumstances prevented even one more meeting. Still, beneath her coolness, he could sense strong emotions. He begged to see her again, but she left without promising anything. He sent her more letters, meanwhile racking his brains, trying to piece it all together. Who was this Señor Martinez? Why would he marry a showgirl? How could Cristeta be wrested away from him? Finally, Cristeta agreed to meet Don Juan one more time, in the theater where he dared not risk a scandal. They took a box where they could talk. She reassured him the child wasn't his. She said he only wanted her now because she belonged to another, because he could not have her. No, he said, he had changed. He would do anything to get her back. Disconcertingly, at moments her eyes seemed to be flirting with him. But then she seemed to be about to cry and rested her head on his shoulder, only to get up immediately, as if realizing this was a mistake. This was their last meeting, she said, and quickly fled. Don Juan was beside himself. She was playing with him. She was a coquette. He had only been claiming to have changed, but perhaps it was true. No woman had ever treated him this way before. He would never have allowed it. For the next few nights, Don Juan slept poorly. All he could think about was Cristeta. He had nightmares about killing her husband, about growing old and being alone. It was all too much. He had to leave town. He sent her a goodbye note, and to his amazement, she replied. She wanted to see him. She had something to tell him. By now he was too weak to resist. As she had requested, he met her on a bridge at night. This time, she made no effort to control herself. Yes, she still loved Don Juan and was ready to run away with him, but he should come to her house tomorrow in broad daylight and take her away. There could be no secrecy. Beside himself with joy, Don Juan agreed to her demands. The next day, he showed up at her palace at the appointed hour and asked for Señora Martinez. There was no one there by that name, said the woman at the door. Don Juan insisted. Her name is Cristeta. Ah, Cristeta, the woman said. She lives in the back with the other tenants. Confused, Don Juan went to the back of the palace. There he thought he saw her son playing in the street in dirty clothes. But no, he said to himself, it must be some other child. He came to Cristeta's door, and instead of her servant, Cristeta herself opened it. He entered. It was the room of a poor person. Hanging on improvised racks, however, were Cristeta's elegant clothes. As if in a dream, he sat down, dumbfounded, and listened as Cristeta revealed the truth. She was not married. She had no child. Months after he had left her, she'd realized that she had been the victim of a consummate seducer. She still loved Don Juan, but she was determined to turn the tables. Finding out through a mutual friend that he'd returned to Madrid, she took the 5,000 pesetas he had sent her and bought expensive clothes. She borrowed a neighbor's child, asked the neighbor's cousin to play the child's nursemaid,
and rented a coach, all to create an elaborate fantasy that existed only in his mind. Cristeta didn't even have to lie. She never actually said she was married or had a child. She knew that being unable to have her would make him want her more than ever. It was the only way to seduce a man like him. Overwhelmed by the lengths she had gone to, and by the emotions she had so skillfully stirred in him, Don Juan forgave Cristeta and offered to marry her. To his surprise, and perhaps to his relief, she politely declined. The moment they married, she said, his eyes would wander elsewhere. Only if they stayed as they were could she maintain the upper hand. Don Juan had no choice but to agree. Interpretation. Cristeta and Don Juan are characters in the novel Dulce y Sabrosa, Sweet and Savory, from 1891, by the Spanish writer Jacinto Octavio Picón. Most of Picón's work deals with male seducers and their feminine victims, a subject he studied and knew much about. Abandoned by Don Juan and reflecting on his nature, Cristeta decided to kill two birds with one stone. She would get revenge and get him back. But how could she lure such a man? The fruit once tasted, he no longer wanted it. What came easily to him or fell into his arms held no allure for him. What would tempt Don Juan into desiring Cristeta again, into pursuing her, was the sense that she was already taken, that she was forbidden fruit. That was his weakness. That was why he pursued virgins and married women he was not supposed to have. To a man, she reasoned, the grass always seems greener somewhere else. She would make herself that distant, alluring object just out of reach, tantalizing him, stirring up emotions he could not control. He knew how charming and desirable she had once been to him. The idea of possessing her again, and the pleasure he imagined it would bring, were too much for him. He swallowed the bait. Temptation is a twofold process. First, you are coquettish, flirtatious. You stimulate a desire by promising pleasure and distraction from daily life. At the same time, you make it clear to your targets that they cannot have you, at least not right away. You are establishing a barrier, some kind of tension. In days gone by, such barriers were easy to create by taking advantage of pre-existing social obstacles, of class, race, marriage, religion. Today, the barriers have to be more psychological. Your heart is taken by someone else. You're really not interested in the target. Some secret holds you back. The timing is bad. You're not good enough for the other person. The other person is not good enough for you, and so on. Conversely, you can choose someone who has a built-in barrier. They are taken. They are not meant to want you. These barriers are more subtle than the social or religious variety, but they are barriers nevertheless, and the psychology remains the same. People are perversely excited by what they cannot or should not have. Create this inner conflict. There is excitement and interest, but you are unavailable, and you will have them grasping like Tantalus for water. And as with Don Juan and Cristeta, the more you make your targets pursue you, the more they imagine that it is they who are the aggressors. Your seduction is perfectly disguised. Keys to seduction. Most of the time, people struggle to maintain security and a sense of balance in their lives. If they were always uprooting themselves in pursuit of every new person or fantasy that passed them by, they could not survive the daily grind. They usually win the struggle, but it doesn't come easy. The world is full of temptation. They read about people who have more than they do, about adventures others are having, about people who have found wealth and happiness, the security that they strive for, and that they seem to have in their lives, is actually an illusion. It covers up a constant tension.
As a seducer, you can never mistake people's appearance for reality. You know that their fight to keep order in their lives is exhausting, and that they are gnawed by doubts and regrets. It's hard to be good and virtuous, always having to repress the strongest desires. With that knowledge in mind, seduction is easier. What people want is not temptation. Temptation happens every day. What people want is to give in to temptation, to yield. That is the only way to get rid of the tension in their lives. It costs much more to resist temptation than to surrender. Your task, then, is to create a temptation that is stronger than the daily variety. It has to be focused on them, aimed at them as individuals, at their weakness. Understand, everyone has a principal weakness, from which others stem. Find that childhood insecurity, that lack in their life, and you hold the key to tempting them. Their weakness may be greed, vanity, boredom, some deeply repressed desire, a hunger for forbidden fruit. They signal it in little details that elude their conscious control, their style of clothing, an offhand comment. Their past, and particularly their past romances, will be littered with clues. Give them a potent temptation, tailored to their weakness, and you can make the hope of pleasure that you stir in them figure more prominently than the doubts and anxieties that accompany it. In 1621, King Philip III of Spain desperately wanted to forge an alliance with England by marrying his daughter to the son of the English king, James I. James seemed open to the idea, but he stalled for time. Spain's ambassador to the English court, a man named Gondomar, was given the task of advancing Philip's plan. He set his sights on the king's favorite, the Duke, former Earl of Buckingham. Gondomar knew the Duke's main weakness, vanity. Buckingham hungered for the glory and adventure that would add to his fame. He was bored with his limited tasks, and he pouted and whined about this. The ambassador first flattered him profusely. The Duke was the ablest man in the country, and it was a shame he was given so little to do. Then he began to whisper to him of a great adventure. The Duke, as Gondomar knew, was in favor of the match with the Spanish princess, but these damned marriage negotiations with King James were taking so long and getting nowhere. What if the Duke were to accompany the king's son, his good friend Prince Charles, to Spain? Of course, this would have to be done in secret, without guards or escorts, for the English government and its ministers would never sanction such a trip. But that would make it all the more dangerous and romantic. Once in Madrid, the prince could throw himself at Princess Maria's feet, declare his undying love, and carry her back to England in triumph. What a chivalrous deed it would be, and all for love. The Duke would get all the credit, and it would make his name famous for centuries. The Duke fell for the idea, and convinced Charles to go along. After much arguing, they also convinced a reluctant King James. The trip was a near disaster. Charles would have had to convert to Catholicism to win Maria, and the marriage never happened, but Gondomar had done his job. He didn't bribe the Duke with offers of money or power. He aimed at the childlike part of him that never grew up. A child has little power to resist. It wants everything, now, and rarely thinks of the consequences. A child lies lurking in everyone, a pleasure that was denied them, a desire that was repressed. Hit at that point, tempt them with the proper toy, adventure, money, fun, and they will slough off their normal adult reasonableness. Recognize their weakness by whatever childlike behavior they reveal in daily life. It is the tip of the iceberg. Napoleon Bonaparte was appointed the Supreme General of the French Army in 1796. His commission was to defeat the Austrian forces that had taken over northern Italy. The obstacles were immense. Napoleon was only 26 at the time. The generals below him were envious of his position and doubtful of his abilities. His soldiers were tired, underfed, underpaid, and grumpy.
How could he motivate this group to fight the highly experienced Austrian army? As he prepared to cross the Alps into Italy, Napoleon gave a speech to his troops that may have been the turning point in his career and in his life. He said, "Soldiers, you are half-starved and half-naked. The government owes you much, but can do nothing for you. Your patience, your courage do you honor, but give you no glory. I will lead you into the most fertile plains of the world. There you will find flourishing cities, teeming provinces. There you will reap honor, glory, and wealth." The speech had a powerful effect. Days later, these same soldiers, after a rough climb over the mountains, gazed down on the Piedmont Valley. Napoleon's words echoed in their ears, and a ragged, grumbling gang became an inspired army that would sweep across northern Italy in pursuit of the Austrians. Napoleon's use of temptation had two elements. Behind you is a grim past. Ahead of you is a future of wealth and glory if you follow me. Integral to the temptation strategy is a clear demonstration that the target has nothing to lose and everything to gain. The present offers little hope. The future can be full of pleasure and excitement. Remember to keep the future gains vague, though, and somewhat out of reach. Be too specific, and you'll disappoint. Make the promise too close at hand, and you won't be able to postpone satisfaction long enough to get what you want. The barriers and tensions in temptation are there to stop people from giving in too easily and too superficially. You want them to struggle, to resist, to be anxious. Queen Victoria surely fell in love with her Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, but there were barriers of religion. He was a dark-skinned Jew. Class, she, of course, was a queen. Social taste, she was a paragon of virtue. He, a notorious dandy. The relationship was never consummated, but what deliciousness those barriers gave to their daily encounters, which were full of constant flirtation. Many such social barriers are gone today, so they have to be manufactured. It's the only way to put spice into seduction. Taboos of any kind are a source of tension, and they are psychological now, not religious. You're looking for some repression, some secret desire that will make your victim squirm uncomfortably if you hit upon it, but will tempt them all the more. Search in their past. Whatever they seem to fear or flee from might hold the key. It could be a yearning for a mother or father figure, or a latent homosexual desire. Perhaps you can satisfy that desire by presenting yourself as a masculine woman or a feminine man. For others, you play the Lolita or the daddy, someone they are not supposed to have, the dark side of their personality. Keep the connection vague. You want them to reach for something elusive, something that comes out of their own mind. In London in 1769, Casanova met a young woman named Charpillon. She was much younger than he, as beautiful a woman as he had ever known, and with a reputation for destroying men. In one of their first encounters, she told him straight out that he would fall for her and she would ruin him. To everyone's disbelief, Casanova pursued her. In each encounter, she hinted she might give in, perhaps the next time, if he was nice to her. She inflamed his curiosity. What pleasure she would yield. He would be the first. He would tame her. The venom of desire penetrated my whole being so completely, he later wrote, that had she so wished it, she could have despoiled me of everything I possessed. I would have beggared myself for one little kiss. This affair indeed proved his ruin. She humiliated him. Charpillon had rightly gauged that Casanova's primary weakness was his need for conquest, to overcome challenge, to taste what no other man had tasted.
Beneath this was a kind of masochism, a pleasure in the pain a woman could give him. Playing the impossible woman, enticing and then frustrating him, she offered the ultimate temptation. What will often do the trick is to give the target the sense that you are a challenge, a prize to be won. In possessing you, they'll get what no other has had. They may even get pain. But pain is close to pleasure and offers its own temptations. In the Old Testament, we read that, quote, David arose from his couch and was walking upon the roof of the king's house, and he saw from the roof a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful, unquote. The woman was Bathsheba. David summoned her, seduced her, supposedly, then proceeded to get rid of her husband, Uriah, in battle. In fact, however, it was Bathsheba who had seduced David. She bathed on her roof at an hour when she knew he would be standing on his balcony. After tempting a man she knew had a weakness for women, she played the coquette, forcing him to come after her. This is the opportunity strategy. Give someone weak the chance to have what they lust after by merely placing yourself within their reach, as if by accident. Temptation is often a matter of timing, of crossing the path of the weak at the right moment, giving them the opportunity to surrender. Bathsheba used her entire body as a lure, but it is often more effective to use only a part of the body, creating a fetish-like effect. Madame Recamier would let you glimpse her body beneath the sheer dresses she wore, but only briefly, when she took off her overgarment to dance. Men would leave that evening dreaming of what little they had seen. Empress Josephine made a point of baring her beautiful arms in public. Give the target only a part of you to fantasize about, thereby creating a constant temptation in their mind. Reversal. The reverse of temptation is security or satisfaction, and both are fatal to seduction. If you cannot tempt someone out of their habitual comfort, you cannot seduce them. If you satisfy the desire you've awakened, the seduction is over. There's no reversal to temptation. Although some stages can be passed over, no seduction can proceed without some form of temptation, so it's always better to plan it carefully, tailoring it to the weakness and childishness in your particular target. Phase 2. Lead astray, creating pleasure and confusion. Your victims are sufficiently intrigued, and their desire for you is growing, but their attachment is weak, and at any moment they could decide to turn back. The goal in this phase is to lead your victims so far astray, keeping them emotional and confused, giving them pleasure but making them want more, that retreat is no longer possible. Springing on them a pleasant surprise will make them see you as delightfully unpredictable, but will also keep them off balance. Chapter 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? The artful use of soft and pleasant words will intoxicate them and stimulate fantasies. Chapter 10. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. Aesthetic touches and pleasant little rituals will titillate their senses, distract their minds. Chapter 11. Pay attention to detail. Your greatest danger in this phase is the mere hint of routine or familiarity. You need to maintain some mystery, to keep a little distance, so that in your absence your victims become obsessed with you. Chapter 12. Poeticize your presence. They may realize they're falling for you, but they must never suspect how much of this has come from your manipulations. A well-timed display of your weakness, of how emotional you have become under their influence, will help cover your tracks. Chapter 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability.
To excite your victims and make them highly emotional, you must give them the feeling that they're actually living some of the fantasies you have stirred in their imagination. Chapter 14, Confused Desire and Reality. By giving them only a part of the fantasy, you will keep them coming back for more, focusing your attention on them so that the rest of the world fades away. Even taking them on a trip will lead them far astray. Chapter 15. Isolate your victim. There is no turning back. Chapter 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? The moment people feel they know what to expect from you, your spell on them is broken. More, you have ceded them power. The only way to lead the seduced along and keep the upper hand is to create suspense, a calculated surprise. People love a mystery, and this is the key to luring them further into your web. Behave in a way that leaves them wondering, what are you up to? Doing something they don't expect from you will give them a delightful sense of spontaneity. They won't be able to foresee what comes next. You're always one step ahead and in control. Give the victim a thrill with a sudden change of direction. The calculated surprise. In 1753, the 28-year-old Giovanni Casanova met a young girl named Caterina, with whom he fell in love. Her father knew what kind of man Casanova was, and to prevent some mishap before he could marry her off, he sent her away to a convent on the Venetian island of Murano, where she was to remain for 4 years. Casanova, however, was not one to be daunted. He smuggled letters to Caterina. He began to attend Mass at the convent several times a week, catching glimpses of her. The nuns began to talk among themselves. Who was this handsome young man who appeared so often? One morning, as Casanova, leaving Mass, was about to board a gondola, a servant girl from the convent passed by and dropped a letter at his feet. Thinking it might be from Caterina, he picked it up. It was indeed intended for him, but it wasn't from Caterina. Its author was a nun at the convent, who had noticed him on his many visits and wanted to make his acquaintance. Was he interested? If so, he should come to the convent's parlor at a particular time when the nun would be receiving a visitor from the outside world, a friend of hers who was a countess. He could stand at a distance, observe her, and decide whether she was to his liking. Casanova was most intrigued by the letter. Its style was dignified, but there was something naughty about it as well, particularly from a nun. He had to find out more. At the appointed day and time, he stood to the side in the convent parlor and saw an elegantly dressed woman talking with a nun seated behind a grating. He heard the nun's name mentioned and was astonished. It was Mathilde M., a well-known Venetian in her early 20s, whose decision to enter a convent had surprised the whole city. But what astonished him most was that beneath her nun's habit, he could see that she was a beautiful young woman, particularly in her eyes, which were a brilliant blue. Perhaps she needed a favor done, and intended that he would serve as her cat's paw. His curiosity got the better of him. A few days later he returned to the convent and asked to see her. As he waited for her, his heart was beating a mile a minute. He didn't know what to expect. She finally appeared and sat down behind the grating. They were alone in the room, and she said that she could arrange for them to have supper together at a little villa nearby. Casanova was delighted, but wondered what kind of nun he was dealing with. "And have you no lover but me?" he asked. "I have a friend who is also absolutely my master," she replied. "It is to him I owe my wealth." She asked if he had a lover. "Yes," he replied. She then said in a mysterious tone, "I warn you that if you once allow me to take her place in your heart, no power on earth can tear me from it." She then gave him the key to the villa and told him to meet her there in 2 nights. He kissed her through the grating and left in a daze. I passed the next 2 days in a state of feverish impatience, he wrote, which prevented me from sleeping or eating. Over and above birth, beauty, and wit, my new conquest possessed an additional charm. She was forbidden fruit. I was about to become a rival of the church. He imagined her in her habit and with her shaven head. He arrived at the villa at the appointed hour. Matilda was waiting for him. To his surprise, she wore an elegant dress, and somehow she had avoided having her head shaved, for her hair was in a magnificent chignon. Casanova began to kiss her. She resisted, but only slightly, and then pulled back, saying a meal was ready for them. Over dinner she filled in a few more of the gaps. Her money allowed her to bribe certain people so that she could escape from the convent every so often. She had mentioned Casanova to her friend and master, and he had approved their liaison. "You must be old?" Casanova asked. "No," she replied, a glint in her eye. "He is in his 40s and quite handsome." After supper, a bell rang, her signal to hurry back to the convent or she would be caught. She changed back into her habit and left. A beautiful vista now seemed to stretch before Casanova, of months spent in the villa with this delightful creature, all of it courtesy of the mysterious master who paid for it all. He soon returned to the convent to arrange the next meeting. They would rendezvous in a square in Venice, then retire to the villa. At the appointed time and place, Casanova saw a man approaching him. Fearing it was her mysterious friend or some other man sent to kill him, he recoiled. The man circled behind him, then came up close. It was Matilda, wearing a mask and men's clothes. She laughed at the fright she had given him. What a devilish nun! He had to admit that dressed as a man, she excited him even more. Casanova began to suspect that all was not as it seemed. For one, he found a collection of libertine novels and pamphlets in Matilda's house. Then she made blasphemous comments, for example, about the joy they would have together during Lent, mortifying their flesh. Now she referred to her mysterious friend as her lover. A plan evolved in his mind to take her away from this man and from the convent, eloping with her and possessing her himself. A few days later he received a letter from her in which she made a confession. During one of their more passionate trysts at the villa, her lover had hidden in a closet, watching the whole thing. The lover, she told him, was the French ambassador to Venice, and Casanova had impressed him. Casanova was not one to be fooled with like this, yet the next day he was back at the convent, submissively arranging for another tryst. This time she showed up at the hour they had named, and he embraced her, only to find that he was embracing Caterina, dressed up in Matilda's clothes. Matilda had befriended Caterina and learned her story. Apparently, taking pity on her, she had arranged it so that Caterina could leave the convent for the evening and meet up with Casanova. Only a few months before, Casanova had been in love with this girl, but he had forgotten about her. Compared to the ingenious Matilda, Caterina was a simpering bore. He could not conceal his disappointment. He burned to see Matilda. Casanova was angry at the trick Matilda had played, but a few days later, when he saw her again, all was forgiven. As she had predicted during their first interview, her power over him was complete. He had become her slave, addicted to her whims and to the dangerous pleasures she offered. Who knows what rash act he might have committed on her behalf, had their affair not been cut short by circumstance. Interpretation. Casanova was almost always in control in his seductions. He was the one who led, taking his victim on a trip to an unknown destination, luring her into his web. In all of his memoirs, the story of Matilda is the only seduction in which the tables are happily turned. He is the seduced, the bewildered victim. What made Casanova Matilda's slave was the same tactic he had used on countless girls. The irresistible lure of being led by another person, the thrill of being surprised, the power of mystery. Each time he left Matilda, his head was spinning with questions. Her ability to go on surprising him kept her always in his mind, deepening her spell and blotting Caterina out. Each surprise was carefully calculated for the effect it would produce. The first unexpected letter piqued his curiosity, as did that first sight of her in the waiting room. Suddenly seeing her dressed as an elegant woman stirred intense desire. Then, seeing her dressed as a man intensified the excitingly transgressive nature of their liaison. The surprises put him off balance, yet left him quivering with anticipation of the next one. Even an unpleasant surprise, such as the encounter with Caterina that Matilda had set up, kept him emotional and weak. Meeting the somewhat bland Caterina at that moment only made him long that much more for Matilda. In seduction, you need to create constant tension and suspense, a feeling that with you, nothing is predictable. Don't think of this as a painful challenge. You are creating drama in real life, so pour your creative energies into it. Have some fun. There are all kinds of calculated surprises you can spring on your victims. Sending a letter from out of the blue, showing up unexpectedly, taking them to a place they have never been. But best of all are surprises that reveal something new about your character. This needs to be set up. In those first few weeks, your targets will tend to make certain snap judgments about you based on appearances. Perhaps they see you as a bit shy, practical, puritanical. You know that this isn't the real you, but it is how you act in social situations. Let them, however, have these impressions, and in fact, accentuate them a little, without overacting. For instance, seem a little more reserved than usual. Now you have room to suddenly surprise them with some bold or poetic or naughty action. Once they have changed their minds about you, surprise them again, as Matilda did with Casanova. First, a nun who wants an affair, then a libertine, then a seductress with a sadistic streak. As they strain to figure you out, they will be thinking about you all of the time and will want to know more about you. Their curiosity will lead them further into your web until it is too late for them to turn back. Keys to seduction. A child is usually a willful, stubborn creature who will deliberately do the opposite of what we ask. But there is one scenario in which children will happily give up their usual willfulness when they are promised a surprise. Perhaps it's a present hidden in a box, a game with an unforeseeable ending, a journey with an unknown destination, a suspenseful story with a surprise finish. In those moments when children are waiting for a surprise, their willpower is suspended. They are in your thrall for as long as you dangle possibility before them. This childish habit is buried deep within us and is the source of an elemental human pleasure, being led by a person who knows where they're going and who takes us on a journey. Maybe our joy in being carried along involves a buried memory of being literally carried by a parent when we're small. We get a similar thrill when we watch a movie or read a thriller. We're in the hands of a director or author who is leading us along, taking us through twists and turns. We stay in our seats, we turn the pages, happily enslaved by the suspense. It's the pleasure a woman has in being led by a confident dancer, letting go of any defensiveness she may feel and letting another person do the work. Falling in love involves anticipation. We're about to head off in a new direction, enter a new life where everything will be strange. The seduced wants to be led, to be carried along like a child. If you are predictable, the charm wears off. Everyday life is predictable. In the Arabian Tales from the 1001 Nights, each night
King Shahryar takes a virgin as his wife, then kills her the following morning. One such virgin, Shahrazad, manages to escape this fate by telling the king a story that can only be completed the following day. She does this night after night, keeping the king in constant suspense. When one story finishes, she quickly starts up another. She does this for nearly 3 years, until the king finally decides to spare her life. You are like Shahrazad. Without new stories, without a feeling of anticipation, your seduction will die. Keep stoking the fires night after night. Your targets must never know what's coming next, what surprises you have in store for them. As with King Shahryar, they will be under your control for as long as you can keep them guessing. In 1765, Casanova met a young Italian countess named Clementina, who lived with her 2 sisters in a chateau. Clementina loved to read and had little interest in the men who swarmed around her. Casanova added himself to their number, buying her books, engaging in her literary discussions, but she was no less indifferent to him than she had been to them. Then one day, he invited the entire family on a little trip. He wouldn't tell them where they were going. They piled into the carriage all the way trying to guess their destination. A few hours later, they entered Milan. What joy! The sisters had never been there. Casanova led them to his apartment, where 3 dresses had been laid out, the most magnificent dresses the girls had ever seen. There was one for each of the sisters, he told them, and the green one was for Clementina. Stunned, she put it on, and her face lit up. The surprises did not stop. There was a delicious meal, champagne, games. By the time they returned to the chateau late in the evening, Clementina had fallen hopelessly in love with Casanova. The reason was simple. Surprise creates a moment when people's defenses come down and new emotions can rush in. If the surprise is pleasurable, the seductive poison enters their veins without their realizing it. Any sudden event has a similar effect, striking directly at our emotions before we get defensive. Rakes know this power well. A young married woman in the court of Louis XV in 18th century France noticed a handsome young courtier watching her, first at the opera, then in church. Making inquiries, she found out it was the Duc de Richelieu, the most notorious rake in France. No woman was safe from this man, she was warned. He was impossible to resist, and she should avoid him at all costs. Nonsense, she replied. She was happily married. He could not possibly seduce her. Seeing him again, she laughed at his persistence. He would disguise himself as a beggar and approach her in the park, or his coach would suddenly come alongside hers. He was never aggressive and seemed harmless enough. She let him talk to her at court. He was charming and witty, and even asked to meet her husband. The weeks passed, and the woman realized she had made a mistake. She looked forward to seeing the Marquis. She had let down her guard. This had to stop. Now she started avoiding him, and he seemed to respect her feelings. He stopped bothering her. Then, one day, weeks later, she was at the country manor of a friend when the Marquis suddenly appeared. She blushed, trembled, walked away, but his unexpected appearance had caught her unawares. It had pushed her over the edge. A few days later, she became another of Richelieu's victims. Of course, he had set the whole thing up, including the supposed surprise encounter. Not only does suddenness create a seductive jolt, it conceals manipulations. Appear somewhere unexpectedly, say or do something sudden, and people will not have time to figure out that your move was calculated. Take them to some new place as if it only just occurred to you. Suddenly reveal some secret. Made emotionally vulnerable, they will be too bewildered to see through you. Anything that happens suddenly seems natural, and anything that seems natural has a seductive charm.
Only months after arriving in Paris in 1926, Josephine Baker had completely charmed and seduced the French public with her wild dancing. But less than a year later, she could feel their interest wane. Since childhood, she had hated feeling out of control of her life. Why be at the mercy of the fickle public? She left Paris and returned a year later, her manner completely altered. Now she played the part of an elegant Frenchwoman who happened to be an ingenious dancer and performer. The French fell in love with her again. The power was back on her side. If you are in the public eye, you must learn from this trick of surprise. People are bored, not only with their own lives, but with people who are meant to keep them from being bored. The minute they feel they can predict your next step, they will eat you alive. The artist Andy Warhol kept moving from incarnation to incarnation, and no one could predict the next one. Artist, filmmaker, society man, always keep a surprise up your sleeve. To keep the public's attention, keep them guessing. Let the moralists accuse you of insincerity, of having no core or center. They are actually jealous of the freedom and playfulness you reveal in your public persona. Finally, you might think it wiser to present yourself as someone reliable, not given to caprice. If so, you are in fact merely timid. It takes courage and effort to mount a seduction. Reliability is fine for drawing people in, but stay reliable and you stay a bore. Dogs are reliable. A seducer is not. If, on the other hand, you prefer to improvise, imagining that any kind of planning or calculation is antithetical to the spirit of surprise, you are making a grave mistake. Constant improvisation simply means you're lazy and thinking only about yourself. What often seduces a person is the feeling that you have expended effort on their behalf. You don't need to trumpet this too loudly, but make it clear in the gifts you make, the little journeys you plan, the little teases you lure people with. Little efforts like these will be more than amply rewarded by the conquest of the heart and willpower of the seduced. Reversal. Surprise can be unsurprising if you keep doing the same thing again and again. Jiang Qing would try to surprise her husband, Mao Zedong, with sudden changes of mood, from harshness to kindness and back. At first, he was captivated. He loved the feeling of never knowing what was coming. But it went on for years and was always the same. Soon, Madame Mao's supposedly unpredictable mood swings just annoyed him. You need to vary the method of your surprises. When Madame de Pompadour was the lover of the inveterately bored King Louis XV, she made each surprise different. A new amusement, a new game, a new fashion, a new mood. He could never predict what would come next, and while he waited for the next surprise, his willpower was temporarily suspended. No man was ever more of a slave to a woman than was Louis to Madame de Pompadour. When you change direction, make the new direction truly new. Chapter 10. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. It's hard to make people listen. They are consumed with their own thoughts and desires and have little time for yours. The trick to making them listen is to say what they want to hear, to fill their ears with whatever is pleasant to them. This is the essence of seductive language. Inflame people's emotions with loaded phrases. Flatter them. Comfort their insecurities. Envelop them in fantasies, sweet words, and promises. And not only will they listen to you, they will lose their will to resist you. Keep your language vague, letting them read into it what they want. Use writing to stir up fantasies and to create an idealized portrait of yourself. Seductive oratory. On May 13, 1958, right-wing Frenchmen and their sympathizers in the army seized control of Algeria, which was then a French colony. They had been afraid that France's socialist government would grant Algeria its independence. Now, with Algeria under their control, they threatened to take over all of France. Civil war seemed imminent. At this dire moment, all eyes turned to General Charles de Gaulle, the World War II hero who had played a crucial role in liberating France from the Nazis. For the last 10 years, de Gaulle had stayed away from politics, disgusted with the infighting among the various parties. He remained very popular and was generally seen as the one man who could unite the country. But he was also a conservative, and the right-wingers felt certain that if he came to power, he would support their cause. Days after the May 13th coup, the French government, the Fourth Republic, collapsed, and the Parliament called on de Gaulle to help form a new government, the Fifth Republic. He asked for and was granted full powers for 4 months. On June 4th, days after becoming the head of government, de Gaulle flew to Algeria. The French colonials were ecstatic. It was their coup that had indirectly brought de Gaulle to power. Surely, they imagined, he was coming to thank them and to reassure them that Algeria would remain French. When he arrived in Algiers, thousands of people filled the city's main plaza. The mood was extremely festive. There were banners, music, and endless chants of Algérie Française, the French colonial slogan. Suddenly, de Gaulle appeared on a balcony overlooking the plaza. The crowd went wild. The general, an extremely tall man, raised his arms above his head, and the chanting doubled in volume. The crowd was begging him to join in. Instead, he lowered his arms until silence fell, then opened them wide, and slowly intoned in his deep voice, "Je vous ai compris. I have understood you." There was a moment of quiet, and then, as his words sank in, a deafening roar. He understood them. That was all they needed to hear. De Gaulle proceeded to talk of the greatness of France. More cheers. He promised there would be new elections, and, with those elected representatives, we will see how to do the rest. Yes, a new government, just what the crowd wanted. More cheers. He would find the place for Algeria in the French ensemble. There must be total discipline without qualification and without conditions. Who could argue with that? He closed with a loud call, "Vive la République, vive la France," the emotional slogan that had been the rallying cry in the fight against the Nazis. Everyone shouted it back. In the next few days, de Gaulle made similar speeches around Algeria to equally delirious crowds. Only after de Gaulle had returned to France did the words of his speeches sink in. Not once had he promised to keep Algeria French. In fact, he had hinted that he might give the Arabs the vote, and might grant an amnesty to the Algerian rebels who had been fighting to force the French from the country. Somehow, in the excitement his words had created, the colonists had failed to focus on what they had actually meant. De Gaulle had duped them, and indeed, in the months to come, he worked to grant Algeria its independence, a task he finally accomplished in 1962. Interpretation. De Gaulle cared little about an old French colony and about what it symbolized to some French people. Nor did he have any sympathy for anyone who fomented civil war. His one concern was to make France a modern power. And so, when he went to Algiers, he had a long-term plan. Weaken the right-wingers by getting them to fight among themselves and work toward Algerian independence. His short-term goal had to be to diffuse the tension and buy himself some time. He wouldn't lie to the colonials by saying he supported their cause. That would cause trouble back home. Instead, he would beguile them with seductive oratory, intoxicate them with words. His famous, "I have understood you," could easily have meant, "I understand what a danger you represent." But a jubilant crowd expecting his support read it the way they wanted. To keep them at a fever pitch, de Gaulle made emotional references to the French resistance during World War II, for example, and to the need for discipline, a word with great appeal to right-wingers. He filled their ears with promises, a new government, a glorious future. He got them to chant, creating an emotional bond. He spoke with a dramatic pitch and quivering emotion. His words created a kind of delirium. De Gaulle wasn't trying to express his feelings or speak the truth. He was trying to produce an effect. This is the key to seductive oratory. Whether you're talking to a single individual or to a crowd, try a little experiment. Rein in your desire to speak your mind. Before you open your mouth, ask yourself a question. What can I say that will have the most pleasant effect on my listeners? Often, this entails flattering their egos, assuaging their insecurities, giving them vague hopes for the future, sympathizing with their travails. I have understood you. Start off with something pleasant, and everything to come will be easy. People's defenses will go down. They'll grow amenable, open to suggestion. Think of your words as an intoxicating drug that will make people emotional and confused. Keep your language vague and ambiguous, letting your listeners fill in the gaps with their fantasies and imaginings. Instead of tuning you out, getting irritated or defensive, being impatient for you to shut up, they will be pliant, happy with your sweet-sounding words. Seductive writing. One spring afternoon in the late 1830s, in a street in Copenhagen, a man named Johannes caught a glimpse of a beautiful young girl. Self-absorbed yet delightfully innocent, she fascinated him, and he followed her from a distance and found out where she lived. Over the next few weeks he made inquiries and found out more about her. Her name was Cordelia Wall, and she lived with her aunt. The two led a quiet existence. Cordelia liked to read and to be alone. Seducing young girls was Johannes's specialty. But Cordelia would be a catch. She had already turned down several eligible suitors. Johannes imagined that Cordelia might hunger for something more out of life, something grand, something resembling the books she had read and the daydreams that presumably filled her solitude. He arranged an introduction and began to frequent her house, accompanied by a friend of his named Edward. This young man had his own thoughts of courting Cordelia, but he was awkward and strained to please her. Johannes, on the other hand, virtually ignored her, instead befriending her aunt. They would talk about the most banal things, farm life, whatever was in the news. Occasionally, Johannes would veer off into a more philosophical discussion, for he had noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that on these occasions Cordelia would listen to him closely, while still pretending to listen to Edward. This went on for several weeks. Johannes and Cordelia barely spoke, but he could tell that he intrigued her, and that Edward irritated her to no end. One morning, knowing her aunt was out, he visited their house. It was the first time he and Cordelia had been alone together. As dryly and politely as possible, he proceeded to propose to her. Needless to say, she was shocked and flustered. A man who had shown not the slightest interest in her suddenly wanted to marry her? She was so surprised that she referred the matter to her aunt, who, as Johannes had expected, gave her approval. Had Cordelia resisted, her aunt would have respected her wishes, but she did not. On the outside, everything had changed. The couple were engaged. Johannes now came to the house alone, sat with Cordelia, held her hand, talked with her. But inwardly, he made sure things were the same. He remained distant and polite. He would sometimes warm up, particularly when talking about literature, Cordelia's favorite subject. But at a certain point, he always went back to more mundane matters. He knew this frustrated Cordelia, who had expected that now he would be different. Yet even when they went out together, he took her to formal socials arranged for engaged couples. How conventional! Was this what love and marriage were supposed to be about? These prematurely aged people talking about houses and their own drab futures? Cordelia, who was shy at the best of times, asked Johannes to stop dragging her to these affairs. The battlefield was prepared. Cordelia was confused and anxious. Then, a few weeks after their engagement, Johannes sent her a letter. Here, he described the state of his soul and his certainty that he loved her. He spoke in metaphor, suggesting that he had been waiting for years, lantern in hand, for Cordelia's appearance. Metaphor melted into reality, back and forth. The style was poetic, the words glowed with desire, but the whole was delightfully ambiguous. Cordelia could reread the letter 10 times without being sure what it said. The next day, Johannes received a response. The writing was simple and straightforward, but full of sentiment. His letter had made her so happy, Cordelia wrote, and she had not imagined this side to his character. He replied by writing that he had changed. He did not say how or why, but the implication was that it was because of her. Now his letters came almost daily. They were mostly of the same length, in a poetic style that had a touch of madness to it, as if he were intoxicated with love. He talked of Greek myth, comparing Cordelia to a nymph, and himself to a river that fell in love with a maiden. His soul, he said, merely reflected back her image. She was all he could see or think of. Meanwhile, he detected changes in Cordelia. Her letters became more poetic, less restrained. Without realizing it, she repeated his ideas, imitating his style and his imagery as if they were her own. Also, when they saw each other in person, she was nervous. He made a point of remaining the same, aloof and regal, but he could tell that she saw him differently, sensing depths in him that she could not fathom. In public, she hung on to his every word. She must have memorized his letters, for she referred to them constantly in their talks. It was a secret life they shared. When she held his hand, she did so more tightly than before. Her eyes expressed an impatience, as if she were hoping that at any moment he would do something bold. Johannes made his letters shorter but more numerous, sometimes sending several in one day. The imagery became more physical and more suggestive, the style more disjointed, as if he could barely organize his thoughts. Sometimes he sent a note of just a sentence or two. Once, at a party at Cordelia's house, he dropped such a note into her knitting basket and watched as she ran away to read it, her face flushed. In her letters, he saw signs of emotion and turmoil. Echoing a sentiment he had hinted at in an earlier letter, she wrote that she hated the whole engagement business. It was so beneath their love. Everything was ready. Soon she would be his the way he wanted it. She would break off the engagement. A rendezvous in the country would be simple to arrange. In fact, she would be the one to propose it. This would be his most skillful seduction. Interpretation. Johannes and Cordelia are characters in the loosely autobiographical novel The Seducer's Diary from 1843 by the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. Johannes is a most experienced seducer who specializes in working on his victim's mind. This is precisely where Cordelia's previous suitors have failed. They have begun by imposing themselves, a common mistake. We think that by being persistent, by overwhelming our targets with romantic attention, we are convincing them of our affection. Instead, we are convincing them of our impatience and insecurity. Aggressive attention is not flattering because it is not personalized. It is unbridled libido at work. The target sees through it. Johannes is too clever to begin so obviously. Instead, he takes a step back, intriguing Cordelia by acting a little cold and carefully creating the impression of a formal, somewhat secretive man. Only then does he surprise her with his first letter. Obviously, there's more to him than she has thought, and once she's come to believe this, her imagination runs rampant. Now he can intoxicate her with his letters, creating a presence that haunts her like a ghost. His words, with their images and poetic references, are constantly in her mind, and this is the ultimate seduction, to possess her mind before moving to conquer her body. The story of Johannes shows what a weapon in a seducer's armory a letter can be. But it is important to learn how to incorporate letters in seduction. It's best not to begin your correspondence until at least several weeks after your initial contact. Let your victims get an impression of you. You seem intriguing, yet you show no particular interest in them. When you sense that they are thinking about you, that is the time to hit them with your first letter. Any desire you express for them will come as a surprise. Their vanity will be tickled, and they will want more. Now, make your letters frequent. In fact, more frequent than your personal appearances. This will give them the time and space to idealize you, which would be more difficult if you were always in their face. After they have fallen under your spell, you can always take a step back, making the letters fewer. Let them think you're losing interest, and they will be hungry for more. Design your letters as homages to your targets. Make everything you write come back to them, as if they were all you could think about, a delirious effect. If you tell an anecdote, make it somehow relate to them. Your correspondence is a kind of mirror you are holding up to them. They get to see themselves reflected through your desire. If for some reason they don't like you, write to them as if they did. Remember, the tone of your letters is what will get under their skin. If your language is elevated, poetic, creative in its praise, it will infect them despite themselves. Never argue, never defend yourself, never accuse them of being heartless. That would ruin the spell. A letter can suggest emotion by seeming disordered, rambling from one subject to another. Clearly, it's hard for you to think. Your love has unhinged you. Disordered thoughts are exciting thoughts. Do not waste time on real information. Focus on feelings and sensations, using expressions that are ripe with connotation. Plant ideas by dropping hints, writing suggestively without explaining yourself. Never lecture, never seem intellectual or superior. You'll only make yourself pompous, which is deadly. Far better to speak colloquially, though with a poetic edge to lift the language above the commonplace. Do not become sentimental. It's tiring and too direct. Better to suggest the effect your target has on you than to gush about how you feel. Stay vague and ambiguous, allowing the reader the space to imagine and fantasize. The goal of your writing is not to express yourself, but to create emotion in the reader, spreading confusion and desire. You will know that your letters are having the proper effect when your targets come to mirror your thoughts, repeating words you wrote, whether in their own letters or in person. This is the time to move to the more physical and erotic. Use language that quivers with sexual connotation, or better still, suggest sexuality by making your letters shorter, more frequent, and even more disordered than before. There is nothing more erotic than the short, abrupt note. Your thoughts are unfinished. They can only be completed by the other person. Keys to seduction. We rarely think before we talk. It's human nature to say the first thing that comes into our head, and usually what comes first is something about ourselves. We primarily use words to express our own feelings, ideas, and opinions, also to complain and to argue. This is because we are generally self-absorbed. The person who interests us most is our own self. To a certain extent, this is inevitable, and through much of our lives, there's nothing much wrong with it. We can function quite well this way. In seduction, however, it limits our potential. You cannot seduce without an ability to get outside your own skin and inside another person's, piercing their psychology. The key to seductive language is not the words you utter or your seductive tone of voice. It's a radical shift in perspective and habit. You have to stop saying the first thing that comes to your mind. You have to control the urge to prattle and vent your opinions. The key is to see words as a tool not for communicating true thoughts and feelings, but for confusing, delighting, and intoxicating. The difference between normal language and seductive language is like the difference between noise and music. Our normal language is like noise. People may half listen to us as we go on about ourselves, but just as often their thoughts are a million miles away. Every now and then their ears prick up when something we say touches on them, but this lasts only until we return to yet another story about ourselves. As early as childhood, we learn to tune out this kind of noise, particularly when it comes from our parents. Music, on the other hand, is seductive and gets under our skin. It is intended for pleasure. A melody or rhythm stays in our blood for days after we've heard it, altering our moods and emotions, relaxing or exciting us. To make music instead of noise, you must say things that please. Things that relate to people's lives, that touch their vanity. If they have many problems, you can produce the same effect by distracting them, focusing their attention away from themselves by saying things that are witty and entertaining, or that make the future seem bright and hopeful. Promises and flattery are music to anyone's ears. This is language designed to move people and lower their resistance. It is language designed for them, not directed at them. The Italian writer Gabriele D'Annunzio was physically unattractive, yet women could not resist him. Even those who knew of his Don Juan reputation and disliked him for it, the actress Eleanor Duse and the dancer Isadora Duncan, for instance, fell under his spell. The secret was the flow of words in which he enveloped a woman. His voice was musical, his language poetic, and most devastating of all, he knew how to flatter. His flatter was aimed precisely at a woman's weaknesses, the areas where she needed validation. A woman was beautiful, yet lacked confidence in her own wit and intelligence. He made sure to say that he was bewitched not by her beauty, but by her mind. He might compare her to a heroine of literature or to a carefully chosen mythological figure. Talking to him, her ego would double in size. Flattery is seductive language in its purest form. Its purpose is not to express a truth or a real feeling, but only to create an effect on the recipient. Like D'Annunzio, learn to aim your flattery directly at a person's insecurities. For instance, if a man is a fine actor and feels confident about his professional skills, to flatter him about his acting will have little effect, and may even accomplish the opposite. He could feel that he is above the need to have his ego stroked, and your flattery will seem to say otherwise. But let us say that this actor is an amateur musician or painter. He does this work on his own without professional support or publicity, and he's well aware that others make their living at it. Flattery of his artistic pretensions will go straight to his head and earn you double points. Learn to sniff out the parts of a person's ego that need validation. Make it a surprise, something no one else has thought to flatter before, something you can describe as a talent or positive quality that others have not noticed. Speak with a little tremor, as if your target's charms had overwhelmed you and made you emotional. Flattery can be a kind of verbal foreplay. Aphrodite's powers of seduction, which were said to come from the magnificent girdle she wore, involved a sweetness of language, a skill with the soft, flattering words that prepare the way for erotic thoughts. Insecurities and nagging self-doubts have a dampening effect on the libido. Make your targets feel secure and alluring through your flattering words, and their resistance will melt away. Sometimes the most pleasant thing to hear is the promise of something wonderful, a vague but rosy future that is just around the corner. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in his public speeches, talked little about specific programs for dealing with the Depression. Instead, he used rousing rhetoric to paint a picture of America's glorious future. In the various legends of Don Juan, the great seducer would immediately focus women's attention on the future, a fantastic world to which he promised to whisk them off. Tailor your sweet words to your target's particular problems and fantasies. Promise something realizable, something possible, but do not make it too specific. You are inviting them to dream. If they're mired in dull routine, talk of adventure, preferably with you. Don't discuss how it will be accomplished. Speak as if it magically already existed, somewhere in the future. Lift people's thoughts into the clouds, and they will relax. Their defenses will come down, and it will be that much easier to maneuver and lead them astray. Your words become a kind of elevating drug. The most anti-seductive form of language is argument. How many silent enemies do we create by arguing? There is a superior way to get people to listen and be persuaded. Humor and a light touch. The 19th century English politician Benjamin Disraeli was a master at this game. In Parliament, to fail to reply to an accusation or slanderous comment was a deadly mistake. Silence meant the accuser was right. Yet to respond angrily to get into an argument was to look ugly and defensive. Disraeli used a different tactic. He stayed calm. When the time came to reply to an attack, he would slowly make his way to the speaker's table, pause, then utter a humorous or sarcastic retort. Everyone would laugh. Now that he had warmed people up, he would proceed to refute his enemy, still mixing in amusing comments, or perhaps he would simply move on to another subject, as if he were above it all. His humor took out the sting of any attack on him. Laughter and applause have a domino effect. Once your listeners have laughed, they are more likely to laugh again. In this light-hearted mood, they are also more apt to listen. A subtle touch and a bit of irony give you room to persuade them, move them to your side, mock your enemies. That is the seductive form of argument. Shortly after the murder of Julius Caesar, the head of the band of conspirators who had killed him, Brutus, addressed an angry mob. He tried to reason with the crowd, explaining that he had wanted to save the Roman Republic from dictatorship. The people were momentarily convinced. Yes, Brutus seemed a decent man. Then Mark Antony took the stage, and he, in turn, delivered a eulogy for Caesar. He seemed overwhelmed with emotion. He talked of his love for Caesar and of Caesar's love for the Roman people. He mentioned Caesar's will. The crowd clamored to hear it, but Antony said no, for if he read it, they would know how deeply Caesar had loved them, and how dastardly this murder was. The crowd again insisted he read the will. Instead, he held up Caesar's blood-stained cloak, noting its rents and tears. This was where Brutus had stabbed the great general, he said. Cassius had stabbed him here. Then finally he read the will, which told how much wealth Caesar had left to the Roman people. This was the coup de grace. The crowd turned against the conspirators and went off to lynch them. Antony was a clever man who knew how to stir a crowd. According to the Greek historian Plutarch, when he saw that his oratory had cast a spell over the people and that they were deeply stirred by his words, he began to introduce into his praises of Caesar a note of pity and of indignation at Caesar's fate. Seductive language aims at people's emotions, for emotional people are easier to deceive. Antony used various devices to stir the crowd, a tremor in his voice, a distraught and then an angry tone. An emotional voice has an immediate, contagious effect on the listener. Antony also teased the crowd with the will, holding off the reading of it to the end, knowing it would push people over the edge. Holding up the cloak, he made his imagery visceral. Perhaps you are not trying to whip a crowd into a frenzy. You just want to bring people over to your side. Choose your strategy and words carefully. You might think it's better to reason with people, explain your ideas, but it's hard for an audience to decide whether an argument is reasonable as they listen to you talk. They have to concentrate and listen closely, which requires great effort. People are easily distracted by other stimuli, and if they miss a part of your argument, they'll feel confused, intellectually inferior, and vaguely insecure. It is more persuasive to appeal to people's hearts than their heads. Everyone shares emotions, and no one feels inferior to a speaker who stirs up their feelings. The crowd bonds together, everyone contagiously experiencing the same emotions. Antony talked of Caesar as if he and the listeners were experiencing the murder from Caesar's point of view. What could be more provocative? Use such changes of perspective to make your listeners feel what you are saying. Orchestrate your effects. It's more effective to move from one emotion to another than to just hit one note. The contrast between Antony's affection for Caesar and his indignation at the murderers was much more powerful than if he had stayed with one feeling or the other. The emotions you're trying to arouse should be strong ones. Don't speak of friendship and disagreement. Speak of love and hate. And it's crucial to try to feel something of the emotions you're trying to elicit. You will be more believable that way. This shouldn't be difficult. Imagine the reasons for loving or hating before you speak. If necessary, think of something from your past that fills you with rage. Emotions are contagious. It's easier to make someone cry if you're crying yourself. Make your voice an instrument and train it to communicate emotion. Learn to seem sincere. Napoleon studied the greatest actors of his time, and when he was alone, he would practice putting emotion into his voice. The goal of seductive speech is often to create a kind of hypnosis. You are distracting people, lowering their defenses, making them more vulnerable to suggestion. Learn the hypnotist's lessons of repetition and affirmation, key elements in putting a subject to sleep. Repetition involves using the same words over and over, preferably a word with emotional context. Taxes, liberals, bigots. The effect is mesmerizing. Ideas can be permanently implanted in people's unconscious simply by being repeated often enough. Affirmation is simply the making of strong positive statements, like the hypnotist's commands. Seductive language should have a kind of boldness, which will cover up a multitude of sins. Your audience will be so caught up in your bold language that they won't have time to reflect on whether or not it's true. Never say, "I don't think the other side made a wise decision." Say, "We deserve better." Or, "They have made a mess of things." Affirmative language is active language, full of verbs, imperatives, and short sentences. Cut out, "I believe," "perhaps," "in my opinion." Head straight for the heart. You are learning to speak a different kind of language. Most people employ symbolic language. Their words stand for something real, the feelings, ideas, and beliefs they really have, or they stand for concrete things in the real world. The origin of the word symbolic lies in a Greek word meaning to bring things together, in this case a word and something real. As a seducer, you are using the opposite, diabolic language. Your words do not stand for anything real. Their sound and the feelings they evoke are more important than what they are supposed to stand for. The word diabolic ultimately means to separate, to throw things apart. Here, words and reality. The more you make people focus on your sweet-sounding language and on the illusions and fantasies it conjures, the more you diminish their contact with reality. You lead them into the clouds, where it's hard to distinguish truth from untruth, real from unreal. Keep your words vague and ambiguous so people are never quite sure what you mean. Envelop them in demonic, diabolical language, and they will not be able to focus on your maneuvers, on the possible consequences of your seduction. And the more they lose themselves in illusion, the easier it will be to lead them astray and seduce them. Reversal. Don't confuse flowery language with seduction. In using flowery language, you run the risk of wearing on people's nerves, of seeming pretentious. Excess verbiage is a sign of selfishness, of your inability to rein in your natural tendencies. Often with language, less is more. The elusive, vague, ambiguous phrase leaves the listener more room for imagination than does a sentence full of bombast and self-indulgence. You must always think first of your targets and of what will be pleasant to their ears. There will be many times when silence is best. What you do not say can be suggestive and eloquent, making you seem mysterious. In the 11th century Japanese court diary, the Pillow Book of Sei Shonagon, the counselor, Yoshichika, is intrigued by a lady he sees in a carriage, silent and beautiful. He sends her a note, and she sends one back. He is the only one to read it, but by his reaction, everyone can tell it is in bad taste or badly written. It spoils the effect of her beauty. Shonagon writes, quote, I have heard people suggest that no reply at all is better than a bad one. Unquote. If you are not eloquent, if you cannot master seductive language, at least learn to curb your tongue. Use silence to cultivate an enigmatic presence. Finally, seduction has a pace and rhythm. In phase 1, you're cautious and indirect. It's often best to disguise your intentions, to put your target at ease with deliberately neutral words. Your conversation should be harmless, even a bit bland. In this second phase, you turn more to the attack. This is the time for seductive language. Now, when you envelop them in your seductive words and letters, it comes as a pleasant surprise. It gives them the immensely pleasing feeling that they are the ones to suddenly inspire you with such poetry and intoxicating words. Chapter 11. Pay attention to detail. Lofty words and grand gestures can be suspicious. Why are you trying so hard to please? The details of a seduction, the subtle gestures, the offhand things you do, are often more charming and revealing. You must learn to distract your victims with a myriad of pleasant little rituals. Thoughtful gifts tailored just for them, clothes and adornments designed to please them, gestures that show the time and attention you are paying them. All of their senses are engaged in the details you orchestrate. Create spectacles to dazzle their eyes. Mesmerized by what they see, they will not notice what you are really up to. Learn to suggest the proper feelings and moods through details. The mesmerizing effect. In December 1898, the wives of the 7 major Western ambassadors to China received a strange invitation. The 63-year-old Empress Dowager Cixi was hosting a banquet in their honor in the Forbidden City in Beijing. The ambassadors themselves had been quite displeased with the Empress Dowager for several reasons. She was a Manchu, a race of northerners who had conquered China in the early 17th century, establishing the Qing dynasty and ruling the country for nearly 300 years. By the 1890s, the Western powers had begun to carve up parts of China, a country they considered backward. They wanted China to modernize, but the Manchus were conservative and resisted all reform.
Earlier in 1898, the Chinese Emperor Guangxu, the Empress Dowager's 27-year-old nephew, had actually begun a series of reforms with the blessings of the West. Then, 100 days into this period of reform, word reached the Western diplomats from the Forbidden City that the emperor was quite ill, and that the Empress Dowager had taken power. They suspected foul play. The Empress had probably acted to stop the reforms. The emperor was being mistreated, probably poisoned. Perhaps he was already dead. When the 7 ambassadors' wives were preparing for their unusual visit, their husbands warned them, "Do not trust the Empress Dowager." A wily woman with a cruel streak, she had risen from obscurity to become the concubine of a previous emperor, and had managed over the years to accumulate great power. Far more than the emperor, she was the most feared person in China. On the appointed day, the women were borne into the Forbidden City in a procession of sedan chairs carried by court eunuchs in dazzling uniforms. The women themselves, not to be outdone, wore the latest Western fashions: tight corsets, long velvet dresses with leg-of-mutton sleeves, billowing petticoats, tall, plumed hats. The residents of the Forbidden City looked at their clothes in amazement, and particularly at the way their dresses displayed their prominent bosoms. The wives felt sure they had impressed their hosts. At the audience hall, they were greeted by princes and princesses as well as lower royalty. The Chinese women were wearing magnificent Manchu costumes with the traditional high, jewel-encrusted black headdresses. They were arranged in a hierarchical order reflected in the color of their dresses, an astounding rainbow of color. The wives were served tea in the most delicate porcelain cups, then were escorted into the presence of the Empress Dowager. The sight took their breath away. The Empress was seated on the dragon throne, which was studded with jewels. She wore heavily brocaded robes, a magnificent headdress bearing diamonds, pearls, and jade, and an enormous necklace of perfectly matched pearls. She was a tiny woman, but on the throne, in that dress, she seemed a giant. She smiled at the ladies with much warmth and sincerity. To their relief, seated below her on a smaller throne, was her nephew, the emperor. He looked pale, but he greeted them enthusiastically and seemed in good spirits. Maybe he was, indeed, simply ill. The empress shook the hand of each of the women. As she did so, an attendant eunuch handed her a large gold ring set with a large pearl, which she slipped onto each woman's hand. After this introduction, the wives were escorted into another room, where they again took tea, and then were led into a banqueting hall, where the empress now sat on a chair of yellow satin, yellow being the imperial color. She spoke to them for a while. She had a beautiful voice. It was said that her voice could literally charm birds out of trees. At the end of the conversation, she took the hand of each woman again, and with much emotion told them, "One family, all one family." The women then saw a performance in the Imperial Theater. Finally, the Empress received them one last time. She apologized for the performance they had just seen, which was certainly inferior to what they were used to in the West. There was one more round of tea, and this time, as the wife of the American ambassador reported it, the Empress, quote, stepped forward and tipped each cup of tea to her own lips and took a sip, then lifted the cup on the other side to our lips and said again, "One family, all one family." The women were given more gifts, then were escorted back to their sedan chairs and borne out of the Forbidden City. The women relayed to their husbands their earnest belief that they had all been wrong about the Empress. The American ambassador's wife reported, quote, "She was bright and happy, and her face glowed with goodwill. There was no trace of cruelty to be seen. Her actions were full of freedom and warmth. We left full of admiration for Her Majesty and hopes for China." The husbands reported back to their governments the emperor was fine, and the empress could be trusted. Interpretation.
The foreign contingent in China had no idea what was really happening in the Forbidden City. In truth, the emperor had conspired to arrest and possibly murder his aunt. Discovering the plot, a terrible crime in Confucian terms, she forced him to sign his own abdication, had him confined, and told the outside world that he was ill. As part of his punishment, he was to appear at state functions and act as if nothing had happened. The Empress Dowager loathed Westerners, whom she considered barbarians. She disliked the ambassadors' wives, with their ugly fashions and simpering ways. The banquet was a show, a seduction, to appease the Western powers, which had been threatening invasion if the emperor had been killed. The goal of the seduction was simple: dazzle the wives with color, spectacle, theater. The empress applied all her expertise to the task, and she was a genius for detail. She had designed the spectacles in a rising order. The uniformed eunuchs first, then the Manchu ladies in their headdresses, and finally the empress herself. It was pure theater, and it was overwhelming. Then the empress brought the spectacle down a notch, humanizing it with gifts, warm greetings, the reassuring presence of the emperor, teas, and entertainments which were in no way inferior to anything in the West. She ended the banquet on another high note, the little drama with the sharing of the teacups, followed by even more magnificent gifts. The women's heads were spinning when they left. In truth, they had never seen such exotic splendor, and they never understood how carefully its details had been orchestrated by the empress. Charmed by the spectacle, they transferred their happy feelings to the empress and gave her their approval, all that she required. The key to distracting people, seduction is distraction, is to fill their eyes and ears with details, little rituals, colorful objects. Detail is what makes things seem real and substantial. A thoughtful gift won't seem to have an ulterior motive. A ritual full of charming little actions is so enjoyable to watch. Jewelry, handsome furnishings, touches of color and clothing dazzle the eye. It is a childish weakness of ours. We prefer to focus on the pleasant little details rather than on the larger picture. The more senses you appeal to, the more mesmerizing the effect. The objects you use in your seduction, gifts, clothes, etc., speak their own language, and it is a powerful one. Never ignore a detail or leave one to chance. Orchestrate them into a spectacle, and no one will notice how manipulative you're being. The sensuous effect. One day, a messenger told Prince Genji, the aging but still consummate seducer in the Heian court of late 10th century Japan, that one of his youthful conquests had suddenly died, leaving behind an orphan, a young woman named Tamakazura. Genji was not Tamakazura's father, but he decided to bring her to court and be her protector anyway. Soon after her arrival, men of the highest rank began to woo her. Genji had told everyone she was a lost daughter of his. As a result, they assumed that she was beautiful, for Genji was the handsomest man in the court. At the time, men rarely saw a young girl's face before marriage. In theory, they were allowed to talk to her only if she was on the other side of a screen. Genji showered her with attention, helping her sort through all the love letters she was receiving and advising her on the right match. As Tamakazura's protector, Genji was able to see her face, and she was indeed beautiful. He fell in love with her. What a shame, he thought, to give this lovely creature away to another man. One night, overwhelmed by her charms, he held her hand and told her how much she resembled her mother, whom he once had loved. She trembled, not with excitement, however, but with fear. For although he wasn't her father, he was supposed to be her protector, not a suitor. Her attendants were away, and it was a beautiful night. Genji silently threw off his perfumed robe and pulled her down beside him. She began to cry and to resist. Always a gentleman, Genji told her that he would respect her wishes, he would always care for her, and she had nothing to fear. He then politely excused himself. Several days later, Genji was helping Tamakazura with her correspondence when he read a love letter from his younger brother, Prince Hotaru, who numbered among her suitors. In the letter, Hotaru berated Tamakazura for not letting him get physically close enough to talk to her and tell her his feelings. Tamakazura had not replied. Unused to the manners of the court, she had felt shy and intimidated. As if to help her, Genji got one of his servants to write to Hotaru in her name. The letter, written on beautiful perfumed paper, warmly invited the prince to visit her. Hotaru appeared at the appointed hour. He smelled a beguiling incense, mysterious and seductive. Mixed into this scent was Genji's own perfume. The prince felt a wave of excitement. Approaching the screen behind which Tamakazura sat, he confessed his love for her. Without making a sound, she retreated to another screen, farther away. Suddenly, there was a flash of light as if a torch had flared up, and Hotaru saw her profile behind the screen. She was more beautiful than he had imagined. Two things delighted the prince: the sudden, mysterious flash of light, and the brief glimpse of his beloved. Now, he was truly in love. Hotaru began to court her assiduously. Meanwhile, feeling reassured that Genji was no longer chasing her, Tamakazura saw her protector more often. And now she couldn't help noticing little details. Genji's robes seemed to glow in pleasing and vibrant colors, as if dyed by unworldly hands. Hotaru's robes seemed drab by comparison. And the perfumes burned into Genji's garments. How intoxicating they were. No one else bore such a scent. Hotaru's letters were polite and well written, but the letters Genji sent her were on magnificent paper, perfumed and dyed, and they quoted lines of poetry, always surprising yet always appropriate for the occasion. Genji also grew and gathered flowers, wild carnations, for instance, that he gave as gifts, and that seemed to symbolize his unique charm. One evening, Genji proposed to teach Tamakazura how to play the koto. She was delighted. She loved to read romance novels, and whenever Genji played the koto, she felt as if she were transported into one of her books. No one played the instrument better than Genji. She would be honored to learn from him. Now, he saw her often, and the method of his lessons was simple. She would choose a song for him to play, and then would try to imitate him. After they played, they would lie down side by side, their heads resting on the koto, staring up at the moon. Genji would have torches set up in the garden, giving the view the softest glow. The more Tamakazura saw of the court, of Prince Hotaru, the other suitors, the emperor himself, the more she realized that none could compare to Genji. He was supposed to be her protector. Yes, that was still true, but was it such a sin to fall in love with him? Confused, she found herself giving in to the caresses and kisses that he began to surprise her with, now that she was too weak to resist. Interpretation. Genji is the protagonist in the 11th century novel The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu, a woman of the Heian court. The character was most likely inspired by the real-life seducer Fujiwara no Korechika. In his seduction of Tamakazura, Genji's strategy was simple. He would make her realize indirectly how charming and irresistible he was by surrounding her with unspoken details. He also brought her in contact with his brother. Comparison with this drab, stiff figure would make Genji's superiority clear. The night Hotaru first visited her, Genji set everything up, as if to support Hotaru's seducing, the mysterious scent, then the flash of light by the screen. The light came from a novel effect. Earlier in the evening, Genji had collected hundreds of fireflies in a cloth bag. At the proper moment, he let them all go at once. But when Tamakazura saw Genji encouraging Hotaru's pursuit of her, her defenses against her protector
relaxed, allowing her senses to be filled by this master of seductive effects. Genji orchestrated every possible detail: the scented paper, the colored robes, the lights in the garden, the wild carnations, the apt poetry, the koto lessons, which induced an irresistible feeling of harmony. Tamakazura found herself dragged into a sensual whirlpool. Bypassing the shyness and mistrust that words or actions would only have worsened, Genji surrounded his ward with objects, sights, sounds, and scents that symbolized the pleasure of his company far more than his actual physical presence would have. In fact, his presence could only have been threatening. He knew that a young girl's senses are her most vulnerable point. The key to Genji's masterful orchestration of detail was his attention to the target of his seduction. Like Genji, you must attune your own senses to your targets, watching them carefully, adapting to their moods. You sense when they are defensive and retreat. You also sense when they are giving in and move forward. In between, the details you set up, gifts, entertainments, the clothes you wear, the flowers you choose, are aimed precisely at their tastes and predilections. Genji knew he was dealing with a young girl who loved romantic novels. His wild flowers, koto playing, and poetry brought their world to life for her. Attend to your target's every move and desire, and reveal your attentiveness in the details and objects you surround them with, filling their senses with the mood you need to inspire. They can argue with your words, but not with the effect you have on their senses. Keys to seduction. When we were children, our senses were much more active. The colors of a new toy or a spectacle such as a circus held us in thrall. A smell or a sound could fascinate us. In the games we created, many of them reproducing something in the adult world on a smaller scale, what pleasure we took in orchestrating every detail. We noticed everything. As we grow older, our senses get dulled. We no longer notice as much, for we are constantly hurrying to get things done, to move on to the next task. In seduction, you're always trying to bring the target back to the golden moments of childhood. A child is less rational, more easily deceived. A child is also more attuned to the pleasures of the senses. So when your targets are with you, you must never give them the feeling they normally get in the real world, where we are all rushed, ruthless, out for ourselves. You need to deliberately slow things down and return them to the simpler times of their youth. The details that you orchestrate, colors, gifts, little ceremonies, are aimed at their senses, at the childish delight we take in the immediate charms of the natural world. Their senses, filled with delightful things, they grow less capable of reason and rationality. Pay attention to detail, and you will find yourself assuming a slower pace. Your targets will not focus on what you might be after, sexual favors, power, etc., because you seem so considerate, so attentive. In the childish realm of the senses in which you envelop them, they get a clear sense that you are involving them in something distinct from the real world, an essential ingredient of seduction. Remember, the more you get people to focus on the little things, the less they will notice your larger direction. The seduction will assume the slow, hypnotic pace of a ritual in which the details have a heightened importance and the moments are full of ceremony. In 8th century China, Emperor Ming Huang caught a glimpse of a beautiful young woman combing her hair beside an imperial pool. Her name was Yang Guifei, and even though she was the concubine of the emperor's son, he had to have her for himself. Since he was emperor, nobody could stop him. The emperor was a practical man. He had many concubines, and they all had their charms, but he had never lost his head over a woman. Yang Guifei, though, was different. Her body exuded the most wonderful fragrance. She wore gowns made of the sheerest silk gauze, each embroidered with different flowers, depending on the season. In walking, she seemed to float, her tiny steps invisible beneath her gown. She danced to perfection, wrote songs in his honor that she sang magnificently, had a way of looking at him that made his blood boil with desire. She quickly became his favorite. Yang Guifei drove the emperor to distraction. He built palaces for her, spent all his time with her, satisfied her every whim. Before long, his kingdom was bankrupt and ruined. Yang Guifei was an artful seductress who had a devastating effect on all the men who crossed her path. There were so many ways her presence charmed: the sense, the voice, the movements, the witty conversation, the artful glances, the embroidered gowns. These pleasurable details turned a mighty king into a distracted baby. Since time immemorial, women have known that within the most apparently self-possessed man is an animal whom they can lead by filling his senses with the proper physical lures. The key is to attack on as many fronts as possible. Do not ignore your voice, your gestures, your walk, your clothes, your glances. Some of the most alluring women in history have so distracted their victims with sensual detail that the men fail to notice it is all an illusion. From the 1940s on into the early 1960s, Pamela Churchill Harriman had a series of affairs with some of the most prominent and wealthy men in the world. Averil Harriman, whom years later she married, Gianni Agnelli, heir to the Fiat fortune, Baron Ailey de Rothschild. What attracted these men and kept them enthralled was not her beauty or her lineage or her vivacious personality, but her extraordinary attention to detail. It began with her attentive look as she listened to your every word, soaking up your tastes. Once she found her way into your home, she would fill it with your favorite flowers, get your chef to cook that dish you had tasted only in the finest restaurants. You mentioned an artist you liked. A few days later, that artist would be attending one of your parties. She found the perfect antiques for you, dressed in the way that most pleased or excited you, and she did this without your saying a word. She spied, gathered information from third parties, overheard you talking to someone else. Harriman's attention to detail had an intoxicating effect on all the men in her life. It had something in common with the pampering of a mother, there to bring order and comfort into their lives, attending to their needs. Life is harsh and competitive. Attending to detail in a way that is soothing to the other person makes them dependent upon you. The key is probing their needs in a way that is not too obvious, so that when you make precisely the right gesture, it seems uncanny, as if you had read their mind. This is another way of returning your targets to childhood, when all of their needs were met. In the eyes of women all over the world, Rudolph Valentino reigned as the great lover through much of the 1920s. The qualities behind his appeal certainly included his handsome, almost pretty face, his dancing skills, the strangely exciting streak of cruelty in his manner, but his perhaps most endearing trait was his time-consuming approach to courtship. His films would show him seducing a woman slowly, with careful details, sending her flowers, choosing the variety to match the mood he wanted to induce, taking her hand, lighting her cigarette, escorting her to romantic places, leading her on the dance floor. These were silent movies, and his audiences never got to hear him speak. It was all in his gestures. Men came to hate him, for their wives and girlfriends now expected the slow, careful Valentino treatment. Valentino had a feminine streak. It was said that he wooed a woman the way another woman would. But femininity need not figure in this approach to seduction. In the early 1770s, Prince Grigory Potemkin began an affair with Empress Catherine the Great of Russia that was to last many years. Potemkin was a manly man, and not at all handsome, but he managed to win the Empress's heart by the many little things he did, and continued to do long after the affair had begun. He spoiled her with wonderful gifts, never tired of writing her long letters, arranged for all kinds of entertainments for her, composed songs to her beauty. Yet he would appear before her barefoot, hair uncombed, clothes wrinkled. There was no kind of fussiness in his attention, which, however, did make it clear he would go to the ends of the earth for her. A woman's senses are more refined than a man's. To a woman, Yang Kui-fei's overt sensual appeal would seem too hurried and direct. What that means, though, is that all the man really has to do is take it slowly, making seduction a ritual full of all kinds of little things he has to do for his target. If he takes his time, he will have her eating out of his hand. Everything in seduction is a sign, and nothing more so than clothes. It's not that you have to dress interestingly, elegantly, or provocatively, but that you have to dress for your target, have to appeal to your target's tastes. When Cleopatra was seducing Mark Antony, her dress was not brazenly sexual. She dressed as a Greek goddess, knowing his weakness for such fantasy figures. Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of King Louis XV, knew the king's weaknesses, his chronic boredom. She constantly wore different clothes, changing not only their color but their style, supplying the king with a constant feast for his eyes. Pamela Harriman was subdued in the fashions she wore, befitting her role as a high society geisha and reflecting the sober tastes of the men she seduced. Contrast works well here. At work or at home, you might dress nonchalantly. Marilyn Monroe, for example, wore jeans and a t-shirt at home. But when you're with a target, you wear something elaborate, as if you were putting on a costume. Your Cinderella transformation will stir excitement and the feeling that you have done something just for the person you are with. Whenever your attention is individualized, you wouldn't dress like that for anyone else. It is infinitely more seductive. In the 1870s, Queen Victoria found herself wooed by Benjamin Disraeli, her own prime minister. Disraeli's words were flattering and his manner insinuating. He also sent her flowers, valentines, gifts, but not just any flowers or gifts, the kind that most men would send. The flowers were primroses, symbols of their simple yet beautiful friendship. From then on, whenever Victoria saw a primrose, she thought of Disraeli. Or he would write on a valentine that he, quote, no longer in the sunset, but the twilight of his existence must encounter a life of anxiety and toil. But this, too, has its romance, when he remembers that he labors for the most gracious of beings, unquote. Or he might send her a little box with no inscription but with a heart transfixed by an arrow on one side and the word fideliter, or faithfully, on the other. Victoria fell in love with Disraeli. A gift has immense seductive power, but the object itself is less important than the gesture and the subtle thought or emotion that it communicates. Perhaps the choice relates to something from the target's past, or symbolizes something between you, or merely represents the lengths you will go to please. It wasn't the money Disraeli spent that impressed Victoria, but the time he took to find the appropriate thing or make the appropriate gesture. Expensive gifts have no sentiment attached. They may temporarily excite their recipient, but they're quickly forgotten, as a child forgets a new toy. The object that reflects its giver's attentiveness has a lingering sentimental power, which resurfaces every time its owner sees it. In 1919, the Italian writer and war hero Gabriele D'Annunzio managed to put together a band of followers and take over the town of Fiume on the Adriatic coast, now part of Slovenia. They established their own government there, which lasted for over a year. D'Annunzio initiated a series of public spectacles that were to be immensely influential on politicians elsewhere. He would address the public from a balcony overlooking the town's main square, which would be full of colorful banners, flags, pagan religious symbols, and at night, torches. The speeches would be followed by processions. Although D'Annunzio was not at all a fascist,
What he did in Fiume crucially affected Benito Mussolini, who borrowed his Roman salutes, his use of symbols, his mode of public address. Spectacles like these have been used since then by governments everywhere, even democratic ones. Their overall impression may be grand, but it is the orchestrated details that make them work, the number of senses they appeal to, the variety of emotions they stir. You are aiming to distract people, and nothing is more distracting than a wealth of detail. Fireworks, flags, music, uniforms, marching soldiers, the feel of the crowd packed together. It becomes difficult to think straight, particularly if the symbols and details stir up patriotic emotions. Finally, words are important in seduction and have a great deal of power to confuse, distract, and boost the vanity of the target. But what is most seductive in the long run is what you do not say, what you communicate indirectly. Words come easily, and people distrust them. Anyone can say the right words, and once they are said, nothing is binding, and they may even be forgotten altogether. The gesture, the thoughtful gift, the little details seem much more real and substantial. They are also much more charming than lofty words about love, precisely because they speak for themselves and let the seduced read into them more than is there. Never tell someone what you are feeling. Let them guess it in your looks and gestures. That is the more convincing language. Reversal. There is no reversal. Details are essential to any successful seduction and cannot be ignored. Chapter 12. Poeticize your presence. Important things happen when your targets are alone. The slightest feeling of relief that you are not there, and it is all over. Familiarity and overexposure will cause this reaction. Remain elusive then, so that when you're away they will yearn to see you again and will associate you only with pleasant thoughts. Occupy their minds by alternating an exciting presence with a cool distance, exuberant moments followed by calculated absences. Associate yourself with poetic images and objects so that when they think of you, they begin to see you through an idealized halo. The more you figure in their minds, the more they will envelop you in seductive fantasies. Feed these fantasies by subtle inconsistencies and changes in your behavior. Poetic presence or absence. In 1943, the Argentine military overthrew the government. A popular 48-year-old colonel, Juan Perón, was named Secretary of Labor and Social Affairs. Perón was a widower who had a fondness for young girls. At the time of his appointment, he was involved with a teenager, whom he introduced to one and all as his daughter. One evening, in January of 1944, Perón was seated among the other military leaders in a Buenos Aires stadium, attending an artists' festival. It was late, and there were some empty seats around him. Out of nowhere, two beautiful young actresses asked his permission to sit down. Were they joking? He would be delighted. He recognized one of the actresses. It was Eva Duarte, a star of radio soap operas whose photograph was often on the covers of the tabloids. The other actress was younger and prettier, but Perón could not take his eyes off Eva, who was talking to another colonel. She was really not his type at all. She was 24, far too old for his taste. She was dressed rather garishly, and there was something a little icy in her manner. But she looked at him occasionally, and her glance excited him. He looked away for a moment, and the next thing he knew, she had changed seats and was sitting next to him. They started to talk. She hung on his every word. Yes, everything he said was precisely how she felt. The poor, the workers, they were the future of Argentina. She had known poverty herself. There were almost tears in her eyes when she said at the end of the conversation, "Thank you for existing." In the next few days, Eva managed to get rid of Perón's daughter and establish herself in his apartment. Everywhere he turned, there she was, fixing him meals, caring for him when he was ill, advising him on politics. Why did he let her stay? Usually, he would have a fling with a superficial young girl, then get rid of her when she seemed to be sticking around too much. But there was nothing superficial about Eva. As time went by, he found himself getting addicted to the feeling she gave him. She was intensely loyal, mirroring his every idea, puffing him up endlessly. He felt more masculine in her presence. That was it. And more powerful. She believed he would make the country's ideal leader, and her belief affected him. She was like the women in the tango ballads he loved so much, the suffering women of the streets who became saintly mother figures and looked after their men. Perón saw her every day, but he never felt he fully knew her. One day, her comments were a little obscene. The next, she was the perfect lady. He had one worry. She was angling to get married, and he could never marry her. She was an actress with a dubious past. The other colonels were already scandalized by his involvement with her. Nevertheless, the affair went on. In 1945, Perón was dismissed from his post and jailed. The colonels feared his growing popularity and distrusted the power of his mistress, who seemed to have total influence over him. It was the first time in almost 2 years that he was truly alone and truly separated from Eva. Suddenly, he felt new emotions sweeping over him. He pinned her photographs all over the wall. Outside, massive strikes were being organized to protest his imprisonment, but all he could think about was Eva. She was a saint, a woman of destiny, a heroine. He wrote to her, "It is only being apart from loved ones that we can measure our affection. From the day I left you, I have not been able to calm my sad heart. My immense solitude is full of your memory." Now, he promised to marry her. The strikes grew in intensity. After 8 days, Perón was released from prison. He promptly married Eva. A few months later, he was elected president. As First Lady, Eva attended state functions in her somewhat gaudy dresses and jewelry. She was seen as a former actress with a large wardrobe. Then, in 1947, she left for a tour of Europe, and Argentines followed her every move. The ecstatic crowds that greeted her in Spain, her audience with the Pope, and in her absence, their opinion of her changed. How well she represented the Argentine spirit, its noble simplicity, its flair for drama. When she returned a few weeks later, they overwhelmed her with attention. Eva, too, had changed during her trip to Europe. Now her dyed blonde hair was pulled into a severe chignon, and she wore tailored suits. It was a serious look, befitting a woman who was to become the savior of the poor. Soon her image could be seen everywhere, her initials on the walls, the sheets, the towels of the hospitals for the poor, her profile on the jerseys of a soccer team from the poorest part of Argentina, whose club she sponsored, her giant, smiling face covering the sides of buildings. Since finding out anything personal about her had become impossible, all kinds of elaborate fantasies began to spring up about her. And when cancer cut her life short in 1952, at the age of 33, the age of Christ when he died, the country went into mourning. Millions filed past her embalmed body. She was no longer a radio actress, a wife, a first lady, but Evita, a saint. Interpretation. Eva Duarte was an illegitimate child who had grown up in poverty, escaped to Buenos Aires to become an actress, and had been forced to do many tawdry things to survive and get ahead in the theater world. Her dream was to escape all of the constraints on her future, for she was intensely ambitious. Perón was the perfect victim. He imagined himself a great leader, but the reality was he was fast becoming a lecherous old man who was too weak to raise himself up. Eva injected poetry into his life. Her language was florid and theatrical. She surrounded him with attention, indeed to the point of suffocation, but a woman's dutiful service to a great man was a classic image and was celebrated in innumerable tango ballads. Yet she managed to remain elusive, mysterious, like a movie star you see all the time on the screen but never really know. And when Perón was finally alone in prison, these poetic images and associations burst forth in his mind. He idealized her madly. As far as he was concerned, she was no longer an actress with a tawdry past. She seduced an entire nation the same way. The secret was her dramatic, poetic presence, combined with a touch of elusive distance. Over time, you would see whatever you wanted to in her. To this day, people fantasize about what Eva was really like. Familiarity destroys seduction. This rarely happens early on. There is so much to learn about a new person, but a midpoint may arrive when the target has begun to idealize and fantasize about you, only to discover that you are not what he or she thought. It's not a question of being seen too often, of being too available, as some imagine. In fact, if your targets see you too rarely, you give them nothing to feed on, and their attention may be caught by someone else. You have to occupy their mind. It is more a matter of being too consistent, too obvious, too human and real. Your targets cannot idealize you if they know too much about you, if they start to see you as all too human. Not only must you maintain a degree of distance, but there must be something fantastical and bewitching about you, sparking all kinds of delightful possibilities in their mind. The possibility Eva held out was the possibility that she was what in Argentine culture was considered the ideal woman. Devoted, motherly, saintly. But there are any number of poetic ideals you can try to embody. Chivalry, adventure, romance, and so on are just as potent, and if you have a whiff of them about you, you can breathe enough poetry into the air to fill people's minds with fantasies and dreams. At all costs, you must embody something, even if it is roguery and evil. Anything to avoid the taint of familiarity and commonness. Keys to seduction. We all have a self-image that is more flattering than the truth. We think of ourselves as more generous, selfless, honest, kindly, intelligent, or good-looking than, in fact, we are. It is extremely difficult for us to be honest with ourselves about our own limitations. We have a desperate need to idealize ourselves. As the writer Angela Carter remarks, we would rather align ourselves with angels than with the higher primates from which we are actually descended. This need to idealize extends to our romantic entanglements because when we fall in love or under the spell of another person, we see a reflection of ourselves. The choice we make in deciding to become involved with another person reveals something important and intimate about us. We resist seeing ourselves as having fallen for someone who is cheap or tacky or tasteless because it reflects badly on who we are. Furthermore, we're often likely to fall for someone who resembles us in some way. Should that person be deficient or, worst of all, ordinary, then there is something deficient and ordinary about us. No, at all costs, the loved one must be overvalued and idealized, at least for the sake of our own self-esteem. Besides, in a world that is harsh and full of disappointment, it is a great pleasure to be able to fantasize about a person you're involved with. This makes the seducer's task easy. People are dying to be given the chance to fantasize about you. Do not spoil this golden opportunity by overexposing yourself or becoming so familiar and banal that the target sees you exactly as you are. You don't have to be an angel or a paragon of virtue. That would be quite boring. You can be dangerous, naughty, even somewhat vulgar, depending on the tastes of your victim, but never be ordinary or limited. In poetry, as opposed to reality, anything is possible. Soon after we fall under a person's spell, we form an image in our minds of who they are and what pleasures they might offer. Thinking of them when we're alone, we tend to make this image more and more idealized. The novelist Stendhal, in his book On Love, calls this phenomenon crystallization, telling the story of how, in Salzburg, Austria, they used to throw a leafless branch into the abandoned depths of a salt mine in the middle of winter. When the branch was pulled out months later, it would be covered with spectacular crystals. That is what happens to a loved one in our minds. According to Stendhal, though, there are two crystallizations. The first happens when we first meet the person. The second, and more important one, happens later, when a bit of doubt creeps in. You desire the other person, but they elude you. You're not sure they're yours. This bit of doubt is critical. It makes your imagination work double, deepens the poeticizing process. In the 17th century, the great rake, the Duc de Lauzun, pulled off one of the most spectacular seductions in history, that of the Grande Mademoiselle, the cousin of King Louis XIV, and the wealthiest and most powerful woman in France. He tickled her imagination with a few brief encounters at the court, letting her catch glimpses of his wit, his audacity, his cool manner. She would begin to think of him when she was alone. Next, she started to bump into him more often at the court, and they would have little conversations or walks. When these meetings were over, she would be left with a doubt. Is he or is he not interested in me? This made her want to see him more, in order to allay her doubts. She began to idealize him all out of proportion to the reality, for the Duke was an incorrigible scoundrel. Remember, if you are easily had, you cannot be worth that much. It is hard to wax poetic about a person who comes so cheaply. If, after the initial interest, you make it clear that you cannot be taken for granted, if you stir a bit of doubt, the target will imagine there's something special, lofty, and unattainable about you. Your image will crystallize in the other person's mind. Cleopatra knew that she was really no different from any other woman, and in fact, her face was not particularly beautiful. But she knew that men have a tendency to overvalue a woman. All that is required is to hint that there is something different about you, to make them associate you with something grand or poetic. She made Caesar aware of her connection to the great kings and queens of Egypt's past. With Antony, she created the fantasy that she was descended from Aphrodite herself. These men were cavorting not just with a strong-willed woman, but a kind of goddess. Such associations might be difficult to pull off today, but people still get deep pleasure from associating others with some kind of childhood fantasy figure. John F. Kennedy presented himself as a figure of chivalry, noble, brave, charming. Pablo Picasso was not just a great painter with a thirst for young girls. He was the Minotaur of Greek legend, or the devilish trickster figure that is so seductive to women. These associations should not be made too early. They're only powerful once the target has begun to fall under your spell and is vulnerable to suggestion. A man who had just met Cleopatra would have found the Aphrodite association ludicrous, but a person who is falling in love will believe almost anything. The trick is to associate your image with something mythic through the clothes you wear, the things you say, the places you go. In Marcel Proust's novel Remembrance of Things Past, the character Swann finds himself gradually seduced by a woman who is not really his type. He is an aesthete and loves the finer things in life. She is of a lower class, less refined, even a little tasteless. What poeticizes her in his mind is a series of exuberant moments they share together, moments that from then on he associates with her. One of these is a concert in a salon that they attend, in which he is intoxicated by a little melody in a sonata. Whenever he thinks of her, he remembers this little phrase. Little gifts she has given him, objects she's touched or handled, begin to assume a life of their own. Any kind of heightened experience, artistic or spiritual, lingers in the mind much longer than normal experience. You must find a way to share such moments with your targets, a concert, a play, a spiritual encounter, whatever it takes, so that they associate something elevated with you. Shared moments of exuberance have immense seductive pull. Also, any kind of object can be imbued with poetic resonance and sentimental associations, as discussed in the last chapter. The gifts you give and other objects can become imbued with your presence. If they are associated with pleasant memories, the sight of them keeps you in mind and accelerates the poeticization process. Although it is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, an absence too early will prove deadly to the crystallization process. Like Eva Peron, you must surround your targets with focused attention, so that in those critical moments when they're alone, their mind is spinning with a kind of afterglow. Do everything you can to keep the target thinking about you. Letters, mementos, gifts, unexpected meetings, all these give you an omnipresence. Everything must remind them of you. Finally, if your targets should see you as elevated and poetic, there's much to be gained by making them feel elevated and poeticized in their turn. The French writer Chateaubriand would make a woman feel like a goddess. She had such a powerful effect on him. He would send her poems that she supposedly had inspired. To make Queen Victoria feel as if she were both a seductive woman and a great leader, Benjamin Disraeli would compare her to mythological figures and great predecessors, such as Queen Elizabeth I. By idealizing your targets this way, you will make them idealize you in return, since you must be equally great to be able to appreciate and see all of their fine qualities. They will also grow addicted to the elevated feeling you give them. Reversal. It might seem that the reverse tactic would be to reveal everything about yourself, to be completely honest about your faults and virtues. This kind of sincerity was a quality Lord Byron had. He almost got a thrill out of disclosing all of his nasty, ugly qualities, even going so far later on in his life as to tell people about his incestuous involvements with his half-sister. This kind of dangerous intimacy can be immensely seductive. The target will poeticize your vices and your honesty about them. They will start to see more than is there. In other words, the idealization process is unavoidable. The only thing that cannot be idealized is mediocrity. But there is nothing seductive about mediocrity. There is no possible way to seduce without creating some kind of fantasy and poeticization. Chapter 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. Too much maneuvering on your part may raise suspicion. The best way to cover your tracks is to make the other person feel superior and stronger. If you seem to be weak, vulnerable, enthralled by the other person, and unable to control yourself, you will make your actions look more natural, less calculated. Physical weakness, tears, bashfulness, paleness will help create the effect. To further win trust, exchange honesty for virtue. Establish your sincerity by confessing some sin on your part. It doesn't have to be real. Sincerity is more important than goodness. Play the victim, then transform your target's sympathy into love. The victim strategy. That sweltering August in the 1770s, when the Présidente de Tourvel was visiting the chateau of her old friend Madame de Rosemonde. Leaving her husband at home, she was expecting to be enjoying the peace and quiet of country life, more or less on her own. But she loved the simple pleasures, and soon her daily life at the chateau assumed a comfortable pattern. Daily mass, walks in the country, charitable work in the neighboring villages, card games in the evening. When Madame de Rosemonde's nephew arrived for a visit, then, the Présidente felt uncomfortable, but also curious. The nephew The Vicomte de Valmont was the most notorious libertine in Paris. He was certainly handsome, but he was not what she had expected. He seemed sad, somewhat downtrodden, and strangest of all, he paid hardly any attention to her. The Présidente was no coquette. She dressed simply, ignored fashions, and loved her husband. Still, she was young and beautiful, and was used to fending off men's attentions. In the back of her mind, she was slightly perturbed that he took so little notice of her. Then, at Mass one day, she caught a glimpse of Valmont, apparently lost in prayer. The idea dawned on her that he was in the midst of a period of soul-searching. As soon as word had leaked out that Valmont was at the chateau, the Présidente had received a letter from a friend warning her against this dangerous man. But she thought of herself as the last woman in the world to be vulnerable to him. Besides, he seemed on the verge of repenting his evil past. Perhaps she could help move him in that direction. What a wonderful victory that would be for God. And so the Présidente took note of Valmont's comings and goings, trying to understand what was happening in his head. It was strange, for instance, that he would often leave in the morning to go hunting, yet would never return with any game. One day she decided to have her servant do a little harmless spying, and she was amazed and delighted to learn that Valmont had not gone hunting at all. He had visited a local village where he had doled out money to a poor family about to be evicted from their home. Yes, she was right. His passionate soul was moving from sensuality to virtue. How happy that made her feel. That evening, Valmont and the Présidente found themselves alone for the first time, and Valmont suddenly burst out with a startling confession. He was head over heels in love with the Présidente, and with a love he had never experienced before. Her virtue, her goodness, her beauty, her kind ways had completely overwhelmed him. His generosity to the poor that afternoon had been for her sake, perhaps inspired by her, perhaps something more sinister. It had been to impress her. He would never have confessed to this, but finding himself alone with her, he could not control his emotions. Then he got down on his knees and begged for her to help him, to guide him in his misery. The Présidente was caught off guard and began to cry. Intensely embarrassed, she ran from the room and for the next few days pretended to be ill. She did not know how to react to the letters Valmont now began to send her, begging her to forgive him. He praised her beautiful face and her beautiful soul and claimed she had made him rethink his whole life. These emotional letters produced disturbing emotions, and Tourvel prided herself on her calmness and prudence. She knew she should insist that he leave the chateau, and wrote him to that effect. He reluctantly agreed, but on one condition, that she allow him to write to her from Paris. She consented as long as the letters were not offensive. When he told Madame de Rosemonde that he was leaving, the Présidente felt a pang of guilt. His hostess and aunt would miss him, and he looked so pale. He was obviously suffering. Now the letters from Valmont began to arrive, and Tourvel soon regretted allowing him this liberty. He ignored her request that he avoid the subject of love. Indeed, he vowed to love her forever. He rebuked her for her coldness and insensitivity. He explained his bad path in life. It wasn't his fault. He had had no direction, had been led astray by others. Without her help, he would fall back into that world. "Do not be cruel," he said. "You are the one who seduced me. I am your slave, the victim of your charms and goodness. Since you are strong and do not feel as I do, you have nothing to fear." Indeed, the Présidente de Tourvel came to pity Valmont. He seemed so weak, so out of control. How could she help him? And why was she even thinking of him, which she now did more and more? She was a happily married woman. No, she must at least put an end to this tiresome correspondence. No more talk of love, she wrote, or she would not reply. His letters stopped coming. She felt relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. One evening, however, as she was seated at the dinner table, she suddenly heard Valmont's voice from behind her, addressing Madame de Rosemonde. On the spur of the moment, he said he had decided to return for a short visit. She felt a shiver up and down her spine. Her face flushed. He approached and sat down beside her. He looked at her, she looked away, and soon made an excuse to leave the table and go up to her room. But she could not completely avoid him over the next few days, and she saw that he seemed paler than ever. He was polite, and a whole day might pass without her seeing him, but these brief absences had a paradoxical effect. Now Tourvel realized what had happened. She missed him. She wanted to see him. This paragon of virtue and goodness had somehow fallen in love with an incorrigible rake. Disgusted with herself and what she had allowed to happen, she left the chateau in the middle of the night without telling anyone and headed for Paris, where she planned somehow to repent this awful sin. Interpretation. The character of Valmont in Choderlos de Laclos' epistolary novel Dangerous Liaisons is based on several of the great real-life libertines of 18th century France. Everything Valmont does is calculated for effect. The ambiguous actions that make Tourvel curious about him, the act of charity in the village, he knows he's being followed, the return visit to the chateau, the paleness of his face. He is having an affair with a girl at the chateau, and their all-night carousals give him a wasted look. Most devastating of all is his positioning of himself as the weak one, the seduced, the victim. How can the President imagine he is manipulating her when everything suggests he's simply overwhelmed by her beauty, whether physical or spiritual? He cannot be a deceiver when he repeatedly makes a point of confessing the truth about himself. He admits that his charity was questionably motivated. He explains why he's gone astray. He lets her in on his emotions. All of this honesty, of course, is calculated. In essence, he's like a woman, or at least like a woman of those times, emotional, unable to control himself, moody, insecure. She is the one who is cold and cruel like a man. In positioning himself as Tourvel's victim, Valmont can not only disguise his manipulations, but elicit pity and concern. Playing the victim, he can stir up the tender emotions produced by a sick child or a wounded animal, and these emotions are easily channeled into love, as the President discovers to her dismay. Seduction is a game of reducing suspicion and resistance. The cleverest way to do this is to make the other person feel stronger, more in control of things. Suspicion usually comes out of insecurity. If your targets feel superior and secure in your presence, they're unlikely to doubt your motives. You're too weak, too emotional, to be up to something. Take this game as far as it will go. Flaunt your emotions and how deeply they have affected you. Making people feel the power they have over you is immensely flattering to them. Confess to something bad, or even to something bad that you did or contemplated doing to them. Honesty is more important than virtue, and one honest gesture will blind them to many deceitful acts. Create an impression of weakness, physical, mental, emotional. Strength and confidence can be frightening. Make your weakness a comfort and play the victim of their power over you, of circumstances, of life in general. This is the best way to cover your tracks. Keys to seduction. We all have weaknesses, vulnerabilities, frailnesses in our mental makeup. Perhaps we're shy or oversensitive or need attention. Whatever the weakness is, it's something we cannot control. We may try to compensate for it or to hide it, but this is often a mistake. People sense something inauthentic or unnatural. Remember, what is natural to your character is inherently seductive. A person's vulnerability, what they seem to be unable to control, is often what is most seductive about them. People who display no weaknesses, on the other hand, often elicit envy, fear, and anger. We want to sabotage them just to bring them down. Do not struggle against your vulnerabilities or try to repress them, but put them into play. learn to transform them into power. The game is subtle. If you wallow in your weakness, overplay your hand, you will be seen as angling for sympathy, or worse, as pathetic. No, what works best is to allow people an occasional glimpse into the soft, frail side of your character, and usually only after they have known you for a while. That glimpse will humanize you, lowering their suspicions and preparing the ground for a deeper attachment. Normally strong and in control, at moments you let go, give in to your weakness, let them see it. Valmont used his weakness this way. He had lost his innocence long ago, and yet, somewhere inside, he regretted it. He was vulnerable to someone truly innocent. His seduction of the President was successful because it wasn't totally an act. There was a genuine weakness on his part, which even allowed him to cry at times. He let the President see this side to him at key moments in order to disarm her. Like Valmont, you can be acting and sincere at the same time. Suppose you're genuinely shy. At certain moments, give your shyness a little weight. Lay it on a little thick. It should be easy for you to embellish a quality you already have. After Lord Byron published his first major poem in 1812, he became an instant celebrity. Beyond being a talented writer, he was so handsome, even pretty, and he was as brooding and enigmatic as the characters he wrote about. Women went wild over Lord Byron. He had an infamous underlook, slightly lowering his head and glancing upward at a woman, making her tremble. But Byron had other qualities. When you first met him, you couldn't help noticing his fidgety movements, his ill-fitting clothes, his strange shyness, and his noticeable limp. This infamous man, who scorned all conventions and seemed so dangerous, was personally insecure and vulnerable. In Byron's poem Don Juan, the hero is less a seducer of women than a man constantly pursued by them. The poem was autobiographical. Women wanted to take care of this somewhat fragile man who seemed to have little control over his emotions. More than a century later, John F. Kennedy, as a boy, became obsessed with Byron, the man he most wanted to emulate. He even tried to borrow Byron's underlook. Kennedy himself was a frail youth with constant health problems. He was also a little pretty, and friends saw something slightly feminine in him. Kennedy's weaknesses, physical and mental, for he too was insecure, shy, and oversensitive, were exactly what drew women to him. If Byron and Kennedy had tried to cover up their vulnerabilities with a masculine swagger, they would have had no seductive charm. Instead, they learned how to subtly display their weaknesses, letting women sense this soft side to them. There are fears and insecurities peculiar to each sex. Your use of strategic weakness must always take these differences into account. A woman, for instance, may be attracted by a man's strength and self-confidence, but too much of it can create fear, seeming unnatural, even ugly. Particularly intimidating is the sense that the man is cold and unfeeling. She may feel insecure that he is only after sex and nothing else. Male seducers long ago learned to become more feminine, to show their emotions and to seem interested in their targets' lives. The medieval troubadours were the first to master this strategy. They wrote poetry in honor of women, emoted endlessly about their feelings, and spent hours in their ladies' boudoirs, listening to the women's complaints and soaking up their spirit. In return for their willingness to play weak, the troubadours earned the right to love. Little has changed since then. Some of the greatest seducers in recent history, Gabriele D'Annunzio, Duke Ellington, Errol Flynn, understood the value of acting slavishly to a woman like a troubadour on bended knee. The key is to indulge your softer side while still remaining as masculine as possible. This may include an occasional show of bashfulness, which the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard thought an extremely seductive tactic for a man. It gives the woman a sense of comfort and even of superiority. Remember, though, to keep everything in moderation. A glimpse of shyness is sufficient. Too much of it, and the target will despair, afraid that she will end up having to do all the work. A man's fears and insecurities often concern his sense of masculinity. He usually will feel threatened by a woman who is too overtly manipulative, who's too much in control. The greatest seductresses in history knew how to cover up their manipulations by playing the little girl in need of masculine protection. A famous courtesan of ancient China, Su Shou, used to make up her face to look particularly pale and weak. She would also walk in a way that made her seem frail. The great 19th century courtesan Cora Pearl would literally dress and act like a little girl. Marilyn Monroe knew how to give the impression that she depended on a man's strength to survive. In all of these instances, the women were the ones in control of the dynamic, boosting a man's sense of masculinity in order to ultimately enslave him. To make this most effective, a woman should seem both in need of protection and sexually excitable, giving the man his ultimate fantasy. The Empress Josephine, wife of Napoleon Bonaparte, won dominance over her husband early on through a calculated coquetry. Later on, though, she held on to that power through her constant, and not so innocent, use of tears. Seeing someone cry usually has an immediate effect on our emotions. We cannot remain neutral. We feel sympathy and most often will do anything to stop the tears, including things that we normally wouldn't do. Weeping is an incredibly potent tactic, but the weeper is not always so innocent. There's usually something real behind the tears, but there may also be an element of acting, of playing for effect, and if the target senses this, the tactic is doomed. Beyond the emotional impact of tears, there is something seductive about sadness. We want to comfort the other person, and as Tourvel discovered, that desire quickly turns into love. Affecting sadness, even crying sometimes, has great strategic value, even for a man. It is a skill you can learn. The central character of the 18th century French novel Marianne by Marivaux would think of something sad in her past to make herself cry, or look sad in the present. Use tears sparingly and save them for the right moment. Perhaps this might be a time when the target seems suspicious of your motives, or when you're worrying about having no effect on him or her. Tears are a sure barometer of how deeply the other person is falling for you. If they seem annoyed or resist the bait, your case is probably hopeless. In social and political situations, seeming too ambitious or too controlled will make people fear you. It's crucial to show your soft side. The display of a single weakness will hide a multitude of manipulations. Emotion, or even tears, will work here too. Most seductive of all is playing the victim. For his first speech in Parliament, Benjamin Disraeli prepared an elaborate oration, but when he delivered it, the opposition yelled and laughed so loudly that hardly any of it could be heard. He plowed ahead and gave the whole speech, but by the time he sat down, he felt he had failed miserably. Much to his amazement, his colleagues told him the speech was a marvelous success. It would have been a failure if he had complained or given up, but by going ahead as he did, he positioned himself as the victim of a cruel and unreasonable faction. Almost everyone sympathized with him now, which would serve him well in the future. Attacking your mean-spirited opponents can make you seem ugly as well. Instead, soak up their blows and play the victim. The public will rally to your side in an emotional response that will lay the groundwork for a grand political seduction. Reversal. Timing is everything in seduction. You should always look for signs that the target is falling under your spell. A person falling in love tends to ignore the other person's weaknesses, or to see them as endearing. An unseduced, rational person, on the other hand, may find bashfulness or emotional outbursts pathetic. There are also certain weaknesses that have no seductive value no matter how in love the target may be. The great 17th century courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos liked men with a soft side. But sometimes a man would go too far, complaining that she did not love him enough, that she was too fickle and independent, that he was being mistreated and wronged. For Ninon, such behavior would break the spell, and she would quickly end the relationship. Complaining, whining, neediness, and actively appealing for sympathy will appear to your targets not as charming weaknesses, but as manipulative attempts at a kind of negative power. So when you play the victim, do it subtly, without over-advertising it. The only weaknesses worth playing up are the ones that will make you seem lovable. All others should be repressed and eradicated at all costs. Chapter 14. Confuse Desire and Reality, the Perfect Illusion. To compensate for the difficulties in their lives, people spend a lot of their time daydreaming, imagining a future full of adventure, success, and romance. If you can create the illusion that through you they can live out their dreams, you will have them at your mercy. It is important to start slowly, gaining their trust and gradually constructing the fantasy that matches their desires. Aim at secret wishes that have been thwarted or repressed, stirring up uncontrollable emotions, clouding their powers of reason. The perfect illusion is one that does not depart too much from reality, but has a touch of the unreal to it, like a waking dream. Lead the seduced to a point of confusion in which they can no longer tell the difference between illusion and reality. Fantasy in the Flesh. In 1964, a 20-year-old Frenchman named Bernard Boursicot arrived in Beijing, China, to work as an accountant in the French embassy. His first weeks there were not what he had expected. Boursicot had grown up in the French provinces, dreaming of travel and adventure. When he had been assigned to come to China, images of the Forbidden City and of the gambling dens of Macau had danced in his mind. But this was communist China, and contact between Westerners and Chinese was almost impossible at the time. Boursicot had to socialize with the other Europeans stationed in the city, and what a boring and cliquish lot they were. He grew lonely, regretted taking the assignment, and began making plans to leave. Then, at a Christmas party that year, Boursicot's eyes were drawn to a young Chinese man in a corner of the room. He had never seen anyone Chinese at any of these affairs. The man was intriguing. He was slender and short, a bit reserved, but he had an attractive presence. Boursicot went up and introduced himself. The man, Shi Pei-pu, proved to be a writer of Chinese opera librettos who also taught Chinese to members of the French embassy. Aged 26, he spoke perfect French. Everything about him fascinated Boursicot. His voice was like music, soft and whispery, and he left you wanting to know more about him. Boursicot, although usually shy, insisted on exchanging telephone numbers. Perhaps Pei-pu could be his Chinese tutor. They met a few days later in a restaurant. Boursicot was the only Westerner there. At last, a taste of something real and exotic. Pei-pu, it turned out, had been a well-known actor in Chinese opera and came from a family with connections to the former ruling dynasty. Now, he wrote operas about the workers, but he said this with a look of irony. They began to meet regularly, Pei-pu showing Boursicot the sights of Beijing. Boursicot loved his stories. Pei-pu talked slowly, and every historical detail seemed to come alive as he spoke, his hands moving to embellish his words. This, he might say, is where the last Ming emperor hung himself, pointing to the spot and telling the story at the same time. Or, the cook in the restaurant we just ate in once served in the palace of the last emperor. And then another magnificent tale would follow. Pei-pu also talked of life in the Beijing opera, where men often played women's parts and sometimes became famous for it. The two men became friends. Chinese contact with foreigners was restricted, but they managed to find ways to meet. One evening, Boursicot tagged along when Pei-pu visited the home of a French official to tutor the children. He listened as Pei-pu told them the story of the butterfly, a tale from the Chinese opera. A young girl yearns to attend an imperial school, but girls are not accepted there. She disguises herself as a boy, passes the exams, and enters the school. A fellow student falls in love with her, and she is attracted to him, so she tells him that she is actually a girl. Like most of these tales, the story ends tragically. Pei-pu told it with unusual emotion. In fact, he had played the role of the girl in the opera. A few nights later, as they were walking before the gates of the Forbidden City, Pei-pu returned to the story of the butterfly. "Look at my hands," he said. "Look at my face. That story of the butterfly, it is my story, too." In his slow, dramatic delivery, he explained that his mother's first 2 children had been girls. Sons were far more important in China. If the 3rd child was a girl, the father would have to take a second wife. The 3rd child came, another girl. But the mother was too frightened to reveal the truth and made an arrangement with the midwife. They would say that the child was a boy, and it would be raised as such. This 3rd child was Pei-pu. Over the years, Pei-pu had had to go to extreme lengths to disguise her sex. She never used public bathrooms, plucked her hairline to look as if she were balding, on and on. Boursicot was enthralled by the story, and also relieved, for like the boy in the butterfly tale, deep down, he felt attracted to Pei-pu. Now everything made sense. The small hands, the high-pitched voice, the delicate neck. He had fallen in love with her, and it seemed the feelings were reciprocated. Pei-pu started visiting Boursicot's apartment, and soon they were sleeping together. She continued to dress as a man, even in his apartment, but women in China wore men's clothes anyway, and Pei-pu acted more like a woman than any of the Chinese women he had seen. In bed, she had a shyness and a way of directing his hands that was both exciting and feminine. She made everything romantic and heightened. When he was away from her, her every word and gesture resonated in his mind. What made the affair all the more exciting was the fact that they had to keep it secret. In December of 1965, Boursicot left Beijing and returned to Paris. He traveled, had other affairs, but his thoughts kept returning to Pei-pu. The Cultural Revolution broke out in China, and he lost contact with her. Before he had left, she had told him she was pregnant with their child. He had no idea whether the baby had been born. His obsession with her grew too strong, and in 1969 he finagled another government job in Beijing. Contact with foreigners was now even more discouraged than on his first visit, but he managed to track Pei-pu down. She told him she had borne a son in 1966, but he had looked like Boursicot, and given the growing hatred of foreigners in China and the need to keep the secret of her sex, she had sent him away to an isolated region near Russia. It was so cold there, perhaps he was dead. She showed Boursicot photographs of the boy, and he did see some resemblance. Over the next few weeks they managed to meet here and there, and then Boursicot had an idea. He sympathized with the Cultural Revolution, and he wanted to get around the prohibitions that were preventing him from seeing Pei-pu, so he offered to do some spying. The offer was passed along to the right people, and soon Boursicot was stealing documents for the communists. The son, named Bertrand, was recalled to Beijing, and Boursicot finally met him. Now, a threefold adventure filled Boursicot's life: the alluring Pei-pu, the thrill of being a spy, and the illicit child whom he wanted to bring back to France. In 1972, Boursicot left Beijing. Over the next few years, he tried repeatedly to get Pei-pu and his son to France, and a decade later, he finally succeeded. The three became a family. In 1983, though, The French authorities grew suspicious of this relationship between a Foreign Office official and a Chinese man, and with a little investigating, they uncovered Boucicault's spying. He was arrested and soon made a startling confession. The man he was living with was really a woman. Confused, the French ordered an examination of Peipu. As they had thought, he was very much a man. Boucicault went to prison. Even after Boucicault had heard his former lover's own confession, he was still convinced that Peipu was a woman. Her soft body, their intimate relationship, how could he be wrong? Only when Peipu, imprisoned in the same jail, showed him the incontrovertible proof of his sex, did Boucicault finally accept it. Interpretation. The moment Peipu met Boucicault, he realized he had found the perfect victim. Boucicault was lonely, bored, desperate. The way he responded to Peipu suggested that he was probably also homosexual, or perhaps bisexual, at least confused. Boucicault, in fact, had had homosexual encounters as a boy. Guilty about them, he had tried to repress this side of himself. Peipu had played women's parts before and was quite good at it. He was slight and effeminate. Physically, it wasn't a stretch. But who would believe such a story, or at least not be skeptical of it? The critical component of Peipu's seduction, in which he brought the Frenchman's fantasy of adventure to life, was to start slowly and set up an idea in his victim's mind. In his perfect French, which, however, was full of interesting Chinese expressions, he got Boucicault used to hearing stories and tales, some true, some not, but all delivered in that dramatic yet believable tone. Then he planted the idea of gender impersonation with his story of the butterfly. By the time he confessed the truth of his gender, Boucicault was already completely enchanted with him. Boucicault warded off all suspicious thoughts because he wanted to believe Peipu's story. From there, it was easy. Peipu faked his periods. It didn't take much money to get hold of a child he could reasonably pass off as their son. More important, he played the fantasy role to the hilt, remaining elusive and mysterious, which was what a Westerner would expect from an Asian woman, while enveloping his past and indeed their whole experience in titillating bits of history. As Boucicault later explained, quote, Peipu screwed me in the head. I was having relations, and in my thoughts, my dreams, I was light years away from what was true. Unquote. Boucicault thought he was having an exotic adventure, an enduring fantasy of his. Less consciously, he had an outlet for his repressed homosexuality. Peipu embodied his fantasy, giving it flesh by working first on his mind. The mind has two currents. It wants to believe in things that are pleasant to believe in, yet it has a self-protective need to be suspicious of people. If you start off too theatrical, trying too hard to create a fantasy, you'll feed that suspicious side of the mind, and once fed, the doubts will not go away. Instead, you must start slowly, building trust while perhaps letting people see a little touch of something strange or exciting about you to tease their interest. Then you build up your story, like any piece of fiction. You have established a foundation of trust. Now, the fantasies and dreams you envelop them in are suddenly believable. Remember, people want to believe in the extraordinary. With a little groundwork, a little mental foreplay, they will fall for your illusion. If anything, err on the side of reality. Use real props like the child Peipu showed Boucicault. And add the fantastical touches in your words, or an occasional gesture that gives you a slight unreality. Once you sense that they are hooked, you can deepen the spell, go further and further into the fantasy. At that point, they will have gone so far into their own minds that you will no longer have to bother with verisimilitude. Wish fulfillment. In 1762, Catherine, wife of Tsar Peter III, staged a coup against her ineffectual husband and proclaimed herself Empress of Russia. Over the next few years, Catherine ruled alone, but kept a series of lovers. The Russians called these men the Vremyanchiki, the men of the moment, and in 1774 the man of the moment was Grigory Potemkin, a 35-year-old lieutenant, 10 years younger than Catherine, and a most unlikely candidate for the role. Potemkin was coarse and not at all handsome. He had lost an eye in an accident. But he knew how to make Catherine laugh, and he worshipped her so intensely that she eventually succumbed. He quickly became the love of her life. Catherine promoted Potemkin higher and higher in the hierarchy, eventually making him the governor of White Russia, a large southwestern area, including the Ukraine. As governor, Potemkin had to leave St. Petersburg and go to live in the south. He knew that Catherine could not do without male companionship, so he took it upon himself to name Catherine's subsequent Vremyanchiki. She not only approved of this arrangement, she made it clear that Potemkin would always remain her favorite. Catherine's dream was to start a war with Turkey, recapture Constantinople for the Orthodox Church, and drive the Turks out of Europe. She offered to share this crusade with the young Habsburg Emperor, Joseph II, but Joseph never quite brought himself to sign the treaty that would unite them in war. Growing impatient in 1783, Catherine annexed the Crimea, a southern peninsula that was mostly populated by Muslim Tartars. She asked Potemkin to do there what he had already managed to do in the Ukraine: rid the area of bandits, build roads, modernize the ports, bring prosperity to the poor. Once he had cleaned it up, the Crimea would make the perfect launching post for the war against Turkey. The Crimea was a backward wasteland, but Potemkin loved the challenge. Getting to work on 100 different projects, he grew intoxicated with visions of the miracles he would perform there. He would establish a capital on the Dnieper River, Yekaterinoslav, which means to the glory of Catherine, that would rival St. Petersburg and would house a university outshining anything in Europe. The countryside would hold endless fields of corn, orchards with rare fruits from the Orient, silkworm farms, new towns with bustling marketplaces. On a visit to the Empress in 1785, Potemkin talked of these things as if they already existed. So vivid were his descriptions. The Empress was delighted, but her ministers were skeptical. Potemkin loved to talk. Ignoring their warnings, in 1787, Catherine arranged for a tour of the area. She asked Joseph II to join her. He would be so impressed with the modernization of the Crimea that he would immediately sign on for the war against Turkey. Potemkin, naturally, was to organize the whole affair. And so, in May of that year, after the Dnieper had thawed, Catherine prepared for a journey from Kiev in the Ukraine to Sebastopol in the Crimea. Potemkin arranged for 7 floating palaces to carry Catherine and her retinue down the river. The journey began, and as Catherine, Joseph, and the courtiers looked at the shores to either side, they saw triumphal arches in front of clean-looking towns, their walls freshly painted, healthy-looking cattle grazing in the pastures, streams of marching troops on the roads, buildings going up everywhere. At dusk, they were entertained by bright costumed peasants and smiling girls with flowers in their hair dancing on the shore. Catherine had traveled through this area many years before, and the poverty of the peasantry there had saddened her. She had determined then that she would somehow change their lot. To see before her eyes the signs of such a transformation overwhelmed her, and she berated Potemkin's critics. "Look at what my favorite has accomplished. Look at these miracles." They anchored at 3 towns along the way, staying in each place in a magnificent, newly built palace with artificial waterfalls in the English-style gardens. On land, they moved through villages with vibrant marketplaces. The peasants were happily at work, building and repairing. Everywhere they spent the night, some spectacle filled their eyes. Dances, parades, mythological tableaux vivants, artificial volcanoes illuminating Moorish gardens. Finally, at the end of the trip, in the palace at Sebastopol, Catherine and Joseph discussed the war with Turkey. Joseph reiterated his concerns. Suddenly, Potemkin interrupted. "I have 100,000 troops waiting for me to say go." At that moment, the windows of the palace were flung open, and to the sounds of booming cannons they saw lines of troops as far as the eye could see, and a fleet of ships filling the harbor. Awed by the sight, images of Eastern European cities retaken from the Turks dancing in his mind, Joseph II finally signed the treaty. Catherine was ecstatic, and her love for Potemkin reached new heights. He had made her dreams come true. Catherine never suspected that almost everything she had seen was pure fakery, perhaps the most elaborate illusion ever conjured up by one man. Interpretation. In the 4 years that he had been governor of the Crimea, Potemkin had accomplished little, for this backwater would take decades to improve. But in the few months before Catherine's visit, he had done the following. Every building that faced the road or the shore was given a fresh coat of paint. Artificial trees were set up to hide unseemly spots in the view. Broken roofs were repaired with flimsy boards, painted to look like tile. Everyone the party would see was instructed to wear their best clothes and look happy. Everyone old and infirm was to stay indoors. Floating in their palaces down the Dnieper, the imperial entourage saw brand-new villages, but most of the buildings were only facades. The herds of cattle were shipped from great distances and were moved at night to fresh fields along the route. The dancing peasants were trained for the entertainments. After each one, they were loaded into carts and hurriedly transported to a new downriver location, as were the marching soldiers who seemed to be everywhere. The gardens of the new palaces were filled with transplanted trees that died a few days later. The palaces themselves were quickly and badly built, but were so magnificently furnished that no one noticed. One fortress along the way had been built of sand and was destroyed a little later by a thunderstorm. The cost of this vast illusion had been enormous, and the war with Turkey would fail. But Potemkin had accomplished his goal. To the observant, of course, there were signs along the way that all was not as it seemed. But when the Empress herself insisted that everything was real and glorious, the courtiers could only agree. This was the essence of the seduction. Catherine had wanted so deeply to be seen as a loving and progressive ruler, one who would defeat the Turks and liberate Europe, that when she saw signs of change in the Crimea, her mind filled in the picture. When our emotions are engaged, we often have trouble seeing things as they are. Feelings of love cloud our vision, making us color events to coincide with our desires. To make people believe in the illusions you create, you need to feed the emotions over which they have least control. Often the best way to do this is to ascertain their unsatisfied desires, their wishes crying out for fulfillment. Perhaps they want to see themselves as noble or romantic, but life has thwarted them. Perhaps they want an adventure. If something seems to validate this wish, they become emotional and irrational almost to the point of hallucination. Remember to envelop them in your illusion slowly. Potemkin did not start with grand spectacles, but with simple sights along the way, such as grazing cattle. Then he brought them on land, heightening the drama until the calculated climax when the windows were flung open to reveal a mighty war machine. Actually, a few thousand men and boats lined up in such a way as to suggest many more. Like Potemkin, involve the target in some kind of journey, physical or otherwise. The feeling of a shared adventure is rife with fantasy associations. Make people feel that they are getting to see and live out something that relates to their deepest yearnings, and they will see happy, prosperous villages where there are only facades. Keys to seduction. The real world can be unforgiving. Events occur over which we have little control. Other people ignore our feelings in their quests to get what they need. Time runs out before we accomplish what we had wanted. If we ever stopped to look at the present and future in a completely objective way, we would despair. Fortunately, we develop the habit of dreaming early on. In this other mental world that we inhabit, the future is full of rosy possibilities. Perhaps tomorrow we'll sell that brilliant idea, or meet the person who will change our lives. Our culture stimulates these fantasies with constant images and stories of marvelous occurrences and happy romances. The problem is, these images and fantasies exist only in our minds, or on screen. They really aren't enough. We crave the real thing, not this endless daydreaming and titillation. Your task as a seducer is to bring some flesh and blood into someone's fantasy life by embodying a fantasy figure, or creating a scenario resembling that person's dreams. No one can resist the pull of a secret desire that has come to life before their eyes. You must first choose targets who have some repression or dream unrealized, always the most likely victims of a seduction. Slowly and gradually you will build up the illusion that they are getting to see and feel and live those dreams of theirs. Once they have this sensation, they will lose contact with reality and begin to see your fantasy as more real than anything else. And once they lose touch with reality, they are, to quote Stendhal on Lord Byron's female victims, like roasted larks that fall into your mouth. Most people have a misconception about illusion. As any magician knows, it need not be built out of anything grand or theatrical. The grand and theatrical can in fact be destructive, calling too much attention to you and your schemes. Instead, create the appearance of normality. Once your targets feel secure, nothing is out of the ordinary, you have room to deceive them. Pei-Pu didn't spin the lie about his gender immediately. He took his time, made Boursicot come to him. Once Boursicot had fallen for it, Pei-Pu continued to wear men's clothes. In animating a fantasy, the great mistake is imagining it must be larger than life. That would border on camp, which is entertaining but rarely seductive. Instead, what you aim for is what Freud called the uncanny, something strange and familiar at the same time, like a déjà vu or a childhood memory, anything slightly irrational and dreamlike. The uncanny, the mix of the real and the unreal, has immense power over our imaginations. The fantasies you bring to life for your targets should not be bizarre or exceptional. They should be rooted in reality, with a hint of the strange, the theatrical, the occult, in Talk of Destiny, for example. You vaguely remind people of something in their childhood, or a character in a film or book. Even before Boursicot heard Pei-Pu's story, he had the uncanny feeling of something remarkable and fantastical in this normal-looking man. The secret to creating an uncanny effect is to keep it subtle and suggestive. Emma Hart came from a prosaic background. Her father, a country blacksmith in 18th century England. Emma was beautiful, but had no other talents to her credit. Yet she rose to become one of the greatest seductresses in history, seducing first Sir William Hamilton, the English ambassador to the court of Naples, and then, as Lady Hamilton, Sir William's wife, Vice Admiral Lord Nelson. What was strangest when you met her was an uncanny sense that she was a figure from the past, a woman out of Greek myth or ancient history. Sir William was a collector of Greek and Roman antiquities. To seduce him, Emma cleverly made herself resemble a Greek statue and mythical figures in paintings of the time. It wasn't just the way she wore her hair or dressed, but her poses, the way she carried herself. It was as if one of the paintings he collected had come to life. Soon Sir William began to host parties in his home in Naples at which Emma would wear costumes and pose, recreating images from mythology and history. Dozens of men fell in love with her, for she embodied an image from their childhood, an image of beauty and perfection. The key to this fantasy creation was some shared cultural association, mythology, historical seductresses like Cleopatra. Every culture has a pool of such figures from the distant and not-so-distant past. You hint at a similarity in spirit and in appearance, but you are flesh and blood. What could be more thrilling than the sense of being in the presence of some fantasy figure going back to your earliest memories? One night, Pauline Bonaparte, the sister of Napoleon, held a gala affair in her house. Afterward, a handsome German officer approached her in the garden and asked for her help in passing along a request to the emperor. Pauline said she would do her best, and then, with a rather mysterious look in her eye, asked him to come back to the same spot the next night. The officer returned and was greeted by a young woman who led him to some rooms near the garden and then to a magnificent salon complete with an extravagant bath. Moments later, another young woman entered through a side door, dressed in the sheerest garments. It was Pauline. Bells were rung, ropes were pulled, and maids appeared preparing the bath, giving the officer a dressing gown, then disappearing. The officer later described the evening as something out of a fairy tale, and he had the feeling that Pauline was deliberately acting the part of some mythical seductress. Pauline was beautiful and powerful enough to get almost any man she wanted, and she wasn't interested simply in luring a man into bed. She wanted to envelop him in romantic adventure, seduce his mind. Part of the adventure was the feeling that she was playing a role and was inviting her target along into this shared fantasy. Role-playing is immensely pleasurable. Its appeal goes back to childhood, where we first learn the thrill of trying on different parts, imitating adults or figures out of fiction. As we get older and society fixes a role on us, a part of us yearns for the playful approach we once had, the masks we were able to wear. We still want to play that game, to act a different role in life. Indulge your targets in this wish by first making it clear that you are playing a role, then inviting them to join you in a shared fantasy. The more you set things up like a play or a piece of fiction, the better. Notice how Pauline began the seduction with a mysterious request that the officer reappear the next night. Then a second woman led him into a magical series of rooms. Pauline herself delayed her entrance, and when she appeared, she did not mention his business with Napoleon or anything remotely banal. She had an ethereal air about her. He was being invited to enter a fairy tale. The evening was real, but had an uncanny resemblance to an erotic dream. Casanova took role-playing still further. He traveled with an enormous wardrobe and a trunk full of props, many of them gifts for his targets, fans, jewels, other accoutrements. And some of the things he said and did were borrowed from novels he had read and stories he had heard. He enveloped women in a romantic atmosphere that was heightened yet quite real to their senses. Like Casanova, you must see the world as a kind of theater. Inject a certain lightness into the roles you're playing. Try to create a sense of drama and illusion. Confuse people with the slight unreality of words and gestures inspired by fiction. In daily life, be the consummate actor. Our culture reveres actors because of their freedom to play roles. It is something that all of us envy. For years, the Cardinal de Rohan had been afraid that he had somehow offended his queen, Marie Antoinette. She would not so much as look at him. Then, in 1784, the Comtesse de la Motte Valois suggested to him that the queen was prepared not only to change the situation, but actually to befriend him. The queen, said La Motte Valois, would indicate this in her next formal reception. She would nod to him in a particular way. During the reception, Rohan indeed noticed a slight change in the Queen's behavior toward him, and a barely perceptible glance at him. He was overjoyed. Now, the Countess suggested they exchange letters. and Rohan spent days writing and rewriting his first letter to the Queen. To his delight, he received one back. Next, the Queen requested a private interview with him in the gardens of Versailles. Rohan was beside himself with happiness and anxiety. At nightfall he met the Queen in the gardens, fell to the ground, and kissed the hem of her dress. "You may hope that the past will be forgotten," she said. At this moment they heard voices approaching, and the Queen, frightened that someone would see them together, quickly fled with her servants. But Rohan soon received a request from her, again through the Countess. She desperately wanted to acquire the most beautiful diamond necklace ever created. She needed a go-between to purchase it for her, since the king thought it too expensive. She had chosen Rohan for the task. The cardinal was only too willing. In performing this task, he would prove his loyalty, and the Queen would be indebted to him forever. Rohan acquired the necklace. The Countess was to deliver it to the Queen. Now Rohan waited for the Queen both to thank him and slowly to pay him back. Yet this never happened. The Countess was in fact a grand swindler. The Queen had never nodded to him. He had only imagined it. The letters he had received from her were forgeries, and not even very good ones. The woman he had met in the park had been a prostitute, paid to dress and act the part. The necklace was, of course, real, but once Rohan had paid for it and handed it over to the Countess, it disappeared. It was broken into parts, which were hawked all over Europe for enormous amounts. And when Rohan finally complained to the Queen, news of the extravagant purchase spread rapidly. The public believed Rohan's story, that the Queen had indeed bought the necklace and was pretending otherwise. This fiction was the first step in the ruin of her reputation. Everyone has lost something in life, has felt the pangs of disappointment. The idea that we can get something back, that a mistake can be righted, is immensely seductive. Under the impression that the Queen was prepared to forgive some mistake he had made, Rohan hallucinated all kinds of things, nods that didn't exist, letters that were the flimsiest of forgeries, a prostitute who became Marie Antoinette. The mind is infinitely vulnerable to suggestion, and even more so when strong desires are involved. And nothing is stronger than the desire to change the past, right or wrong, satisfy a disappointment. Find these desires in your victims, and creating a believable fantasy will be simple for you. Few have the power to see through an illusion they desperately want to believe in. Reversal. There is no reversal to this chapter. No seduction can proceed without creating illusion, the sense of a world that is real but separate from reality. Chapter 15. Isolate the victim. An isolated person is weak. By slowly isolating your victims, you make them more vulnerable to your influence. Their isolation may be psychological. By filling their field of vision through the pleasurable attention you pay them, you crowd out everything else in their mind. They see and think only of you. The isolation may also be physical. You take them away from their normal milieu, friends, family, home. Give them the sense of being marginalized, in limbo. They're leaving one world behind and entering another. Once isolated like this, they have no outside support, and in their confusion they are easily led astray. Lure the seduced into your lair, where nothing is familiar. Isolation, the exotic effect. In the early 5th century BC, Fu Chai, the Chinese king of Wu, defeated his great enemy Go Jian, the king of Yue, in a series of battles. Go Jian was captured and forced to serve as a groom in Fu Chai's stables. He was finally allowed to return home, but every year he had to pay a large tribute of money and gifts to Fu Chai. Over the years, this tribute added up so that the kingdom of Wu prospered and Fu Chai grew wealthy. One year, Go Jian sent a delegation to Fu Chai. They wanted to know if he would accept a gift of 2 beautiful maidens as part of the tribute. Fu Chai was curious and accepted the offer. The women arrived a few days later amid much anticipation, and the king received them in his palace. The 2 approached the throne. Their hair was magnificently coiffured in what was called the cloud cluster style, ornamented with pearl ornaments and kingfisher feathers. As they walked, jade pendants hanging from their girdles made the most delicate sound. The air was full of some delightful perfume. The king was extremely pleased. The beauty of one of the girls far surpassed that of the other. Her name was Shi Shi. She looked him in the eye without a hint of shyness. In fact, she was confident and coquettish, something he wasn't used to seeing in such a young girl. Fu Chai called for festivities to commemorate the occasion. The halls of the palace filled with revelers, inflamed with wine. Shi Shi danced before the king. She sang, and her voice was beautiful. Reclining on a couch of white jade, she looked like a goddess. The king could not leave her side. The next day he followed her everywhere. To his astonishment, she was witty, sharp, and knowledgeable, and could quote the classics better than he could. When he had to leave her to deal with royal affairs, his mind was full of her image. Soon he brought her with him to his councils, asking her advice on important matters. She told him to listen less to his ministers. He was wiser than they were, his judgment superior. Shi Shi's power grew daily. Yet she was not easy to please. If the king failed to grant some wish of hers, tears would fill her eyes. His heart would melt, and he would yield. One day, she begged him to build her a palace outside the capital. Of course, he obliged her. And when he visited the palace, he was astounded at its magnificence, even though he had paid the bills. Shi Shi had filled it with the most extravagant furnishings. The grounds contained an artificial lake with marble bridges crossing over it. Fu Chai spent more and more time here, sitting by a pool and watching Shi Shi comb her hair, using the pool as a mirror. He would watch her playing with her birds in their jeweled cages, or simply walking through the palace, for she moved like a willow in the breeze. The months went by. He stayed in the palace. He missed councils, ignored his family and friends, neglected his public functions. He lost track of time. When a delegation came to talk to him of urgent matters, he was too distracted to listen. If anything but Shi Shi took up his time, he worried unbearably that she would be angry. Finally, word reached him of a growing crisis. The fortune he had spent on the palace had bankrupted the treasury, and the people were discontented. He returned to the capital, but it was too late. An army from the kingdom of Yue had invaded Wu and had reached the capital. All was lost. Fu Chai had no time to rejoin his beloved Shi Shi. Instead of letting himself be captured by the king of Yue, the man who had once served in his stables, he committed suicide. Little did he know that Go Qian had plotted this invasion for years, and that Shi Shi's elaborate seduction was the main part of his plan. Interpretation. Go Jian wanted to make sure that his invasion of Wu would not fail. His enemy was not Fu Chai's armies or his wealth and his resources, but his mind. If he could be deeply distracted, his mind filled with something other than affairs of state, he would fall like ripe fruit. Go Jian found the most beautiful maiden in his realm. For 3 years he had her trained in all of the arts, not just singing, dancing, and calligraphy, but how to dress, how to talk, how to play the coquette. And it worked. Shi Shi did not allow Fu Chai a moment's rest. Everything about her was exotic and unfamiliar. The more attention he paid to her hair, her moods, her glances, the way she moved, the less he thought about diplomacy and war. He was driven to distraction. All of us today are kings protecting the tiny realm of our own lives, weighed down by all kinds of responsibilities, surrounded by ministers and advisers. A wall forms around us. We are immune to the influence of other people because we are so preoccupied. Like Shishir, then, you must lure your targets away, gently, slowly, from the affairs that fill their mind, and what will best lure them from their castles is the whiff of the exotic. Offer something unfamiliar that will fascinate them and hold their attention. Be different in your manners and appearance, and slowly envelop them in this different world of yours. Keep your targets off balance with coquettish changes of mood. Don't worry that the disruption you represent is making them emotional. That is a sign of their growing weakness. Most people are ambivalent. On the one hand, they feel comforted by their habits and duties. On the other, they're bored and ripe for anything that seems exotic, that seems to come from somewhere else. They may struggle or have doubts, but exotic pleasures are irresistible. The more you can get them into your world, the weaker they become. As with the King of Wu, by the time they realize what has happened, it's too late. Isolation, the only you effect. In 1948, the 29-year-old actress Rita Hayworth, known as Hollywood's love goddess, was at a low point in her life. Her marriage to Orson Welles was breaking up, her mother had died, and her career seemed stalled. That summer she headed for Europe. Welles was in Italy at the time, and in the back of her mind, she was dreaming of a reconciliation. Rita stopped first at the French Riviera. Invitations poured in, particularly from wealthy men, for at the time she was considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Aristotle Onassis and the Shah of Iran telephoned her almost daily, begging for a date. She turned them all down. A few days after her arrival, though, she received an invitation from Elsa Maxwell, the society hostess, who was giving a little party in Cannes. Rita balked, but Maxwell insisted, telling her to buy a new dress, show up a little late, and make a grand entrance. Rita played along and arrived at the party wearing a white Grecian gown, her red hair falling over her bare shoulders. She was greeted by a reaction she had grown used to. All conversation stopped as both men and women turned in their chairs, the men gazing in amazement, the women jealous. A man hurried to her side and escorted her to her table. It was 37-year-old Prince Ali Khan, the son of the Aga Khan III, who was the worldwide leader of the Islamic Ismaili sect and one of the richest men in the world. Rita had been warned about Ali Khan, a notorious rake. To her dismay, they were seated next to each other, and he never left her side. He asked her a million questions about Hollywood, her interests, on and on. She began to relax a little and open up. There were other beautiful women there, princesses, actresses, but Ali Khan ignored them all, acting as if Rita were the only woman there. He led her onto the dance floor, and though he was an expert dancer, she felt uncomfortable. He held her a little too close. Still, when he offered to drive her back to her hotel, she agreed. They sped along the Grande Corniche. It was a beautiful night. For one evening, she had managed to forget her many problems, and she was grateful, but she was still in love with Welles, and an affair with a rake like Ali Khan was not what she needed. Ali Khan had to fly off on business for a few days. He begged her to stay at the Riviera until he got back. While he was away, he telephoned constantly. Every morning, a giant bouquet of flowers arrived. On the telephone, he seemed particularly annoyed that the Shah of Iran was trying hard to see her, and he made her promise to break the date to which she had finally agreed. During this time, a gypsy fortune-teller visited the hotel, and Rita agreed to have her fortune read. "You are about to embark on the greatest romance of your life," the gypsy told her. "He is someone you already know. You must relent and give in to him totally. Only if you do that will you find happiness at long last." Not knowing who this man could be, Rita, who had a weakness for the occult, decided to extend her stay. Ali Khan came back. He told her that his chateau overlooking the Mediterranean was the perfect place to escape from the press and forget her troubles, and that he would behave himself. She relented. Life in the chateau was like a fairy tale. Wherever she turned, his Indian helpers were there to attend to her every wish. At night, he would take her into his enormous ballroom where they would dance all by themselves. Could this be the man the fortune-teller meant? Ali Khan invited his friends over to meet her. Among this strange company, she felt alone again and depressed. She decided to leave the chateau. Just then, as if he had read her thoughts, Ali Khan whisked her off to Spain, the country that fascinated her most. The press caught on to the affair and began to hound them in Spain. Rita had had a daughter with Wells. Was this any way for a mother to act? Ali Khan's reputation didn't help, but he stood by her, shielding her from the press as best he could. Now she was more alone than ever, and more dependent on him. Near the end of the trip, Ali Khan proposed to Rita. She turned him down. She didn't think he was the kind of man you married. He followed her to Hollywood, where her former friends were less friendly than before. Thank God she had Ali Khan to help her. A year later, she finally succumbed, abandoning her career, moving to Ali Khan's chateau, and marrying him. Interpretation. Ali Khan, like a lot of men, fell in love with Rita Hayworth the moment he saw the film Gilda in 1948. He made up his mind that he would seduce her somehow. The moment he heard she was coming to the Riviera, he got his friend, Elsa Maxwell, to lure her to the party and seat her next to him. He knew about the breakup of her marriage and how vulnerable she was. His strategy was to block out everything else in her world: problems, other men, suspicion of him and his motives, etc. His campaign began with the display of an intense interest in her life. Constant phone calls, flowers, gifts, all to keep him in her mind. He set up the fortune-teller to plant the seed. When she began to fall for him, he introduced her to his friends, knowing she would feel alienated among them, and therefore dependent on him. Her dependence was heightened by the trip to Spain, where she was on unfamiliar territory, besieged by reporters and forced to cling to him for help. He slowly came to dominate her thoughts. Everywhere she turned, there he was. Finally, she succumbed out of weakness and the boost to her vanity that his attention represented. Under his spell, she forgot about his horrid reputation, relinquishing the suspicions that were the only thing protecting her from him. It was not Ali Khan's wealth or looks that made him a great seducer. He wasn't, in fact, very handsome, and his wealth was more than offset by his bad reputation. His success was strategic. He isolated his victims, working so slowly and subtly that they did not notice it. The intensity of his attention made a woman feel that, in his eyes, at that moment, she was the only woman in the world. This isolation was experienced as pleasure. The woman did not notice her growing dependence, how the way he filled up her mind with his attention slowly isolated her from her friends and her milieu. Her natural suspicions of the man were drowned out by his intoxicating effect on her ego. Ali Khan almost always capped off his seductions by taking the woman to some enchanted place on the globe, a place that he knew well, but where the woman felt lost. Do not give your targets the time or space to worry about, suspect, or resist you. Flood them with the kind of attention that crowds out all other thoughts, concerns, and problems. Remember, people secretly yearn to be led astray by someone who knows where they're going. It can be a pleasure to let go, and even to feel isolated and weak if the seduction is done slowly and gracefully. Keys to seduction. The people around you may seem strong and more or less in control of their lives, but that is merely a facade. Underneath, people are more brittle than they let on. What lets them seem strong is the series of nests and safety nets they envelop themselves in, their friends, their families, their daily routines, which give them a feeling of continuity, safety, and control. Suddenly pull the rug out from under them, drop them alone into some foreign place where the familiar signposts are gone or scrambled, and you will see a very different person. A target who is strong and settled is hard to seduce, but even the strongest people can be made vulnerable if you can isolate them from their nests and safety nets. Block out their friends and family with your constant presence. Alienate them from the world they're used to and take them to places they do not know. Get them to spend time in your environment. Deliberately disturb their habits. Get them to do things they have never done. They will grow emotional, making it easier to lead them astray. Disguise all this in the form of a pleasurable experience, and your targets will wake up one day distanced from everything that normally comforts them. Then, they will turn to you for help, like a child crying out for its mother when the lights are turned out. In seduction, as in warfare, the isolated target is weak and vulnerable. In Samuel Richardson's Clarissa, written in 1748, the rake, Lovelace, is attempting to seduce the novel's beautiful heroine. Clarissa is young, virtuous, and very much protected by her family, but Lovelace is a conniving seducer. First, he courts Clarissa's sister, Arabella. A match between them seems likely. Then he suddenly switches attention to Clarissa, playing on sibling rivalry to make Arabella furious. Their brother, James, is angered by Lovelace's change in sentiments. He fights with Lovelace and is wounded. The whole family is in an uproar, united against Lovelace, who, however, manages to smuggle letters to Clarissa and to visit her when she's at the house of a friend. The family finds out and accuses her of disloyalty. Clarissa is innocent. She hasn't encouraged Lovelace's letters or visits, but now her parents are determined to marry her off to a rich, older man. Alone in the world, about to be married to a man she finds repulsive, she turns to Lovelace as the only one who can save her from this mess. Eventually, he rescues her by getting her to London, where she can escape this dreaded marriage, but where she is also hopelessly isolated. In these circumstances, her feelings toward him soften. All of this has been masterfully orchestrated by Lovelace himself. The turmoil within the family, Clarissa's eventual alienation from them, the whole scenario. Your worst enemies in a seduction are often your target's family and friends. They are outside your circle and immune to your charms. They may provide a voice of reason to the seduced. You must work silently and subtly to alienate the target from them. Insinuate that they are jealous of your target's good fortune in finding you, or that they are parental figures who have lost a taste for adventure. The latter argument is extremely effective with young people whose identities are in flux and who are more than ready to rebel against any authority figure, particularly their parents. You represent excitement and life. The friends and parents represent habit and boredom. In Shakespeare's The Tragedy of King Richard III, Richard, when still the Duke of Gloucester, has murdered King Henry VI and his son, Prince Edward. Shortly thereafter, he accosts Lady Anne, Prince Edward's widow, who knows what he has done to the two men closest to her and who hates him as much as a woman can hate. Yet Richard attempts to seduce her. His method is simple. He tells her that what he did because of his love for her. He wanted there to be no one in her life but him. His feelings were so strong he was driven to murder. Of course, Lady Anne not only resists this line of reasoning, she abhors him, but He persists. Anne is at a moment of extreme vulnerability, alone in the world with no one to support her, at the height of grief. Incredibly, his words begin to have an effect. Murder is not a seductive tactic, but the seducer does enact a kind of killing, a psychological one. Our past attachments are a barrier to the present. Even people we have left behind can continue to have a hold on us. As a seducer, you will be held up to the past, compared to previous suitors, perhaps found inferior. Do not let it get to that point. Crowd out the past with your attentions in the present. If necessary, find ways to disparage their previous lovers, subtly or not so subtly, depending on the situation. Even go so far as to open old wounds, making them feel old pain and seeing, by contrast, how much better the present is. The more you can isolate them from their past, the deeper they will sink with you into the present. The principle of isolation can be taken literally by whisking the target off to an exotic locale. This was Ali Khan's method. A secluded island worked best, and indeed islands, cut off from the rest of the world, have always been associated with the pursuit of sensual pleasures. The Roman Emperor Tiberius descended into debauchery once he made his home on the island of Capri. The danger of travel is that your targets are intimately exposed to you. It's hard to maintain an air of mystery, but if you take them to a place alluring enough to distract them, you will prevent them from focusing on anything banal in your character. Cleopatra lured Julius Caesar into taking a voyage down the Nile. Moving deeper into Egypt, he was further isolated from Rome, and Cleopatra was all the more seductive. The early 20th century lesbian seductress Natalie Barney had an on-again, off-again affair with the poet Renée Vivien. To regain her affections, she took Renée on a trip to the island of Lesbos, a place Natalie had visited many times. In doing so, she not only isolated Renée, but disarmed and distracted her with the associations of the place, the home of the legendary lesbian poet Sappho. Vivien even began to imagine that Natalie was Sappho herself. Do not take the target just anywhere. Pick the place that will have the most effective associations. The seductive power of isolation goes beyond the sexual realm. When new adherents joined Mahatma Gandhi's circle of devoted followers, they were encouraged to cut off their ties with the past, with their family and friends. This kind of renunciation has been a requirement of many religious sects over the centuries. People who isolate themselves in this way are much more vulnerable to influence and persuasion. A charismatic politician feeds off and even encourages people's feelings of alienation. John F. Kennedy did this to great effect when he subtly disparaged the Eisenhower years. The comfort of the 1950s, he implied, compromised American ideals. He invited Americans to join him in a new life on a new frontier, full of danger and excitement. It was an extremely seductive lure, particularly for the young, who were Kennedy's most enthusiastic supporters. Finally, at some point in the seduction, there must be a hint of danger in the mix. Your targets should feel that they are gaining a great adventure in following you, but are also losing something, a part of their past, their cherished comfort. Actively encourage these ambivalent feelings. An element of fear is the proper spice. Although too much fear is debilitating, in small doses, it makes us feel alive. Like diving out of an airplane, it's exciting, a thrill, at the same time that it is a little frightening. And the only person there to break the fall or catch them is you. Reversal. The risks of this strategy are simple. Isolate someone too quickly, and you will induce a sense of panic that may end up in the target's taking flight. The isolation you bring must be gradual and disguised as pleasure, the pleasure of knowing you, leaving the world behind. In any case, some people are too fragile to be cut off from their base of support. The great modern courtesan Pamela Harriman had a solution to this problem. She isolated her victims from their families, their former or present wives, and in place of those old connections, she quickly set up new comforts for her lovers. She overwhelmed them with attention, attending to their every need. In the case of Averil Harriman, the billionaire who eventually married her, she literally established a new home for him, one that had no associations with the past and was full of the pleasures of the present. It is unwise to keep the seduced dangling in midair for too long with nothing familiar or comforting in sight. Instead, replace the familiar things you have cut them off from with a new home, a new series of comforts.